Good morning, happy Monday, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato. Live now from our Orlando studios. It is just past the 5 a.m. hour here on the East Coast. And we do want to thank you all for choosing to begin your morning with us here on Live Now from Fox. As always, we do want to take you out live to our triple box view of everything that we are monitoring this morning on Live Now from Fox. That parade volume for you, because on the larger box on your screens, we were just moments ago getting in a live feed into our newsroom of Victory Day parade currently happening in Moscow, Russia. Putin did take his speech and did take the time to defend his invasion of Ukraine, blaming the West and NATO. We'll bring you up to speed on all of the details out of that meeting a little bit later on in the show. But in the darker box on the upper right-hand corner of your screens, there you're seeing actually a live look at the White House, although it is 5 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, so not much to look at there. We'll watch the sunrise there in the nation's capital as the morning does progress. We also are keeping a very close eye on a situation in the Luhansk region of Ukraine after a school was bombed that was housing around 90 civilians. We can confirm that 30 have been rescued, but 60 are still unaccounted for. And now local leaders in that area are fearing that those 60 individuals are unfortunately dead as a result of this latest attack. All of this, once again, coming on Victory Day in Russia, in Moscow. There you are seeing a victory parade coming into our newsroom. Parades are taking place in 28 Russian cities involving 65,000 people, 2,400 items of military equipment, and more than 400 aircraft. I actually do want to bring these images up live for you and larger on your screen so you can take in the show that is this victory parade in Moscow currently happening. Now, I do want to make sure that you are all aware this is not a victory, declaring victory in Ukraine by any means. This is actually a yearly event that happens. Russia celebrates their military victory against Nazi Germany in World War II. And once again, over 11,000 service members, 131 units of equipment, more than 60 planes are taking place in this Moscow parade alone. Now, there are parades happening all across Russia, but this is, of course, the one that Vladimir Putin attended. This is the one that he also gave his speech at. And the day was met with quite a bit of worry from the West. Vladimir Putin's speech was one that was highly anticipated. Many suspected that he would perhaps declare this situation in Ukraine a war. It is worth noting that up until this point, he had only referred to this situation as a special military operation. Well, he continued using that same language. He said special military operation. He also took the time to clarify that the Russians and the troops and the volunteers that are currently fighting now heavily in eastern Ukraine are, quote, fighting for the motherland, for its future. He also accused the West and NATO of preparing to invade their land, which is why he deemed this invasion of Ukraine necessary. Vladimir Putin telling this massive military parade that the Russian troops in eastern Ukraine are once again defending their mainland. He continued to call it a special military operation and did not really make any major announcement as perhaps was feared by the West. We also, over the weekend, got images into our newsroom speaking on the same topic of the situation on the ground in Ukraine, and perhaps some happier images to provide to all of you on this Monday morning. We can show you that the First Lady, Jill Biden, she actually made a surprise visit to meet face-to-face with Ukraine's First Lady just yesterday on Mother's Day. It was the first face-to-face meeting that Olena Zelenska, who is Volodymyr Zelensky's wife, has had in an official capacity since the beginning of this invasion 75 days ago. The two women met for around 2 hours. They're going to head inside of this school now. And they did meet face-to-face once again, discussing the latest on the ground in Ukraine. Olena Zelenska thanked the First Lady, and here, let's listen in.
It's important to show the Ukrainian people that this war has to stop, and this war has been brutal, and that the people of the United States stand with the people of Ukraine.
До своєї родини. Такий теплий ваш візит і наша тепла зустріч.
And now, of course, the First Lady is speaking in Ukrainian, but she does say that she thanks the First Lady for the visit. She knows how difficult it is for the First Lady of the United States to make her way to a war-torn country. And once again, the two First Ladies of the United States and of Ukraine meeting in a surprised capacity. This was not at all part of Dr. Joe Biden's trip to Slovakia and Romania, but she did make her way 10 minutes from the Slovakian border to have this face-to-face meeting with the First Lady of Ukraine. We actually do have our reporters on the ground who are covering this situation from a 360-degree angle. Our Fox News correspondent, Greg Palcott, he has more details on this unannounced visit. Let's take a listen.
First Lady Jill Biden on Sunday making an unannounced trip to Ukraine, the latest high-profile U.S. official to visit the war-torn country, showing solidarity with its fight against the ongoing Russian invasion.
This war has to stop, and this war has been brutal. People of the United States stand with the people of Ukraine.
Biden and the Ukrainian First Lady paying a Mother's Day visit to a school near the Slovakian border that's currently serving as a shelter for refugees. More than 7.5 million people have been displaced within the country since the start of the war. The visit comes just one day after a Russian bomb flattened a school in the Donbass, where people were sheltering in the basement. Dozens now fear dead beneath the rubble. Further south, the last civilians were evacuated Saturday from the Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol. An estimated 2,000 Ukrainian fighters are still inside, the last remaining holdouts keeping Russia from taking total control of the strategic port.
Surrender for us is unacceptable because we cannot grant such a big gift to the enemy, because every person who were captured is the exchange fund, is the resource of political pressure.
The Ukrainian government has reached out to international organizations to try to seek safe passage for those soldiers. In Kyiv, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
And thank you to Greg for that report. We are monitoring the latest out of Ukraine on day 75 of this war as Ukraine braced for more missile strikes as a result of it being Victory Day, of course, in Russia. Many fear that Russia will amp up its attacks on Ukrainian soil today as a result of those celebrations currently happening in its country. We do also want to report to you, as Greg just did in his piece very briefly, that all of the women and children have been successfully evacuated from that steel plant in Mariupol. The tail end of those evacuations is the video that you are watching on your screens right now. Ukrainian officials, though, say they fear dozens of people are dead after Russian bombs flattened a school in the eastern portion of the country where about 90 people were sheltering. Recent Russian attacks have also destroyed a museum in eastern Ukraine. Our Fox News senior affairs correspondent, Greg Palcott, he also has this story from Kyiv, Ukraine.
We have heard a few rounds of air raid sirens during the day here in Kyiv. No word on anything hitting near here, but we are getting reports that the key Black Sea port of Odessa was struck again by Russian missiles. As Ukraine waits for Vladimir Putin's next move, Russia is busy on several fronts today. They bombed overnight at a school used as a refugee shelter in a Ukrainian town in the east. 30 civilians were rescued. 60, it is feared, are dead under the rubble. Others were killed in other parts of that very hot combat area. Meanwhile, in the battered city of Mariupol, Russia's deputy prime minister and another regional Russian official toured what's left of the place. The last of the civilians have evacuated from that steel mill where they were sheltering. Many as 2,000 Ukrainian fighters, including injured, remain there. They're calling for a rescue. They're not surrendering. The Russians keep bombing. In Kyiv today, What U.S. officials are telling us is a soft opening of the U.S. embassy, shuttered since February, since before the Russian invasion. U.S. Chargé d'Affaires Christina Kyiv and other officials coming back to engage in diplomacy in advance of the embassy's formal opening later this month. The return time to coincide with Victory in Europe Day, when the West recognizes the defeat of Nazi Germany in World War II. Also in Ukraine today, a surprise visit to a border town refugee center in the West by First Lady Jill Biden, who has been touring the region. She met with President Zelinski's wife, Ukraine's First Lady, Olena Zelinski. Jill Biden also met earlier with refugee mothers and children in neighboring Slovakia on this Mother's Day in the war zone. As sirens sound once again in Kyiv this evening, Russia marks the defeat of Germany in what they call Victory Day tomorrow. A parade and speeches are planned for Red Square and elsewhere. Perhaps some offensive action. That's what we're looking for tonight. In a message sent out on the eve of the holiday, Vladimir Putin is quoted as saying, "As in 1945, victory will be ours." We will see. In Kyiv, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
Thank you, Greg, for that report. And of course, he did reference that parade that is currently happening right now in Moscow, Russia. These were images from earlier on in the morning as Vladimir Putin there making his speech on this Victory Day celebration, where he has defended the invasion of Ukraine once again and blamed the West and NATO for forcing Russia's hand and leaving Russia with essentially no option but to invade. All of this, of course, is coming after a G7 virtual summit that just occurred yesterday. We are also monitoring the latest out of this meeting. G7 leaders meeting to discuss the ongoing war in Ukraine and announcing a new set of sweeping sanctions and other measures against Moscow. Our Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson is at the White House with more details.
Sunday, Senator Chris Murphy told Brett Baier all protests should remain peaceful.
No one should be threatening violence against a Supreme Court justice or against any member of Congress. I will be honest, I have had plenty of protests right around the corner from my house over the course of my time in public service. But any threats of violence are beyond the pale.
Saturday night, police on hand outside the nation's capital as protesters showed up outside the homes of Chief Justice John Roberts and Justice Brett Kavanaugh. Earlier, conservative Justice Clarence Thomas said the court will not be bullied about making decisions. The addresses of some conservative justices posted online by pro-choice groups. Google later taking down a map on one website saying it violated company policy. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says the Senate will vote to codify abortion rights into law on Wednesday in the wake of that leaked Supreme Court opinion. Senator Lindsey Graham says the leak is unprecedented in the 233-year history of the court and called it disgraceful.
For the court, it's a betrayal of trust. Chief Justice Roberts said it better than I could ever say. It's a betrayal of trust. Can you imagine going to work the next day and looking around at your colleagues who did this to the court?
President Biden spent Mother's Day weekend in Wilmington. He held a call with G7 leaders and Ukrainian President Zelinski. The G7 pledged to ban the importation of all Russian oil, of course, a major revenue for Vladimir Putin and Russia. At the White House, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
And here are more images from that meeting that was just referenced by Lucas Tomlinson, I should say. Thank you for your report, Lucas. And here's more images of that initial meeting between the First Ladies of the United States and Ukraine. We do want to take you through all of the latest imagery coming into our newsroom as a result of this invasion of Ukraine. Not only these lovely, touching moments between First Ladies, but unfortunately, the images that are not so touching, not so positive, as we have hit day 75 of this war. We do want to bring you, first and foremost, And we'll lower this volume for you. The images coming out as a result of that bomb that has hit a Luhansk school. Ukrainian officials in the eastern Luhansk region say a Russian strike on Saturday hit a school in the village in this eastern Luhansk region, which about 90 people were sheltering in. The state emergency service says that 30 people have been rescued, but unfortunately 60 have been unaccounted for. Those 60 people are now feared dead by the local governor, Sergei Gadal, who said it was likely that the remaining 60 people are under the rubble and unfortunately lost their lives. We do have more images of this bombing that happened at this school that once again, I mean, schools, hospitals, we've seen these types of facilities being used as shelters during this wartime and for the past 75 days. It's pretty remarkable that we've hit 3/4 of a century of days since this invasion started. Vladimir Putin once again today calling it a special military operation and blaming the West and NATO for forcing Russia's hand and forcing them to invade Ukraine. Of course, the West does not see the story in that way. From the Luhansk region to the southern portion of the country we go, where we are also monitoring a dire situation for the port cities of Odessa and Mariupol. Here you are seeing Ukrainian officials saying that Russian strikes hit the southern port city of Odessa just Saturday, damaging homes, furniture business, and sparking a very large fire, which is what you are seeing on your screens now. There you're seeing Ukrainian firefighters trying to put out this blaze. The good news in this situation is that no one was feared to have lost their lives as a result of this strike. We also got in drone footage. Here is a video actually captured of Snake Island. It was hit by a Ukrainian drone. Aerial footage showing that the Ukrainian military locked, loaded, and targeted a Russian vessel in the Black Sea. This also happening just on Saturday. It was released by the Ukrainian military's Operational Command South. But the date of the strikes have not been verified, but we did get our hands on this video just this past Saturday. And we head out to Kyiv, where a museum has been destroyed by a fire caused by an airstrike. There you are seeing a large artifact being carried out. And this is one of the many areas that are being devastated by this war. It's not only lives lost, but pieces of history that are simply irreplaceable. Workers sifted through debris after an airstrike destroyed a museum in the Kyiv region. Also, this happening over the weekend. There you are seeing a local respond to this loss. This one statue that belonged inside of a museum now lifted in the middle of a park. According to Suspline, a shelling hit the National Literary and Memorial Museum, causing a large fire that destroyed the building. And here we are seeing images of the aftermath. And more images coming into our newsroom of the situation on the ground in Odessa. 2 rockets hit a residential area in the Ukrainian port city of Odessa on Sunday. Officials do say that no casualties were reported. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the latest fallout as a result of that Supreme Court draft leak after this break. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. But we are actually taking a live now look at this gorgeous shot of New York City on this Monday, May 9th, 2022. The sun is beginning to rise there on the East Coast, and we do want to get you up to speed on some top stories stateside. Staying in New York, actually, the governor of New York has tested positive for COVID-19. On Sunday, Governor Kathy Hochul announced that she has the coronavirus. The Democrat made the announcement via a tweet. She said she's been vaccinated and boosted and she's asymptomatic. Hochul says she'll be isolating and working remotely this week. The 63-year-old governor is urging Empire State residents to get their shots and isolate if they develop symptoms of COVID-19. So that is the latest news out of the Big Apple. From the Big Apple out to the state capitol we go, where we, of course, are continuing to monitor all of the fallout as a result of the Supreme Court document leak that has made shockwaves and caused shockwaves across the country. Here is video of the fence that has since been put up as a result of protests that have been happening in and around the Capitol as a result, once again, of this protest and this leak. Abortion protests are actually expected to continue across the nation, not only today, but throughout the week. We'll take you up to speed if you haven't been following this story closely. The leak of a draft Supreme Court opinion that suggests that the court's conservative majority want to overturn the landmark 1973 Roe v. Wade decision, which legalizes abortion across the country, was met with both outrage by some and, of course, support by others. It is a topic that divides the nation. The 98-page draft decision was written and signed by Justice Samuel Alito, a member of the court's 6-3 conservative majority. We do want to remind you all that this draft is not by any means final. It is a first draft that was actually written back in February, published a week ago to the day, so last Monday. The argument centers around abortion not being mentioned in the Constitution, and thus it argues that it should ultimately be up to each individual state to decide if abortion is legal in that respective state. Now, Chief Justice John Roberts, he confirmed the leaked draft opinion last week. He said, quote, although the document described is authentic, it does not represent a decision by the court or the final position of any member on the issues in this case. While Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer called for a vote on making abortion rights federal law this week, he actually spoke just yesterday from New York City, and he also accuses Republicans of ducking the issue and that a vote will force GOP senators to show where they stand on abortion. Here are his latest comments.
So today I'm detailing my plans to hold a vote Wednesday to codify Roe into law. I will file cloture, which moves the bill tomorrow, and we will vote on Wednesday, and every American will see how every senator stands. They can't duck it anymore. The Republicans have tried to duck it. They have surreptitiously tried to take away rights by packing the courts, but they don't get up and talk about it. Well, now they're going to have to show which side they're on. Now they're going to have to show which side they are on. They're afraid. The Republicans are afraid. The day after the decision, when they asked Mitch McConnell, are you glad that Roe v. Wade might be repealed, he talked about the leaks. They're afraid to talk about the issue because they know that the American people are not on their side. They know that history is not on their side. So they're talking about these leaks. These leaks weren't a good thing. But compare that to the health and rights of 100 million American women, it ain't close. They're ducking, they're weaving, they're hiding. We're making them vote. They will not be able to hide any longer.
Human rights! Our human rights!
And I did want to let you listen in there to the latest protests that were documented outside of Supreme Court justices' homes. That is correct. Protesters marched outside of the home of Brett Kavanaugh over the weekend. His home, of course, located in Maryland. This footage was captured by Instagram user Sandy Spoons, who shows crowds chanting, quote, "hands off our body," and, quote, "abortion rights are human rights." All of this after Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer just last week announced that the Senate will vote on Wednesday to codify abortion rights. We'll play for you his full announcement along with other Democratic members of the Senate. That announcement was made just last week, but it is of utter relevance because that vote is going to happen this Wednesday. And all of this sparking these types of protests that we are now seeing escalate to the point where they're occurring on the private property of Supreme Court justices. The Biden administration dodging questions on whether it supports protests targeting these conservative Supreme Court justices and their homes. The backlash resulting in some of the home addresses of these justices being posted online. Our Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson, he has more on this story from Washington.
Court Justice Clarence Thomas has reportedly said the Supreme Court will not be bullied in the wake of this leak. The White House says the justices have a right to privacy. Here's Fox News' Peter Doocy earlier.
These activists posted a map with the home addresses of the Supreme Court justices. Is that the kind of thing this president wants to help your side make their point?
Look, I think the president's view is that there's a lot of passion, a lot of fear, a lot of sadness from many, many people across this country about what they saw in that leaked document. We obviously want people's privacy to be respected.
Google has removed a map showing the home addresses of the conservative Supreme Court justices, saying the map is, quote, no longer available due to a violation of our terms of service and or policies. That's not good enough for some people who say this is doxing, which is tech speak for publishing private or identifying information about someone on the internet with malicious intent. A former law clerk for Justice Gorsuch says this needs to stop.
These conservative justices are getting their threats against their life online and elsewhere right now, and the Justice Department needs to step it up. They need to start making arrests for conspiracy, for obstruction, for assault.
Republicans want to say, let's talk about how the leak came out. No, we're talking about what this means in the lives of the American people and our commitment to the calibration that is contained in Roe v. Wade.
Further protests are scheduled for this weekend. So far, President Biden has not weighed in on them. At the White House, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
And thank you, Lucas, for that report. Churches around the country spent the last few days fearing protests after pro-choice activists threatened demonstrations over the leaked Supreme Court draft. Churches in Chicago, Washington, D.C., Austin, and New York have asked police for additional security. Our Fox News' Alexis McAdams is in New York City with more on this story.
Services here at St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City did go on uninterrupted, but the NYPD was still here on standby. Now, across the nation, many states are on high alert. Out in Virginia, the Attorney General says that anyone who interrupts a Catholic Mass could face legal action.
It's actual federal law that you're not allowed to directly intimidate and interfere with somebody in a house of worship, their ability to worship God and worship their Lord. And so this has been brought to my attention. We've taken it very, very seriously.
Police in Wisconsin investigating a suspicious fire at a nonprofit that supports anti-abortion measures. Now, the Madison police chief says it appears this office was specifically targeted. This weekend, protests also popping up across the country. Large groups gathering in Chicago, Houston, D.C., and in Austin as activists call on Americans to protest the potential end to abortion rights. This after someone leaked a draft U.S. Supreme Court opinion that would strike down the Roe v. Wade decision. That landmark 1973 ruling established a constitutional right to abortion in the United States. As the Supreme Court's marshal is trying to figure out who the person is who leaked that draft, state leaders speaking at rallies. In Chicago, Illinois' Democratic governor standing with pro-choice crowds.
If the court overturns Roe v. Wade, abortions won't stop. It just means they'll be more dangerous.
The National Catholic Advocacy Group, also known as Catholic Vote, is now calling on President Biden and leaders in Washington, D.C. to condemn those groups who are interrupting Catholic Mass. Here in New York City, no big problems yet. In New York City, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And thank you, Alexis, for that report. The battle lines have been drawn following that seismic Supreme Court draft leak. Our Fox News congressional correspondent, Chad Pergram, he has more on what this could mean for both political parties. Let's take a listen.
It wasn't an October surprise, but a May surprise. Democrats will use the decision as a wedge against Republicans this fall.
Reproductive rights will be on the ballot, and women will vote, and they will make sure their voices are heard.
The leak may be one of the most seminal events of 2022. It could boost Democrats as liberals feel alienated.
If you think about Joe Biden and the difficulty that he faced in the Democratic Party, it was largely with the Democratic left. It was a question of whether he was liberal enough. This, in some ways, solves that problem.
Democrats are outraged at Senate Republicans for blocking the confirmation of Attorney General Merrick Garland for the Supreme Court in 2016, then confirming pro-life justices.
Every single Republican also changed Senate rules to confirm not one, not two, but 3 Trump justices to the U.S. Supreme Court, assuring a 6-3 conservative majority. Some of these justices lied to the Senate by misrepresenting their views on respecting precedent when it came to decisions like Roe.
Republicans say it's dangerous for Democrats to target justices.
In 2020, the Senate Democratic leader marched across the street to the court and shouted threats at multiple justices by name if they didn't rule how he wanted.
I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind and you will pay the price.
I'm concerned that this could put our justices' lives in danger.
There's now a bill to bolster court security.
This risks violence against members of the Supreme Court and their families.
Democrats are campaigning not only against Republicans, but against the court itself.
The way that some of these justices got to the court and the discrepancy between what they said in their confirmation hearings and what they appear to be saying in this draft opinion create opportunities for Democrats to really gin up their base.
And it gives Democrats a chance to switch the narrative away from high inflation and gas prices. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
And thank you to Chad for that report. As we mentioned, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, in a press conference and announcement that you were about to listen to last week, confirmed that the Senate will vote this week to codify abortion rights. Let's listen back into this initial press conference that broke the news on a vote that will happen this Wednesday.
Joined by my colleagues here today, you see everyone arrayed out. And it's great to lead our caucus with these women and the occasional male interloper. Now, for over 2 decades, Republicans across the country have worked to dismantle Roe. They've worked to take away the rights of women who simply want to make their own choices and not be told by some doctor, some senator, some court justice how to treat their bodies. Republican politicians across the country are passing laws telling the women of America, your body, our choice. So much for the party of limited government. And now with the Republican court on the verge of tearing down 5 decades of precedent, Republicans suddenly don't want to talk about their complicity in this effort. You ask them about, do they support repealing Roe v. Wade? They change the subject. What does that say? It says they know they're on the wrong side of history and on the wrong side of the American people. And their 30-year effort, they now wish to go underground because they're actually afraid in certain ways that it might succeed. All week, we've seen Republicans try to duck, dodge, and dip from their responsibility for bringing Roe to the brink of total repeal. This is about to change. Next week, the U.S. Senate is going to vote on legislation to codify a woman's right to seek an abortion into federal law. I intend to file cloture on this vital legislation Monday, which would set up a vote for Wednesday. Republicans will have 2 choices. They can own the destruction of women's rights, or they can reverse course and work to prevent the damage. Count me as skeptical that they'll do the latter. Republicans have been on the wrong side of history and the wrong side of America. A poll just released today from Data for Progress showed voters want Roe to stay the law of the land by a 2-to-1 margin. Democrats, independents, and 35% of Republicans believe we should keep Roe in place. Next week's vote will be one of the most important we take, not only this session, but in this century. This is not an abstract exercise. It's as real, it's as urgent as it gets. Like my friend Patty Murray said, this is a 5-alarm fire. And Republicans will not be able to hide from the horror they've unleashed on America. In recent years, Republican legislators have been racing to pass extreme anti-choice legislation that would send women's rights back into the Stone Age. The Mississippi law, for example, has zero exceptions for rape or incest, a position that was the extreme of the extreme not too long ago, but now it seems to be the mainstream of the Republican Party and, unfortunately, the Supreme Court, which has become extreme itself. In Arizona, the governor signed a law that can imprison anyone who provides, supplies, or administers an abortion by up to 5 years, should Roe be overturned. No exception for rape, no exception for incest. The infamous law in Texas, meanwhile, bans abortions as nearly as 6 weeks. Many women don't realize they're pregnant until after 6 weeks. And again, no exception for rape, no exception for incest. In Louisiana, Republicans are pushing a new bill that would throw women and their health care providers in prison for life. It doesn't stop. And they're going to keep at it until we, the American people, and particularly the women of America, stop them. The nationwide ban Republicans want is the most extreme of extreme. This is what Senator McConnell and Senate Republicans have fought for their entire careers. But they are out of step with the mainstream. Their body language, their answers to questions show they know they are. Americans do not want to go back in time when there were dangerous and back alley abortions. We're going to have this vote this week, and believe me, America, all of America, will be watching. Republicans will not be able to hide from the American people and cannot hide from their role in bringing Roe to an end. Senator Murray.
Well, there's no getting around it. This has been a very heartbreaking week. The Supreme Court's plan to end a right that generations of women have known is devastating. So I just want every woman across the country to know you are not alone in this fight. We are right here with you. And although I'm heartbroken, I'm also furious. I'm furious at the conservatives on the Supreme Court for being so cruel. I'm furious at Republican lawmakers in states across this country who are passing extreme abortion laws and creating a health care crisis in their states and in their neighboring states. And I'm furious at the fact that my Republican colleagues here in the Senate have filled our courts with extreme anti-abortion judges and taken every opportunity to attack the right to abortion and even the birth control and family planning services that patients across this country rely on. They are finally getting what they've been working around the clock to do for decades. And despite all that, it's been crickets from Republicans here this week. They have spent the last few days trying to distract everyone from the consequences of their unrelenting attack on the right to abortion. Well, we're here to say we are not going to let them. We may very soon live in a country without Roe, a country where women are forced to remain pregnant and give birth when they don't want to, no matter their personal circumstance. And we all know who is going to be hurt the most when this happens. It is not the rich women who can catch a plane and get the time off and find the money to get an abortion somewhere else. It is the women who are already facing huge challenges and barriers getting health care, We're talking about long-standing inequities in our healthcare system, things like racism and sexism and ableism. The women who will bear the brunt of the Republicans' cruelty are women with the tightest budgets, Black women, Indigenous women, women of color, women with disabilities, women in rural areas, immigrant women, and the LGBT community, and of course many others. This is cruel and unacceptable. Democrats are fighting back. So next week, in light of the devastating news coming out of the Supreme Court, we are going to make every senator show where they stand by voting on the Women's Health Protection Act. And I want to thank Senator Blumenthal for his work on beginning this and building the support on this. And I want everyone to know I'm not going to stop fighting or speaking up. And when November comes, Americans everywhere need to make their voices heard by sending more pro-choice voices to the Senate and to the House so we can get this done. Abortion rights are on the line, and so are women's lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. Next, we have Senator Cantwell. We're doing it in order certain people have certain.
Thank you. Thank you. This week was a political earthquake when it came to the Supreme Court. Now, the American people deserve to hear and understand where every member of the United States Senate is on this issue. Women are not second-class citizens, and we are not criminals. We want to understand whether our colleagues agree with that statement or not. We know that as employers, I was an employer in the private sector, and guess what? Anybody who you wanted to attract to come work for you wanted to know what your health plan was, and their spouse wanted to know what your health plan was. They wanted to know whether you covered IVF. Are now we going to say that those are the kinds of things that aren't going to get covered in the future? What are we going to do as employers here in the United States Senate? What are we going to do about federal agencies? Do you think people are going to want to go and work in NASA in Florida or Texas if that state precludes a woman's right to choose? Are we going to have extra money in the budget so people can travel to a state so they can get their health care rights? Or are we going to have a brain drain because people aren't going to want to work for federal agencies located in a state that doesn't protect a woman's right to choose? This is ludicrous. Americans need to call their member of the United States Senate starting now. You need to call and ask people to stand up for a woman's right to her reproductive health care choices and to protect privacy in the Constitution of America. These privacy rights denied in this case could be denied in other cases. It is time for every member of the United States Senate to be accounted on this issue. Call now. Ask your member of the United States Senate to stand up and be counted for on our privacy rights.
Thank you, Maria. Senator Baldwin.
If the court overturns Roe versus Wade, millions upon millions of women will lose a constitutionally protected freedom to make their own personal decisions about their health care, their family, and their body. In my home state of Wisconsin, if Roe is overturned, a 19th century state law would go back into effect that bans Wisconsin doctors from performing abortions. Wisconsin lawmakers passed that law in 1849. Yes, more than 170 years ago, and just 1 year after Wisconsin became a state. If the state's abortion law went back into effect, women's health care would be criminalized and doctors could be charged with felonies for performing abortions and face up to 6 years in prison and $10,000 in fines. That is precisely the problem with overturning Roe and returning this issue to the states. Politicians can interfere with women's access to health care, and I don't want to take women in Wisconsin back to 1849. I don't want to take away the rights of victims of rape and incest. I want women to have the same freedom that they have had for the last 50 years since Roe became the law of the land. This is in such stark contrast from my Senate Republican colleagues who want to strip away the constitutional rights and freedoms of women in Wisconsin and nationwide. If the Supreme Court is going to legislate from the bench and turn back the clock by 50 years on Roe, then the Senate needs to pass our Women's Health Protection Act. The House passed the Women's Health Protection Act last year, and now the Senate has an urgent need to pass our legislation to protect the provider-patient relationship, to protect the healthcare professionals that provide care, and protect the freedom and constitutional right of a woman to access this care. I am so glad, Majority Leader Schumer, that you will be bringing this legislation to the floor for a vote, and that every senator will have a choice. They'll have a choice on whether they want to undermine and infringe on constitutional rights guaranteed under Roe versus Wade, or do they support protecting the freedom of millions and millions of Americans to make their own personal decisions about their health care, their body, and their families. The American people overwhelmingly support this legislation and believe that women and their doctors should have control over their medical decisions, and these decisions for each family to make, and the government should not interfere. So next week, the American people will see where their senator stands. Should American women have the same constitutionally protected rights and freedoms that they've had for 50 years? Or will American women have fewer rights than their mothers and grandmothers?
Thank you, Senator Stebbins.
Thank you. No, all week you've been asking, and we've been asking Senator McConnell and Republicans, do you support what the Supreme Court appears to be getting ready to do? Do you support taking away a woman's ultimate, most personal, intimate right to privacy and our ability to make our own reproductive decisions and have access to safe and legal abortion? Do you support that? Do you support overturning 50 years of settled law? And instead what Senator McConnell has done is said, look over there. Look over there. Let's talk about leaks. Let's talk about leaks. Let's not talk about the women of this country and what's on the line. Well, next week, they're not going to get away with just saying, let's look over there. They're going to have to vote. They're going to have to vote, and we'll know right where they are. And so the ultimate question becomes, who decides our most intimate healthcare decisions? Who decides what we will do in terms of reproduction and the healthcare related to that? When there's a 12-year-old that's been raped, who decides that? Mitch McConnell? Right-wingers in the United States Supreme Court? Republicans in Congress and in state legislatures? Who decides what happens to that child? Their family, based on their religious beliefs? Do the doctor, all those that care and know the child? Or a bunch of politicians? Same thing at the other end when you have someone like my cousin who desperately wanted a baby and tried for years, and after multiple miscarriages finally got pregnant and was carrying this baby to term, was so excited, and something horrible happened near the end of the pregnancy, and her life was in serious jeopardy. Mitch McConnell doesn't know my cousin. The politicians here that are determining this, they don't care. They don't think she should have made her own decision, as horrible as it was to have to make. That's what this is about. Who decides in the most difficult, challenging times for a woman, the most personal of decisions? We stand with the women of this country. We support you, we respect you, and we know it is your decision to make.
Thank you, Gabby. Very touching sharing. Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you, Senator Schumer. I want you to picture the faces, and as you go around this weekend, think about the women that you see. Think about the waitress in the heart of Texas who finds out she's pregnant and can't afford to take a bus 250 miles. Think about the college student who has no access in the middle of Mississippi to any kind of student clinic, anything. Think about the young woman in foster care that's afraid to tell anyone what's happened because she didn't know if there's going to be a bounty hunter situation and she's going to be turned in. The victim of incest, who under the Mississippi law would be able to get an abortion. This is about women's freedom. This is about women's equal rights and being treated as they should, as an equal citizen under the law. Our Republican colleagues have stacked the court. And as I was listening to Tammy talk about Wisconsin, I thought we always said they'd take us back to the 50s. They're taking us back to the 1850s. That's what we're talking about here. But they may have the majority on the U.S. Supreme Court, but we have the people on our side. And in election time, they always say, don't get mad, vote. Well, we say, get mad and vote, because that's what we're going to be doing on behalf of the women and the men who stand with them, the people of America, next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Klobuchar. Senator Gillibrand.
This is an issue that is defining for this country today. And if the American people don't stand up for equality for every American at this moment in time, we will be undermining a right to privacy in more than this context. Women deserve freedom and bodily autonomy. We deserve to be able to make decisions about when we are having children, under what circumstances we are having children, how many children we are having, and at what time we are having children. I would like to speak to America's men for 1 minute. Imagine you do not have authority over your own body for 10 months. Imagine if that decision-making would not be taken away, even if you would die in childbirth, even if you couldn't decide who you were having children with, even if you couldn't decide when you were having that child. I don't think a man in America could actually imagine not having control of his body, his bodily functions, what happens to him, and what life would be like for 10 months. It is an outrage that we have 5 justices on the Supreme Court who lied in their confirmation hearings in order to be confirmed. It is an outrage that in America today that our judicial system is so corrupted and so politicized and no longer representative of the will of the people. 5 justices said they respect precedents. 5 said that Roe v. Wade was established precedents. 5 said they would never undermine established precedent. It is unconscionable what this decision will do to the American people. I do not think that 50% of America should be told that they have to put their bodies at risk of life or death without their consent. It is barbaric, it is inhumane, it is unacceptable, and I hope every human being in this country understands that when you take away a woman's right to make her decisions about her health and well-being, she is no longer a full citizen. She no longer has freedom. She no longer has bodily autonomy. She no longer has basic civil rights or civil liberties. That is what this decision would do in America today. Make no mistake, equal rights, constitutional rights to privacy, the ability to make your own decisions about your own life and your own death are on the ballot in November. I hope there is no one who's confused about this. It may happen to your daughter, it may happen to your wife, it may happen to your mother, it may happen to your transgender friend. It may happen to anyone, and it is not acceptable. This is a life or death moment, and we need to fight like it is.
Thank you, Senator Gillibrand. Senator Aurora.
If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We are 2 minutes away from the 6 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, and we are listening in to a press conference from Senate Democrats that happened in the tail end of last week. This was the initial press conference where Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, he announced that the Senate will hold a vote this week to codify abortion rights. That vote is set to be held on Wednesday, and we will be covering this all week long as we continue to monitor the backlash and the fallout from that historic Roe v. Wade opinion draft leak that was published by Politico just 1 week ago to the day. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the top stories on this Monday, May 9th, 2022. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. It is 6:02 here on the East Coast, and we do want to thank you for choosing to begin your morning with us here on Live Now from Fox. It is May 9th, 2022, which means it is Victory Day in Russia. And we have been monitoring the fallout from this event all morning long. We can confirm that Vladimir Putin has given his highly anticipated speech this morning, and he has defended the invasion of Ukraine. He has blamed the West and NATO for essentially provoking this conflict. We'll walk you through all of his statements, but on the larger box on your screens, that is the video that you are watching. Really a theatrical parade that did occur earlier on this morning. Vladimir Putin once again stepping up to the podium and making a highly anticipated speech. We'll walk you through all the details in just a bit. We also are taking a live now look at the White House this morning as President Joe Biden is set to make an announcement on how his administration plans to lower internet costs for all of of you at a time where inflation is high, gas prices are high. This announcement will come as a sigh of relief to some across the country, as we all know how much we spend on internet, and any help is obviously welcome. So we'll be bringing you those remarks a little bit later on in the morning. I am being told that those are set for around 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. We'll bring you, as always, remarks from the President of the United States, live, raw, and unfiltered in full here on the show. We also are keeping a very close eye on all of the fallout as a result of that Supreme Court draft leak that actually was published by Politico a week ago to the day. We can report today that abortion rights protesters are now targeting the homes of Supreme Court justices after that Roe v. Wade opinion draft leak was made public, and paints a picture where the court could be poised to overturn the historic 1973 Roe v. Wade decision. We are going to walk you through all of the latest news on Live Now from Fox, beginning first and foremost with this latest update out of the war in Ukraine. Of course, we are going to bring these images for you in full of the parade that took place earlier today. And there you heard the theatrical music, the military horns there playing in Red Square in Moscow. All of this happening earlier this morning. We do want to provide some context for you. Some of you may be tuning in and questioning right now, a victory day. Well, what does this mean? Did they win in Ukraine? No, that is nothing of the sort. This is an event that actually occurs each and every year. It is an event that is put together by the Russian military and Russian administration to celebrate Russia's victory over Nazi Germany in World War II. Now, about 11,000 service members, 131 units of equipment, more than 60 planes took part in this parade in Moscow. But there are actually going to be parades taking place in 28 cities across the country, involving 65,000 people, 2,400 pieces of military equipment. This really is a theatrical showing of Russia's military force at a time, of course, where we have hit day 75 of the war in Ukraine. Now, that word war, it was a big topic of conversation because many had anticipated that President Putin would perhaps change his language when referring to this invasion. It is worth reminding you all that since the very beginning of this invasion 75 days ago, Vladimir Putin has maintained that this is simply a, quote, special military operation. Some had thought that perhaps today would be the day where he declares this a full-out war. He did not do so. He still referred to this as a special military operation, but he did take the time to not only attack the West, but attack the United States directly. He said, quote, Russia has always stood up for an international system of equality. He says, we have always tried to find compromise solutions. Other countries had completely different plans. He also brought up the fact that they, referring to the United States and the West, have tried to attack our historical territories like Crimea. They have threatened to use nuclear war, and the West has supported these military actions carried out in our neighborhood, and that is why it was a threat we could not accept. So once again, painting Russia as the victim here, saying that it was essentially the West and NATO who forced Russia's hand into beginning this, quote, special military operation. Putin went on to condemn the United States, saying the United States of America, especially after the collapse of the Soviet Union, has humiliated not only the world, but also their satellite states. So very powerful words from Vladimir Putin, but he did not refer to the situation as a war, which was the big takeaway here. He really gave no indication as to what his plans are moving ahead, only simply gave an explanation, and the same explanation that we have been hearing since the very beginning as to why this war was started in the first place. So that is the latest out of Moscow on this victory day. We will continue to monitor any remarks made by the president of Russia and any other top officials on this Monday, May 9th, 2022. We do want to bring to you another bit of news that occurred in regard to the situation on the ground in Ukraine. The First Lady of the United States, Jill Biden, she met face-to-face with the First Lady of Ukraine on Mother's Day. This was an unannounced visit by Dr. Jill Biden. Now, it is worth noting that Jill Biden was in Romania and Slovakia over the past 5 days. She was meeting face-to-face with Ukrainian mothers, with refugees who unfortunately had to make their way to safety. But she did meet here face-to-face with Olena Zelenska, President Zelinski's wife, and they do make remarks, so let's listen in.
Mother's Day, I thought it was important to show the Ukrainian people that this war has to stop. And this war has been brutal, and that people of the United States stand with the people of Ukraine.
До своєї родини. Такий теплий ваш візит і наша тепла зустріч, мені здається, це особливий і дуже вдалий день для такої зустрічі.
We all feel your support, and we all feel the leadership of the U.S. President. But we would like to note that the Mother's Day is a very symbolic day for us, because we can also feel your love and support during such an important day.
Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you.
And those were some remarks from the two First Ladies of Ukraine and, of course, of the United States. Jill Biden spent about 2 hours in Ukraine, traveling by vehicle to this town that was about 10 minutes away from the Slovakian border. So she was in Slovakia and made this unannounced visit to meet face-to-face with Olena Zelenska. She, of course, thanked the First Lady of Ukraine for having her. The First Lady of Ukraine thanked Joe Biden for her courageous act and this visit. The First Ladies met at a school that is currently being used as a temporary house to house Ukrainian refugees. Of course, we do know that over 5.5 million refugees have made their way from Ukraine to neighboring Eastern European countries and really countries around the world as we have hit day 75 of this invasion of Ukraine. We do also want to replay this really tight hug there, embrace between these two First Ladies. Dr. Jill Biden bringing the First Lady of Ukraine flowers. We do have our Fox News correspondent, Greg Palcott, who has more details on this visit. Let's take a listen.
First Lady Jill Biden on Sunday making an unannounced trip to Ukraine, the latest high-profile U.S. official to visit the war-torn country, showing solidarity with its fight against the ongoing Russian invasion.
This war has to stop, and this war has been brutal. People of the United States stand with the people of Ukraine.
Biden and the Ukrainian First Lady paying a Mother's Day visit to a school near the Slovakian border that's currently serving as a shelter for refugees. More than 7.5 million people have been displaced within the country since the start of the war. The visit comes just one day after a Russian bomb flattened a school in the Donbass, where people were sheltering in the basement. Dozens now fear dead beneath the rubble. Further south, the last civilians were evacuated Saturday from the Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol. An estimated 2,000 Ukrainian fighters are still inside, the last remaining holdouts keeping Russia from taking total control of the strategic port.
Surrender for us is unacceptable because we cannot grant such a big gift to the enemy, because every person who were captured is the exchange fund, is the resource of political pressure.
The Ukrainian government has reached out to international organizations to try to seek safe passage for those soldiers. In Kyiv, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
And we can report that the situation on the ground is still growing dire on day 75 of this war for certain portions of Ukraine. Russian forces continue to shell targets across eastern Ukraine as western Ukraine prepares for an increase of attacks in the coming weeks and days. President Volodymyr Zelinski is pleading for additional help with the news that Vladimir Putin could potentially formally declare a war. Now, we do know that that did not happen today, but our Fox News' Tom Graham, he has more on the story of what they are expecting on the ground in Ukraine. Let's take a listen.
The Russian offensive continues to ramp up with rounds of fresh attacks over the weekend across eastern Ukraine. Western leaders now warn that Russian President Vladimir Putin could formally declare war Monday, a sign that things will get worse in the region. This comes as the U.S. and several foreign leaders pledge to continue their support of Ukraine in the form of weapons and humanitarian aid. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and First Lady Jill Biden reiterated that message and say Russia will pay for their heinous crimes.
We continue to call upon Putin to cease his atrocities, his war crimes, his attacks on civilians.
This war has been brutal, and that the people of the United States stand with the people of Ukraine.
Russia is also facing fresh accusations of war crimes over the bombing of a school that was being used as a refugee shelter in an eastern Ukrainian town. A regional governor says more than 60 people are feared dead, and emergency crews say scores of people could still be buried under piles of rubble.
They were hiding from shelling in the building of a regular school, which was attacked by Russian airstrikes. To do so is to imitate precisely the evil that the Nazis brought to Europe.
Meanwhile, members of the G7 held a conference call Sunday, vowing to ban or phase out imports of Russian oil. President Biden, who was in on that call, also announced additional sanctions against several Russian executives and other Russian-based businesses. In New York, Tom Graham, Fox News.
And thank you to Tom for that report. Ukrainian officials say they fear dozens of people are dead after Russian bombs flattened a school in the east where about 90 people were sheltering. Our Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palcott, he has the latest on this devastating story from Kyiv.
We have heard a few rounds of air raid sirens during the day here in Kyiv. No word on anything hitting near here, but we are getting reports that the key Black Sea port of Odessa was struck again by Russian missiles. As Ukraine waits for Vladimir Putin's next move, Russia is busy on several fronts today. They bombed overnight at a school used as a refugee shelter in a Ukrainian town in the east. 30 civilians were rescued. 60, it is feared, are dead under the rubble. Others were killed in other parts of that very hot combat area. Meanwhile, in the battered city of Mariupol, Russia's deputy prime minister and another regional Russian official toured what's left of the place. The last of the civilians have evacuated from that steel mill where they were sheltering. Many as 2,000 Ukrainian fighters, including injured, remain there. They're calling for a rescue. They're not surrendering. The Russians keep bombing. In Kyiv today, what U.S. officials are telling us is a soft opening of the U.S. embassy, shuttered since February, since before the Russian invasion. U.S. Chargé d'Affaires Christina Kyiv and other officials coming back to engage in diplomacy in advance of the embassy's formal opening later this month. The return time to coincide with Victory in Europe Day, when the West recognizes the defeat of Nazi Germany in World War II. Also in Ukraine today, a surprise visit to a border town refugee center in the West by First Lady Jill Biden, who has been touring the region. She met with President Zelinski's wife, Ukraine's First Lady, Olena Zelinski. Jill Biden also met earlier with refugee mothers and children in neighboring Slovakia on this Mother's Day in the war zone. As sirens sound once again in Kyiv this evening, Russia marks the defeat of Germany in what they call Victory Day tomorrow. A parade and speeches are planned for Red Square and elsewhere. Perhaps some offensive action. That's what we're looking for tonight. In a message sent out on the eve of the holiday, Vladimir Putin is quoted as saying, "As in 1945, victory will be ours." We will see. In Kyiv, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
Thank you to Greg for that report. Of course, we can confirm that that parade has happened this morning. President Vladimir Putin has maintained that the Russian forces are, quote, fighting for its motherland, that NATO was a, quote, an obvious threat, and continues to maintain that Russia's invasion of Ukraine is, quote, a special military operation. Well, we didn't just hear from Vladimir Putin today. We also heard from President Zelinski of Ukraine in his latest update. Let's listen into that. It is in Ukrainian, but it is subtitled for you. So let's take a listen.
Великої України. 24 серпня 2021 року усією країною ми відзначали 30-річчя нашої незалежності. Хрещатиком йшли наші військові, наші захисники, наша техніка. В небі летіла наша мрія. Немає нічого небезпечнішого, ніж підступний ворог, але немає нічого отрутнішого від удаваного друга. Це слова великого українського філософа Григорія Сковороди. 24 лютого ми зрозуміли цю істину, коли удаваний друг розпочав проти України війну. Це війна не двох армій, це війна двох світоглядів. Варварів, які обстрілюють музей Сковороди і вірять, що їхніми ракетами можна знищити нашу філософію. Вона їх дратує, вона їм чужа, вона їх лякає, вона полягає в тому, що ми вільні люди, які йдуть своїм шляхом. І на цьому шляху сьогодні ми ведемо війну і нікому не віддамо ані клаптика своєї землі. Сьогодні ми відзначаємо День перемоги над нацизмом і нікому не віддамо ані клаптика своєї історії. Ми пишаємось нашими предками, які разом з іншими народами у складі антигітлерівської коаліції перемогли нацизм. І ми нікому не дамо анексувати цю перемогу, не дамо її привласнити. Наш ворог мріяв, що ми відмовимось відзначати 9 травня і перемогу над нацизмом, щоб слово денацифікація отримало шанс. Мільйони українців боролись з нацизмом і пройшли важкий і довгий шлях. Вигнали нацистів з Луганська, вигнали нацистів з Донецька, звільнили від окупантів Херсон, Мелітополь, Бердянськ, вигнали нацистів з Ялти, Сімферополя, Керчі і усього Криму, звільнили від нацистів Маріуполь. Вони вигнали нацистів з усієї України, але названі мною міста сьогодні особливо надихають нас, дають віру, що ми точно проженемо окупантів з власної землі. У День перемоги над нацизмом ми боремось за нову перемогу. Шлях до неї важкий, але ми не сумніваємось, що переможемо. В чому наша перевага над ворогом? Ми розумніші на одну книгу. Це підручник з історії України. Ми б не знали горя, якби всі наші вороги вміли читати і робити правильні висновки. 24 лютого Росія почала наступ. Наступ на ті самі граблі. На них наступає нога кожного окупанта, який приходить на нашу землю. Ми пережили різні війни, але всі мали один фінал. Нашу землю засівали кулі і снаряди, але жоден ворог не зміг пустити тут коріння. Нашими полями їздили ворожі колісниці і танки, але це нікому не принесло плодів. У нашому небі літали ворожі стріли і ракети, але нікому не дано затьмарити нашу блакить. Нема кайданів, які зможуть скувати наш вільний дух. Нема окупанта, який зможе прижитись на нашій вільній землі. Нема загарбника, який зможе панувати над нашим вільним народом. Рано чи пізно ми перемагаємо. Хоч орда, хоч нацизм, хоч суміш першого і другого, яку представляє нинішній ворог, ми перемагаємо, бо це наша земля. Бо хтось воює за батюшку царя, за фюрера, партію і вождя, а ми за батьківщину. Ми ніколи не воювали проти когось, ми завжди воюємо за себе, за свою свободу, за свою незалежність, щоб перемога наших предків була недаремна. Вони бились за свободу для нас і перемогли. Ми б'ємось за свою свободу, за свободу своїх дітей, а отже переможемо. Ми ніколи не забудемо те, що зробили наші предки у Другій світовій війні. де загинуло понад 8 мільйонів українців, і додому не повернувся кожен 5-й українець. А загалом війна забрала щонайменше 50 мільйонів людських життів. Ми не кажемо «можемо повторити», бо хотіти повторити. 2194 дні війни може тільки божевільний, той, хто вже повторює сьогодні жахливі злочини гітлерівського режиму, наслідує нацистську філософію, копіює все, що робили вони. Він приречений, бо проклятий мільйонами предків, коли почав наслідувати їхнього вбивцю. А тому втратить все. І зовсім скоро в Україні буде 2 дні перемоги. А в когось не залишиться жодного. Перемогли тоді, переможемо і зараз. І Хрещатик побачить парад перемоги. Перемоги України. З Днем перемоги над нацизмом. Слава Україні!
Certainly a different type of a speech, really the contrast between what we hear from Vladimir Putin and what we hear from President Zelinski on day 75 of this war can be just so starkly contrasted here. We are seeing the latest images of refugees making their way from various Ukrainian cities over to safety as President Zelinski of Ukraine congratulates his people for not only their resistance against Russian opposition, but also their victory over Nazi Germany. Just very different messages from both of these world leaders at a time where we are in the 11th week of this conflict. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we're going to head back stateside and get you up to speed on all of the latest reaction as we have hit the 1-week mark since that Supreme Court draft opinion was leaked and published by Politico. All of the fallout after this break. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. It is May 9th here on the East Coast, Monday morning. Happy Monday to you all, and thanks so much for choosing to begin your morning with us here on Live Now from Fox. As always, we do want to get you out the door this morning with a look at all of your top stories. And this morning, we are live, wide, and worldwide today. We actually are keeping a very close eye on the situation on the ground in Russia, as today today is officially Victory Day, and Vladimir Putin has defended his invasion of Ukraine in a speech in front of all of these military members that you are seeing there. Quite the show in the Russian capital. But of course, we also are keeping a very close eye on the situation here in the United States. We want to let you all know that we are anticipating President Joe Biden to make an announcement at about 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. He is going to provide an update on how his administration plans to lower internet costs for all of you tuning in. So we will bring that, as always, to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. The big one that we are keeping a very close eye on, of course, is the all of the fallout as a result of the Roe v. Wade draft leak. That leaked a week ago to the day. Just last Monday, a Supreme Court draft was leaked to Politico and published. Now, this draft was a Supreme Court opinion that suggests that the court's conservative majority want to overturn the landmark 1973 Roe v. Wade decision. We do want to bring the Capitol up for you in full here on Live Now from Fox, because this is a situation that is going to reach a new chapter this week, as we can report that the Senate is going to vote on Wednesday to codify abortion rights. We did hear earlier on in the show from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, and this is a Live Now look at, of course, the building, Capitol Hill, where the Senate, the House meets, and within those walls, we will get an official stance from senators across the country on this issue. Now, to bring you up to speed on what exactly this draft reveals and what it means for all of you tuning in, it is a 98-page draft decision that was written and signed by Justice Samuel Alito, a member of the court's 6-3 conservative majority. Now, we do want to remind you all tuning in that this draft is just that. It is a draft. It was initially written back in February. It was a first draft, nonetheless, that was picked up by Politico and published. Drafts can be rewritten, drafts can be revised, and that was the message from Chief Justice John Roberts when he confirmed the authenticity of this draft last week. He said, quote, "Although the document described in this week's reports is authentic, it does not represent a decision by the court or the final position of any member on the issues in this case." Nevertheless, protesters have taken to the streets across the country over the past couple of days, and they are expected to continue this week because this argument written in the draft essentially centers around the fact that abortion is not written in the Constitution. Therefore, it should not be made federal law, and therefore it should be up to each individual state to decide whether or not abortion is legal in their respective land. Now, if this does go through, it is expected that roughly half, largely in the South and the Midwest, half of the states in these United States are likely to quickly ban abortion. Our very own Doug Lazader, he's going to break down the latest when it comes to this situation. Let's listen in.
Procedural vote that we expect this week in the Senate to enshrine legal protections for abortion rights into federal law. It is widely expected to fail, though, as protests get more intense.
Codify Roe! Codify Roe!
The homes of two Supreme Court justices were targeted by protesters this weekend after a pro-choice group publicized their addresses online. And in Wisconsin, a clear message scrawled outside the office of a pro-life group: "If abortions aren't safe, then you aren't either." That office was set on fire.
They're free to disagree with us, but they're not free to destroy property. They're not free to threaten individual lives and safety.
The White House has clearly denounced violence, but not the protests at the homes of the justices.
Joe Biden knows it's disgraceful. He's literally threatening the lives of these justices by the mob they're unleashing.
They are absolutely going to pass a national ban on abortion.
Democrats say Republicans, if they win control of Congress in November, will seek to impose a nationwide ban on abortion. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell told USA Today that legislative action is possible, but he pledged to keep the filibuster in place, which makes any kind of move by Congress very unlikely. Still, Democrats say voters are largely on their side, and they plan to make this a major issue in the November midterms, teeing up a procedural vote perhaps Wednesday to essentially write Roe v. Wade into federal law.
We march straight to the ballot box, and the women of this country and the men who stand with them will vote like they've never voted before.
And there is another protest scheduled tonight at the home of Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito, the author of that leaked draft opinion. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
And I did want to let you listen in there to some of the chants that were heard outside of Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh's home over the weekend. Yes, that is correct. You did just hear from our very own Doug Luzader that more protests outside of the homes of Justice Samuel Alito, the justice who actually wrote this draft, are expected today. Well, this is a protest that occurred over the weekend outside of the home of Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh. This footage was picked up by an Instagram user, and the demonstrators were protesting in response to that leaked Supreme Court draft ruling. The Biden administration has actually been asked directly if it supports these types of protests outside of Supreme Court justices' homes. Our Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson, he has more on the Biden administration's response to this elevation and escalation of these protests. Let's take a listen.
Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas has reportedly said the Supreme Court will not be bullied in the wake of this leak. The White House says the justices have a right to privacy. Here's Fox News' Peter Doocy earlier.
These activists posted a map with the home addresses of the Supreme Court justices. Is that the kind of thing this president wants to help your side make their point?
Look, I think the president's view is that there's a lot of passion, a lot of fear, a lot of sadness from many, many people across this country about what they saw in that leaked document. We obviously want people's privacy to be respected.
Google has removed a map showing the home addresses of the conservative Supreme Court justices, saying the map is, quote, no longer available due to a violation of our terms of service and or policies. That's not good enough for some people who say this is doxing, which is tech speak for publishing private or identifying information about someone on the internet with malicious intent. A former law clerk for Justice Gorsuch says this needs to stop.
These conservative justices are getting their threats against their life online and elsewhere right now, and the Justice Department needs to step it up. They need to start making arrests for conspiracy, for obstruction, for assault.
Republicans want to say, let's talk about how the leak came out. No, we're talking about what this means in the lives of the American people and our commitment to the calibration that is contained in Roe v. Wade.
Further protests are scheduled for this weekend. So far, President Biden has not weighed in on them. At the White House, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Thank you to Lucas for that report. We did hear from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer not only last week, but over the weekend as well, as he is calling for a vote to make abortion rights federal law. He did speak from New York City yesterday. Let's take a listen to his latest address.
So today I'm detailing my plans to hold a vote Wednesday to codify Roe into law. I will file cloture, which moves the bill tomorrow, and we will vote on Wednesday, and every American will see how every senator stands. They can't duck it anymore. The Republicans have tried to duck it. They have surreptitiously tried to take away rights by packing the courts, but they don't get up and talk about it. Well, now they're going to have to show which side they're on. Now they're going to have to show which side they are on. They're afraid. The Republicans are afraid. The day after the decision, when they asked Mitch McConnell, are you glad that Roe v. Wade might be repealed, he talked about the leaks. They're afraid to talk about the issue because they know that the American people are not on their side. They know that history is not on their side. So they're talking about these leaks. These leaks weren't a good thing. But compare that to the health and rights of 100 million American women, it ain't close. They're ducking, they're weaving, they're hiding. We're making them vote. They will not be able to hide any longer.
And that was the latest address from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, once again confirming that the Senate will vote on Wednesday to codify abortion rights. We are going to touch base with our Fox 5 DC team on the ground as we look ahead to that vote. But on your screens, you are seeing protests that happened last week in New York City, as they did happen around the country. They have now escalated to protesting outside of the homes of these Supreme Court justices. But churches around the country also spent the last few days fearing protests after pro-choice activists threatened demonstrations over this leaked Supreme Court draft. Churches in Chicago, D.C., Austin, and even New York, much like the protests that you are seeing on your screens, these churches have asked police for additional security. Our Fox's Alexis McAdams is in New York City with more on this story.
St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City did go on uninterrupted, but the NYPD was still here on standby. Now, across the nation, many states are on high alert. Out in Virginia, the Attorney General says that anyone who interrupts a Catholic Mass could face legal action.
It's actual federal law that you're not allowed to directly intimidate and interfere with somebody in a house of worship, their ability to worship God and worship their Lord. And so this has been brought to my attention. We've taken it very, very seriously.
Police in Wisconsin investigating a suspicious fire at a nonprofit that supports anti-abortion measures. Now, the Madison police chief says it appears this office was specifically targeted. This weekend, protests also popping up across the country. Large groups gathering in Chicago, Houston, D.C., and in Austin as activists call on Americans to protest the potential end to abortion rights. This after someone leaked a draft U.S. Supreme Court opinion that would strike down the Roe v. Wade decision. That landmark 1973 ruling established a constitutional right to abortion in the United States. As the Supreme Court's marshal is trying to figure out who the person is who leaked that draft, state leaders speaking at rallies. In Chicago, Illinois' Democratic governor standing with pro-choice crowds.
If the court overturns Roe v. Wade, abortions won't stop. It just means they'll be more dangerous.
The National Catholic Advocacy Group, also known as Catholic Vote, is now calling on President Biden and leaders in Washington, D.C. to condemn those groups who are interrupting Catholic Mass. Here in New York City, no big problems yet. In New York City, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And thank you, Alexis, for the latest. The battle lines have been drawn following that Supreme Court draft leak. Our Fox News congressional correspondent, Chad Pergram, he looks at what this could potentially mean for both political parties as we look down the pipeline and into the rest of the year. Let's take a listen.
It wasn't an October surprise, but a May surprise. Democrats will use the decision as a wedge against Republicans this fall.
Reproductive rights will be on the ballot, and women will vote, and they will make sure their voices are heard.
The leak may be one of the most seminal events of 2022. It could boost Democrats as liberals feel alienated.
If you think about Joe Biden and the difficulty that he faced in the Democratic Party, it was largely with the Democratic left. It was a question of whether he was liberal enough. This, in some ways, solves that problem.
Democrats are outraged at Senate Republicans for blocking the confirmation of Attorney General Merrick Garland for the Supreme Court in 2016, then confirming pro-life justices.
Every single Republican also changed Senate rules to confirm not one, not two, but 3 Trump justices to the U.S. Supreme Court, assuring a 6-3 conservative majority. Some of these justices lied to the Senate by misrepresenting their views on respecting precedent when it came to decisions like Roe.
Republicans say it's dangerous for Democrats to target justices.
In 2020, the Senate Democratic leader marched across the street to the court and shouted threats at multiple justices by name if they didn't rule how he wanted.
I want to tell you, Gorsuch, I want to tell you, Kavanaugh, you have released the whirlwind, and you will pay the price.
I'm concerned that this could put our justices' lives in danger.
There's now a bill to bolster court security.
This risks violence against members of the Supreme Court and their families.
Democrats are campaigning not only against Republicans, but against the court itself.
The way that some of these justices got to the court and the discrepancy between what they said in their confirmation hearings and what they appear to be saying in this draft opinion create opportunities for Democrats to really gin up their base.
And it gives Democrats a chance to switch the narrative away from high inflation and gas prices. On Capitol Hill, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
And thank you to Chad for that report. We are going to continue to monitor all of the protests across the country, including leading up to that Senate vote to codify abortion rights that is set for Wednesday. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on the latest happening on the border. Also, the latest in the Alabama manhunt that has the country talking, and the latest bit of information that has come as a result of those Americans who unfortunately died mysteriously at the Sandals Emerald Bay Resort in the Bahamas. All of that after this. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. But from Orlando out to New York City we go. Here's a live look at the Big Apple on this Monday, May 9th, 2022. We have this vantage point, and we also have a lovely look at the Statue of Liberty as the sun is rising here on the East Coast. We do want to bring you a bit of breaking news if you are joining us from New York. The governor of New York has tested positive for COVID-19. She tested positive on Sunday. Governor Kathy Hochul announcing that she has the coronavirus. The Democrat made the announcement via a tweet. She said she's been vaccinated and boosted and she is asymptomatic. Hochul says she'll be isolating and working remotely this week. And she also urged Empire State residents to get their shots and isolate if they develop symptoms of COVID-19. So that is the latest from New York State. From New York down to Texas we go, where we are monitoring the situation on the border as, excuse me, as a dress rehearsal for an anticipated surge in illegal immigration when the Biden administration ends its COVID-related asylum rules at the southern border. Of course, we've been keeping a very close eye on the expiration date on Title 42 that the Biden administration has set. Our Fox News correspondent Nate Foy, he is in Texas with the latest on this story.
A show of force from authorities on both sides of the Rio Grande in Laredo. National Guard soldiers, Texas Department of Public Safety troopers, and Mexican police all holding joint drills as Title 42 is set to expire.
I think the sheer presence of air support in the area, along with ground troops, it sends a message to both the Mexican government and the migrants who are trying to cross through Mexico that we're ready.
Teams are training for a possible mass migration attempt. Just 1 mile south, a group of 1,500 to 3,000 Haitian migrants are waiting to cross.
We are straddling the Rio Grande right now. About a mile south is where you're going to find that group of 1,500 to 3,000 Haitian migrants. I want you to take a look at them right here using Texas DPS resources. You see them just waiting on the other side of the border. The question, what will they do if Title 42 is dropped as scheduled on the 23rd of this month?
The violent Northeast cartel charges $800 to $1,000 for each person to cross the river. It's unclear how many have that money, but Laredo leaders still believe the group is coming.
They're waiting. They don't care. They want to come over now. They don't care about Title 42 because they know it's going to be lifted.
In the Del Rio sector, 4 migrants are back in Mexico tonight after a boat rescue by Mexican authorities near Eagle Pass. Others made it across to be processed by Border Patrol.
For the month of April, it's going to be historic. And if it's confirmed from what I'm hearing, we're going to see the highest number of encounters in U.S. history for the month of April. It just goes to show you that even what they're trying to do, it's not making any type of significant impact along the border right now.
Today, a Texas DPS source tells me that he just received a new intel report saying that 4,000 more Haitian migrants are making their way to Nuevo Laredo. Reporting in Laredo, Texas, Nate Foy, Fox News.
Thank you, Nate, for that report. Gabby Petito's mother has filed a new wrongful death lawsuit on Friday against the estate of Brian Laundrie. Our Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff has more on this story from Washington.
The lawsuit seeks $30,000 in damages and a trial by jury. Laundrie died as a result of a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head, according to authorities. His body was located in October, nearly a month after a massive search for his girlfriend, Gabby Petito, resulted in her remains being found in a Wyoming campground. The FBI determined she had died of strangulation and that Laundrie had confessed to the crime in a note. The new lawsuit filed by Gabby's mother, Nicole, reads, as a direct and proximate consequence of Brian Laundrie's tortious conduct, Nicole Schmidt and Joseph Petito incurred funeral and burial expenses, and they have suffered a loss of care and comfort, and they have suffered a loss of probable future companionship, society, and comfort. The curator of Laundrie's estate told Fox News Digital that his role allows him to receive the summons, but that he has no responsibility to respond to it. Stephen Bertolino, the Laundrie family attorney, wrote, quote, this lawsuit will most likely not be defended, and the Petitos will have gained nothing more than a piece of paper that tells them what everyone already knows, which is that Brian was responsible for Gabby's death, as indicated by the FBI. This lawsuit is in addition to an amended civil suit filed by Gabby's parents in Florida, alleging that Brian Laundrie's mother and father knew about Gabby's murder and where her body was located, and also helped their son evade police. Bertolino has tried, without success so far, to have that case dismissed. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Thank you to Alexandria for that update. The manhunt is underway for a convicted killer and the former Alabama corrections officer who is accused of helping him break out of prison. We have new video showing Vicky White at a hotel just hours before she disappeared with inmate Casey White. Our Fox News correspondent Charles Watson, he's in Florence, Alabama with the details.
We're getting a look at Vicky White's movements in the hours before she allegedly broke convicted inmate Casey White out of an Alabama prison. Hours before the escape, Vicky White is seen in this newly released security footage pacing and looking around a nearby hotel before she allegedly used her power as a corrections officer to walk admitted murderer Casey White out of prison for a court appointment officials say did not exist. The hotel is allegedly where Vicky White stayed the night before going on the run, and it's also near the location where police say she pre-positioned a getaway vehicle for the two.
I think there's no doubt in anyone's mind now this was completely premeditated by Vicky. She sold her house beforehand. She made sure she had funds on hand before she did this.
On Friday, authorities located the fugitive's escape vehicle. It was located about 100 miles north, partially spray painted at a tow yard in Williamson County, Tennessee. It had been sitting there for nearly a week after police say the convicted inmate and corrections officer deserted it along Aurora Road. One of the big questions now is, why would a 17-year corrections officer allegedly do all of this just a day before she was set to retire? Well, love may be the answer. Officials say Casey and Vicky White, no relation by the way, were engaged in some type of jailhouse romance. And while it appears Vicky White is willing to go to extreme lengths for their special relationship, some say it's a mistake to think Casey White would do the same. Sheriff Rick Singleton pleading with his former deputy to give it up.
Get out while you can and turn yourself in to local authorities wherever you're at.
The U.S. Marshal Service is asking the public to be vigilant. They've released these photos of Casey White and his tattoos, some of which authorities say are affiliated with an Alabama white supremacy group. And these photos of Vicky White, who may have dyed her hair to disguise her appearance. There is a reward for up to $25,000 for information leading to their arrest. In Florence, Alabama, Charles Watson, Fox News.
And thank you for that update. 3 American tourists have died mysteriously at the Sandals Emerald Bay Resort in the Bahamas. A 4th person, a woman, was flown to a hospital in New Providence. Luckily, she's in stable condition. The State Department says it's keeping an eye on the investigation. Our Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman has the latest.
Investigators with the Royal Bahamas Police Force say it's not clear how these individuals died, but that their death was sudden. Police were notified Friday morning shortly after 9 a.m. by staff at the Sandals Emerald Bay in Exuma that a man was found unresponsive on the bedroom floor of his villa, and a second man and a woman were found unresponsive at another villa. Officers say the couple complained of illness that previous evening, went to a local medical facility, received treatment, and returned to their lodging. Officers said both individuals showed signs of convulsion, but no signs of trauma. All 3 individuals were pronounced dead by a local doctor. Here's what the Bahamas Minister of Health and Wellness said on Saturday.
It all started day before yesterday, where there were some signs of individuals presenting to the clinic with nausea, vomiting, and some symptoms. They were eventually seen to and subsequently discharged themselves. Our investigations were up till late last night, and we feel that what we are seeing is an isolated case associated in a particular area.
The U.S. State Department released a statement saying, in part, we are closely monitoring local authorities' investigation into the cause of death. We stand ready to provide all appropriate consular assistance out of the respect for the privacy of the families. We have nothing further to add at this time. Also, the Bahamas acting prime minister says although the cause of death is unknown, foul play is not suspected. A 4th person, a woman, was also airlifted to a nearby hospital for treatment. Fox News medical contributor Dr. Marty McCary says her condition might provide some answers.
This appears to sound more like an environmental exposure. A pollutant or a toxin could have come from an industrial source. I've heard of so many different sources of rare toxins that that's certainly one of the plausible explanations.
A spokesperson with the Royal Bahamas Police Force says they're waiting on the autopsy report to determine the exact cause of death for the 3 resort guests as part of this ongoing investigation. Reporting in Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
And thank you, Christina, for that update. We will be keeping all of you at home updated on that investigation as new details do emerge. We're taking a live now look at the White House, the nation's capital, on this Monday, May 9th, 2022. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the top stories and also touch on some health news, the latest in COVID-19, and also a mysterious hepatitis outbreak that is affecting children across the country. All of that after this break. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, 1 minute shy of the 7 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. We do want to thank you all for choosing to begin your morning with us here on Live Now from Fox. As always, we do want to get you out the door this morning if you are just joining us on all of the top stories that we are monitoring, not only across the country, but around the world. The morning did begin with an update out of Moscow, Russia, where earlier this morning a Victory Day parade did take place with President Vladimir Putin addressing the thousands of people that were in Red Square. And essentially, it was obviously a speech that was meant for the world to hear. He defended the invasion of Ukraine. He also blamed the West and NATO for provoking this conflict. We'll walk you through some of the statements made and some of the images that you're seeing on your screens there. But we also are keeping a very close eye on the nation's capital, both the White House and Capitol Hill. At the White House, we are expecting President Joe Biden to announce a push for lower internet costs for all of you tuning in at home. He is expected to make that announcement at around 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. As always, whenever the President of the United States speaks, we head there live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. So you can expect those remarks to be played out in full for you here a little bit later on in the day. We also are monitoring the latest on Capitol Hill on all of the fallout as we have officially hit the 1 week mark since Politico published that Supreme Court draft leak that has sent shockwaves around the country. Protesters have taken to the streets over the past 7 days. And the latest update on that front is that abortion rights protesters are actually targeting homes of Supreme Court justices after the Roe v. Wade opinion draft leak 1 week ago. We'll get you up to speed from our reporters who are covering not only the protests happening around the country, but looking ahead to Wednesday's Senate vote to codify abortion rights in this country. We also want to take you up to speed on the latest on the ground in Ukraine as we have hit day 75 of this invasion. So a lot to break down here for you all, but we'll begin with the big one that happened just earlier this morning. I do want to bring for you these images in full from Moscow, Russia, as Vladimir Putin did address not only his nation, but once again address the world in remarks made once again earlier on this morning. It is Victory Day in Russia. I do want to clarify for those of you that are perhaps just joining us, this does not mean by any means that Russia are declaring victory in their invasion of Ukraine. This is an event that occurs each and every year and has occurred since the end of World War II. It is a parade in which Russia celebrates its victory over Nazi Germany in World War II. Hundreds of thousands of people make their way to the streets. Parades are taking place in 28 cities involving 65,000 military members, 2,400 items of military hardware, and more than 400 aircraft. There you are seeing drone cameras that are able to capture all of these images. It is quite a theatrical performance, to say the very least. And President Vladimir Putin, he did say and defend his country, outlining that they are, quote, fighting for the motherland, for its future. He actually accused the West of preparing for an invasion of our land, were his words. He called NATO an obvious threat. He said that this operation in Ukraine is still, quote, a special military operation. So many had thought that perhaps Vladimir Putin would use this opportunity, use this Victory Day in Russia to escalate the situation in Ukraine and finally refer to it as the war that it is. But he maintained that it is a special military operation. He also condemned the United States directly by name, saying, quote, the United States of America, especially after the collapse of the Soviet Union, has humiliated not only the whole world, but also their satellite states. So very harsh words from the president of Russia. We'll continue to monitor all of these celebrations that are happening in Moscow throughout the day. We also want to keep you up to date on another event that happened over the weekend. The First Lady of the United States, Jill Biden, she made a surprise visit to Ukraine. Now, the First Lady was scheduled to be in Romania and Slovakia meeting with Ukrainian refugees, but she did make her way to a small town that is about 10 minutes on the Ukrainian side of the Ukrainian-Slovakian border to meet face-to-face with President Volodymyr Zelinski's wife, the First Lady of Ukraine. They met inside this school for about 2 hours. They did exchange some remarks and they spoke face-to-face for quite some time. Let's listen into those remarks.
I wanted to come on Mother's Day. I thought it was important to show the Ukrainian people that this war has to stop. And this war has been brutal, and that the people of the United States stand with the people of Ukraine.
До своєї родини. Такий теплий ваш візит і наша тепла зустріч, мені здається, це особливий і дуже вдалий день для такої зустрічі.
We all feel your support, and we all feel the leadership of the U.S. President. But we would like to note that the Mother's Day is a very symbolic day for us, because we can also feel your love and support during such an important day. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you.
The First Ladies then met and did some crafts with Ukrainian refugees. This school has been turned into a home for the Ukrainian refugees, the 5.5 million of them that have had to escape Ukraine. Of course, these are the ones that remained in Ukraine, but obviously had to leave their respective cities. And there you are seeing both First Ladies working together in a really touching moment on Mother's Day. Our Fox News correspondent, Greg Palcott, he has more details on this meeting. Let's take a listen.
First Lady Jill Biden on Sunday making an unannounced trip to Ukraine, the latest high-profile U.S. official to visit the war-torn country, showing solidarity with its fight against the ongoing Russian invasion.
This war has to stop, and this war has been brutal. People of the United States stand with the people of Ukraine.
Biden and the Ukrainian First Lady paying a Mother's Day visit to a school near the Slovakian border that's currently serving as a shelter for refugees. More than 7.5 million people have been displaced within the country since the start of the war. The visit comes just one day after a Russian bomb flattened a school in the Donbass, where people were sheltering in the basement. Dozens now fear dead beneath the rubble. Further south, the last civilians were evacuated Saturday from the Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol. An estimated 2,000 Ukrainian fighters are still inside, the last remaining holdouts keeping Russia from taking total control of the strategic port.
Surrender for us is unacceptable because we cannot grant such a big gift to the enemy, because every person who were captured is the exchange fund, is the resource of political pressure.
The Ukrainian government has reached out to international organizations to try to seek safe passage for those soldiers. In Kyiv, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
And thank you to Greg for that report. We do want to keep you up to date on the latest that is expected as this war has hit day 75 and Ukraine is bracing for more missile strikes. Our Fox's Tom Graham, he has more on all of this.
An offensive continues to ramp up with rounds of fresh attacks over the weekend across eastern Ukraine. Western leaders now warn that Russian President Vladimir Putin could formally declare war Monday, a sign that things will get worse in the region. This comes as the U.S. and several foreign leaders pledge to continue their support of Ukraine in the form of weapons and humanitarian aid. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and First Lady Jill Biden reiterated that message and say Russia will pay for their heinous crimes.
We continue to call upon Putin to cease his atrocities, his war crimes, his attacks on civilians.
This war has been brutal, and that people of the United States stand with the people of Ukraine.
Russia is also facing fresh accusations of war crimes over the bombing of a school that was being used as a refugee shelter in an eastern Ukrainian town. A regional governor says more than 60 people are feared dead, and emergency crews say scores of people could still be buried under piles of rubble.
They were hiding from shelling in the building of a regular school, which was attacked by Russian airstrikes. To do so is to imitate precisely the evil that the Nazis brought to Europe.
Meanwhile, members of the G7 held a conference call Sunday, vowing to ban or phase out imports of Russian oil. President Biden, who was in on that call, also announced additional sanctions against several Russian executives and other Russian-based businesses. In New York, Tom Graham, Fox News.
And thank you to Tom for that update. In his piece, he did reference this horrific attack on a school in the Luhansk region, that eastern Ukrainian region, where more than 60 are feared dead after a bomb struck it. Tom did outline these numbers as well, but I want to reiterate them for you. About 90 people were sheltering in this school. The state emergency service said 30 people were successfully rescued, but the local governor, Sergei Gadal, has said that it's likely that the 90 remaining, or the 60 remaining of the 90 that were inside of the building were killed, unfortunately, as a result of this attack. We do have more video and photos of the aftermath. A spokeswoman for the Southern Defense and Protection Forces told media that 4 rockets actually hit it. That is part of the story that we're trying to put together here. But the state emergency service said 2 bodies were recovered from the debris before search operations were suspended over the weekend. They were set to continue yesterday, but unfortunately there are no updates on bodies that have been rescued or found in that horrific bombing of a Ukrainian school. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we are actually going to head here live to Washington, D.C. to get an update on all of the fallout as a result of that Supreme Court document draft leak and a vote that is expected by the Senate on Wednesday. All of that after this break. Good morning and welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We are taking a Live Now look at the White House this morning as we continue to monitor all of the fallout as a result of that leaked draft of Roe v. Wade, that opinion leak that happened a week ago to the day, where a draft opinion written by Justice Samuel Alito was published by Politico. We have seen protests across the country, and we did hear from Senator Chuck Schumer, who confirmed that a vote will actually occur this Wednesday to codify abortion rights. We are live on the ground with our Fox 5 DC team. Maureen Ume, she joins us live with the latest. Maureen, welcome into the show. What is the latest news?
Well, good morning to you. So what's happening here is really largely procedural. Today, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer will introduce this bill. What they're hoping to do is really put Republicans on record to see where they stand on codifying a Roe v. Wade, which would, in essence, turn it back to the states and leave it up to the states to decide whether or not they want abortion to be legal or not. That's what they're trying to do. It likely will not pass. As you know, the Democrats, even though they have a majority, they need 60 votes to make this happen. Not likely to happen. So again, this is all coming on the heels of what you said happened exactly a week ago, when the Supreme Court indicated that they will be looking to overturn Roe v. Wade. And so all of that touching off protests, a lot of folks wondering what exactly this means for women across the land. A lot of people trying to have discussions about it, mostly protesting. Hopefully you're looking at video of what's happened this weekend. As usual here in D.C., we're no stranger to protests, but again, across in the Supreme Court, we saw both pro and con for Roe v. Wade, people speaking out against this, wanting congressional members to do something about what's happening here today. The protesters even went as far as going to Justice Brett Kavanaugh's home in Chevy Chase, Maryland, which is about 20 miles here from Capitol Hill. They protested outside his home, chanting. These were pro-choice protesters who gathered outside of his home, again, to make their voices heard. They're in essence just saying they want these lawmakers to know that they, in fact, are the majority in terms of folks who want Roe v. Wade to survive. They are, in fact, the majority, and that the minority does not speak for them. Now, again, back to what's happening here on Capitol Hill. Again, this vote is largely procedural. This is a 100 seats in Senate chamber that this bill will be introduced at today. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer will do that. They'll put the vote to the senators on Wednesday. Again, not expected to pass. They'll need 60 votes to do that. That's not likely to happen because, in fact, they've got one Democrat, Joe Manchin from West Virginia, who is siding with Republicans on this and not wanting Roe v. Wade to go any further than it is right now. So it'll be a tough haul for Republicans to really try to get this happening, but at least they want to put it on the record, and this is yet another attempt for them to try to at least codify Roe v. Wade and have something on the books. Not likely to happen, but you know, here in Washington, the stranger things have happened. Just when you think something is dead in the water, it resurrects and something happens that pushes it further. So we'll be watching it, and of course we'll keep you updated on what's happening here on Capitol Hill as it goes to Roe v. Wade and the push to keep that constitutional law legal here in the United States. Back to you.
Yes, certainly just the beginning of this story. Maureen Ume joining us live from Washington, D.C. Thank you very much for the update. We'll be keeping posted with you as this story does, of course, unfold. We want to take you back out to images of the latest on the ground in the nation's capital, as we have been reporting for quite a while now that a fence has been actually put up in front of the Supreme Court after protests happened all week long last week as a result of this Supreme Court draft leak. We also want to make sure that you fully understand what it is that is happening here, what this draft means. Maureen Ume just did an excellent job outlining what exactly this vote on Wednesday is going to mean. It is, of course, not expected to pass because, as she outlined, you do need a 60-vote majority, but we will be keeping a very close eye on all of the proceedings that happened not only on Wednesday, but leading up to it as well. This was a 98-page draft decision that was written and signed by Justice Samuel Alito, a member of the court's 6-3 conservative majority. It's not final, and we do want to make sure that you all understand that this is not a final vote by any means. It was a draft that was actually written back in February, published by Politico on Monday. It outlines that the Supreme Court could be poised to overturn that landmark 1973 Roe v. Wade decision. If that does happen, it would ultimately be up to the individual states to decide whether or not abortion is legal in their respective lands, because we know how most of those states would ultimately line up. Roughly half, largely in the South and Midwest, are likely to quickly ban abortion. We did hear from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, who is calling for this vote. He spoke just yesterday, so let's listen into his latest update on what he expects to happen on Wednesday and what he thinks the ultimate message will be. Let's take a listen.
So today I'm detailing my plans to hold a vote Wednesday to codify Roe into law. I will file cloture, which moves the bill tomorrow, and we will vote on Wednesday, and every American will see how every senator stands. They can't duck it anymore. The Republicans have tried to duck it. They have surreptitiously tried to take away rights by packing the courts, but they don't get up and talk about it. Well, now they're going to have to show which side they're on. Now they're going to have to show which side they are on. They're afraid. The Republicans are afraid. The day after the decision, when they asked Mitch McConnell, are you glad that Roe v. Wade might be repealed, he talked about the leaks. They're afraid to talk about the issue because they know that the American people are not on their side. They know that history is not on their side. So they're talking about these leaks. These leaks weren't a good thing. But compare that to the health and rights of 100 million American women, it ain't close. They're ducking, they're weaving, they're hiding. We're making them vote. They will not be able to hide any longer.
And I did want to let you listen in there to some of the sights and sounds that occurred over the weekend outside of the Supreme Court justices' homes. This is pro-abortion rights demonstrators gathered outside of the home of Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh. We did just hear this referenced by our very own Fox 5 DC's Maureen Ume, who did allude to these protests that happened over the weekend. The demonstrators, of course, protesting in response to that leaked Supreme Court draft ruling published by Politico 1 week ago to the day. The Biden administration was actually asked directly whether or not it supports protests targeting conservative Supreme Court justices outside of their home. Our Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson, he has more on the Biden administration's response from the White House.
Justice Clarence Thomas has reportedly said the Supreme Court will not be bullied in the wake of this leak. The White House says the justices have a right to privacy. Here's Fox News' Peter Doocy earlier.
These activists posted a map with the home addresses of the Supreme Court justices. Is that the kind of thing this president wants to help your side make their point?
Look, I think the president's view is that there's a lot of passion, a lot of fear, a lot of sadness from many, many people across this country about what they saw in that leaked document. We obviously want people's privacy to be respected.
Google has removed a map showing the home addresses of the conservative Supreme Court justices, saying the map is, quote, no longer available due to a violation of our terms of service and or policies. That's not good enough for some people who say this is doxing, which is tech speak for publishing private or identifying information about someone on the internet with malicious intent. A former law clerk for Justice Gorsuch says this needs to stop.
These conservative justices are getting their threats against their life online and elsewhere right now, and the Justice Department needs to step it up. They need to start making arrests for conspiracy, for obstruction, for assault.
Republicans want to say, let's talk about how the leak came out. No, we're talking about what this means in the lives of the American people and our commitment to the calibration that is contained in Roe v. Wade.
Further protests are scheduled for this weekend. So far, President Biden has not weighed in on them. At the White House, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
For that update, here we are seeing some of the protests that happened since this Politico publishing of this Supreme Court opinion was leaked. Churches around the country spent the last few days fearing protests, much like the ones on your screens, after pro-choice activists threatened demonstrations over the leaked Supreme Court draft. Churches in D.C., Chicago, Austin, and even New York City, like where this protest on your screen is happening, have asked police for additional security. Our Fox's Alexis McAdams, she's in New York City with more.
Cathedral in New York City did go on uninterrupted, but the NYPD was still here on standby. Now, across the nation, many states are on high alert. Out in Virginia, the Attorney General says that anyone who interrupts a Catholic Mass could face legal action.
It's actual federal law that you're not allowed to directly intimidate and interfere with somebody in a house of worship, their ability to worship God and worship their Lord. And so This has been brought to my attention. We've taken it very, very seriously.
Police in Wisconsin investigating a suspicious fire at a nonprofit that supports anti-abortion measures. Now, the Madison police chief says it appears this office was specifically targeted. This weekend, protests also popping up across the country. Large groups gathering in Chicago, Houston, D.C., and in Austin as activists call on Americans to protest the potential end to abortion rights. This after someone leaked a draft U.S. Supreme Court opinion that would strike down the Roe v. Wade decision. That landmark 1973 ruling established a constitutional right to abortion in the United States. As the Supreme Court's marshal is trying to figure out who the person is who leaked that draft, state leaders speaking at rallies. In Chicago, Illinois' Democratic governor standing with pro-choice crowds.
If the court overturns Roe v. Wade, abortions won't stop. It just means they'll be more dangerous.
The National Catholic Advocacy Group, also known as Catholic Vote, is now calling on President Biden and leaders in Washington, D.C. to condemn those groups who are interrupting Catholic Mass. Here in New York City, no big problems yet. In New York City, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
And thank you to Alexis for that report. We'll continue to monitor all of the protests scheduled across the nation over the coming days, all of this leading up to that Senate vote on Wednesday to codify abortion rights. We are now taking a live now look at New York City. As we do want to let you all know on this Monday morning, if you are tuning in from New York or from the United States, the governor of New York has unfortunately tested positive for COVID-19. Governor Kathy Hochul announced she has coronavirus. She made the announcement in a tweet. She said she's been vaccinated and boosted, and she is asymptomatic. She'll be isolating and working remotely this week. She did urge the Empire State and all of its residents to get their shots and isolate if they develop symptoms of COVID-19. We're going to continue to get you up to date on all of the top stories stateside right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And we do want to get you up to speed on all of the top stories as we are just 2 minutes shy of the 7:30 hour here on the East Coast. We are showing you images from earlier this morning of Victory Day in Moscow, Russia. This is an event that occurs each and every year and has occurred since the Russian victory in World War II. It is a parade that is set to honor, once again, that victory over Nazi Germany. And it is not at all connected to perhaps a victory in Ukraine. We do want to make sure that you are all clear of that on this Monday morning. But Vladimir Putin did make a speech at this victory parade. It is known as Victory Day in Russia, May 9th of every year. And Vladimir Putin defending his invasion of Ukraine, blaming the West and NATO for essentially provoking that conflict. He also condemned the United States directly, but you are seeing images from that parade this morning. It is quite a theatrical performance that happens each and every year. It is a showing of Russia's military force, of their might, that occurs, again, each and every year as a victory celebration over Nazi Germany that occurred back in World War II. We also are keeping a very close eye on the nation's capital on this Monday morning. Close eye on the White House as President Joe Biden is set to make a push for lower internet costs. His administration will make an announcement at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll be there live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. We're also keeping a very close eye on Capitol Hill after, of course, that Supreme Court draft opinion was leaked a week ago to the day and published by Politico. It has sent shockwaves across the country, caused protests in some of the biggest cities across the nation. And we can report that, of course, we are expecting the Senate to vote to codify abortion rights on Wednesday. Now, this is not expected to pass. They would need 60 to vote in favor. That, of course, is not expected to happen. But we did just hear from our Fox 5 DC team, Maureen Ume, outline the parameters of that vote. And she did say what we should all be reminded of. There are never shortings of surprises when it comes to U.S. politics, so we will be keeping a very close eye on that vote. We also want to let you all know that we have hit day 75 of the war in Ukraine, and we also are going to be recapping a historic trip by the First Lady of the United States, who has met with the First Lady of Ukraine on Mother's Day. So we'll take you through all of those videos in just a bit. If you are just joining us, we recapped those a couple of minutes ago. We'll circle back because that's what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We keep you up to date on all of the top stories. But we do want to first and foremost head south to the border to get you all up to speed on the latest news coming in to our newsroom when it comes to the situation, of course, on the border. As that Title 42 deadline approaches, and the Biden administration is looking, of course, to lift those Title 42 restrictions that were put in place during the Trump and by the Trump administration. Border officials are preparing for the end of that border policy. Our Fox News correspondent Nate Foy, he is in Texas with the latest on this story. Let's take a listen.
A show of force from authorities on both sides of the Rio Grande in Laredo. National Guard soldiers, Texas Department of Public Safety troopers, and Mexican police all holding joint drills as Title 42 is set to expire.
I think the sheer presence of air support in the area, along with ground troops, it sends a message to both the Mexican government and the migrants who are trying to cross through Mexico that we're ready.
Teams are training for a possible mass migration attempt. Just 1 mile south, a group of 1,500 to 3,000 Haitian migrants are waiting to cross.
We are straddling the Rio Grande right now. About a mile south is where you're going to find that group of 1,500 to 3,000 Haitian migrants. I want you to take a look at them right here using Texas DPS resources. You see them just waiting on the other side of the border. The question, what will they do if Title 42 is dropped as scheduled on the 23rd of this month?
The violent Northeast cartel charges $800 to $1,000 for each person to cross the river. It's unclear how many have that money, but Laredo leaders still believe the group is coming.
They're waiting. They don't care. They want to come over now. They don't care about Title 42 because they know it's going to be lifted.
In the Del Rio sector, 4 migrants are back in Mexico tonight after a boat rescue by Mexican authorities near Eagle Pass. Others made it across to be processed by Border Patrol.
For the month of April, it's going to be historic. And if it's confirmed from what I'm hearing, we're going to see
the highest number of encounters in U.S. history for the month of April. It just goes to show you that even what they're trying to do, it's not making any type of significant impact along the border right now.
Today, a Texas DPS source tells me that he just received a new intel report saying that 4,000 more Haitian migrants are making their way to Nuevo Laredo. Reporting in Laredo, Texas, Nate Foy, Fox News.
Thank you to Nate for that update. We do want to give you the latest on Gabby Petito. Her mother has filed a new wrongful death lawsuit on Friday against the estate of Brian Laundrie. Our Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff, she has more on this story from Washington.
The lawsuit seeks $30,000 in damages and a trial by jury. Laundrie died as a result of a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head, according to authorities. His body was located in October, nearly a month after a massive search for his girlfriend, Gabby Petito, resulted in her remains being found in a Wyoming campground. The FBI determined she had died of strangulation and that Laundrie had confessed to the crime in a note. The new lawsuit filed by Gabby's mother, Nicole, reads, as a direct and proximate consequence of Brian Laundrie's tortious conduct, Nicole Schmidt and Joseph Petito incurred funeral and burial expenses, and they have suffered a loss of care and comfort, and they have suffered a loss of probable future companionship, society, and comfort. The curator of Laundrie's estate told Fox News Digital that his role allows him to receive the summons, but that he has no responsibility to respond to it. Stephen Bertolino, the Laundrie family attorney, wrote, quote, this lawsuit will most likely not be defended, and the Petitos will have gained nothing more than a piece of paper that tells them what everyone already knows, which is that Brian was responsible for Gabby's death, as indicated by the FBI. This lawsuit is in addition to an amended civil suit filed by Gabby's parents in Florida, alleging that Brian Laundrie's mother and father knew about Gabby's murder and where her body was located, and also helped their son evade police. Bertolino has tried, without success so far, to have that case dismissed. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
Thank you to Alexandria for that update. To Alabama we go, where a new update in the search for an escaped convict and the former Alabama corrections officer accused of helping him get away. Now, we can report that police have found the couple's getaway car, a 2007 Ford Edge, this on a rural road in Tennessee. Our Fox News correspondent Charles Watson, he has more on this story.
We're getting a look at Vicky White's movements in the hours before she allegedly broke convicted inmate Casey White out of an Alabama prison. Hours before the escape, Vicky White is seen in this newly released security footage pacing and looking around a nearby hotel before she allegedly used her power as a corrections officer to walk admitted murderer Casey White out of prison for a court appointment officials say did not exist. The hotel is allegedly where Vicky White stayed the night before going on the run, and it's also near the location where police say she pre-positioned a getaway vehicle for the two.
I think there's no doubt in anyone's mind now this was completely premeditated by Vicky. She sold her house beforehand. She made sure she had funds on hand before she did this.
On Friday, authorities located the fugitive's escape vehicle. It was located about 100 miles north, partially spray painted at a tow yard in Williamson County, Tennessee. It had been sitting there for nearly a week after police say the convicted inmate and corrections officer deserted it along Aurora Road. One of the big questions now is why would a 17-year corrections officer allegedly do all of this just a day before she was set to retire? Well, love may be the answer. Officials say Casey and Vicky White, no relation by the way, were engaged in some type of jailhouse romance. And while it appears Vicky White is willing to go to extreme lengths for their special relationship, some say it's a mistake to think Casey White would do the same. Sheriff Rick Singleton pleading with his former deputy to give it up.
Get out while you can and turn yourself in to local authorities wherever you're at.
The U.S. Marshal Service is asking the public to be vigilant. They've released these photos of Casey White and his tattoos, some of which authorities say are affiliated with an Alabama white supremacy group, and these photos of Vicky White, who may have dyed her hair to disguise her appearance. There is a reward for up to $25,000 for information leading to their arrest. In Florence, Alabama, Charles Watson, Fox News.
And thank you for that update. To the Bahamas we go, where three American tourists have died mysteriously at the Sandals Emerald Bay Resort in the Bahamas. A fourth person, a woman, was actually flown to a nearby hospital in New Providence. Luckily, she is in stable condition. The State Department says it's keeping an eye on this investigation. Our Fox News correspondent, Christina Coleman, she has the latest.
Investigators with the Royal Bahamas Police Force say it's not clear how these individuals died, but that their death was sudden. Police were notified Friday morning shortly after 9 a.m. by staff at the Sandals Emerald Bay in Exuma that a man was found unresponsive on the bedroom floor of his villa, and a second man and a woman were found unresponsive at another villa. Officers say the couple complained of illness that previous evening, went to a local medical facility, received treatment, and returned to their lodging. Officers said both individuals showed signs of convulsion, but no signs of trauma. All three individuals were pronounced dead by a local doctor. Here's what the Bahamas Minister of Health and Wellness said on Saturday.
It all started day before yesterday, where there were some signs of individuals presenting to the clinic with nausea, vomiting, and some symptoms. They were eventually seen to and subsequently discharged themselves. Our investigations were up to late last night, and we feel that what we are seeing is an isolated case associated in a particular area.
The U.S. State Department released a statement saying, in part, we are closely monitoring local authorities' investigation into the cause of death. We stand ready to provide all appropriate consular assistance out of the respect for the privacy of the families. We have nothing further to add at this time. Also, the Bahamas acting prime minister says although the cause of death is unknown, foul play is not suspected. A fourth person, a woman, was also airlifted to a nearby hospital for treatment. Fox News medical contributor Dr. Marty McCary says her condition might provide some answers.
This appears to sound more like an environmental exposure. A pollutant or a toxin could have come from an industrial source. I've heard of so many different sources of rare toxins that that's certainly one of the plausible explanations.
A spokesperson with the Royal Bahamas Police Force says they're waiting on the autopsy report to determine the exact cause of death for the three resort guests as part of this ongoing investigation. Reporting in Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
And we'll be keeping a very close eye on that investigation as it unfolds. Health officials are reassuring the public after recommending people not get the Johnson & Johnson vaccine due to a rare blood clotting syndrome. Our Fox News correspondent Jonathan Siri, he has more on this from Washington.
It's a big blow for Johnson & Johnson. The FDA now recommends against the drug maker's one-shot COVID-19 vaccine, citing a growing number of patients who developed a rare blood clotting syndrome. Health officials also pointing out the symptoms usually develop within the first 2 weeks. So if you already got one of the Johnson & Johnson shots, you're probably in the clear. The feds now say the Johnson shots should only be given to those over 18 who can't or won't get an mRNA vaccine from Pfizer or Moderna.
There are other options. We have Moderna and Pfizer, both of which don't have this rare side effect. But if you have a problem with one of those two vaccines, then Johnson & Johnson is still an option for you.
The new guidelines come amid a big uptick in COVID cases nationwide. At least 44 states now reporting a spike in infections, with the daily average now at 69,000, the highest number in 3 months. Fears of another surge now prompting a new big push to get booster shots in arms.
If you're vaccinated, if you're boosted, if you get tested early in disease, we have access to tools that prevent severe disease and death.
But with cities and states reluctant to return to COVID restrictions, public health officials say we'll likely see more community spread as the summer approaches.
We're talking about endemic, but we're not talking about over. COVID is still very much present. It is in our community.
And we're starting to see more pressure on healthcare providers. Hospitalizations are up 20% in just the past week. In Atlanta, Jonathan Searing, Fox News.
And thank you to Jonathan for that report. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we're going to get you up to speed on the baby formula shortage that is causing quite a big stress point for many families across the nation. We'll also get you up to speed on the latest business news. All of that after this break. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, and we are monitoring top stories across the country. We have some really pretty live shots coming in from around the nation, so I do want to take you out to a quick tour as we monitor all of the top stories this morning. Here's a live look at New York City on this Monday, May 9th, 2022. We did get you up to speed on the latest news from New York. Governor Kathy Hochul has tested positive for COVID-19. We'll work on getting you any of those updates as they do come into our newsroom. We also want to take you out to a live look at the White House this morning, as we are expecting to hear from President Joe Biden at around 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. He is expected to provide an update on the internet costs and how his administration plans to lower those internet costs for all of you tuning in from all around the country. I think we can all use a break on any bills that we can get. And we also are keeping a very close eye on a different story, one that involves baby formula and a shortage that really is impacting so many lives. I do want to take you out to a live look at Tampa, Florida, because that is where our Fox 13 Tampa team is standing by. Elizabeth Fry actually joins us with the latest on this story. Elizabeth, tell us about a baby formula shortage that has been going on for quite some time now and doesn't appear to be getting any better. Walk us through the latest details.
Well, good morning to you. Yeah, like you said, baby formula shortages are at an all-time high right now. We've seen the supply chain shortages with a lot of different things over the past few months, but now you can add baby formula to that list. And obviously, this is very stressful for parents. They need that formula for their children, and switching over isn't always the easiest option. And to add to that, a lot of stores are now trying to keep up with the demand by putting limits on just how many formulas parents can actually purchase when they do come into stock. So obviously, a big headache for a lot of parents out there, and it truly has become an all-out hunt for some who report going into the stores only to find the shelves completely empty of any type of formula. Now, last week it was reported that 40 to 50% of major U.S. formula brands were completely sold out. Of course, the supply chain issues are to blame, but add in recent recalls from Abbott Laboratories, a major baby formula manufacturer, and now options for parents are even more limited than before. Now, stores are doing what they can to keep up with the demand, but unfortunately that comes with imposing limits as to how much parents can actually buy. So Walgreens and CVS, they're currently imposing a limit of about 3 infant and toddler formulas per transaction. Target is also placing limits on their online orders with only 4 formulas available per customer, and there have been reports that Walmart is actually doing the same, although no official limit has been announced. Now, the big question here is, if you are struggling to find that formula, what should you do? Well, experts say, number one, check with your pediatrician. They may be able to help direct you to local formula reps that can help you if you are struggling to find formula in the store. If you are able to find it online, though, get it where you can. Just make sure you're buying from reputable companies, and if possible, we know this is not possible for every family out there, but if possible, switch your child's formula to maybe a more generic brand, one that's easier to find if they don't require that specialized formula. Now, experts are going one step further to say, if you are able to somehow find this formula in store, at least for right now, it might be a good idea to only buy 10 days to 2 weeks worth of a supply. They say that's because there are so many parents out there who are unfortunately in the same situation right now, struggling to find that formula. So they just want to make sure, even if there aren't limits at the store you're shopping at, there's just enough formula to go around for everyone. Of course, though, if you do need other options, the best thing to do would be to check with your child's pediatrician.
Some great tips there, Elizabeth. Thank you so much for outlining what the current situation is, and some really solid tips on what mothers and families who are tuning in and saying, what should I do? A plan to kind of move forward there. Elizabeth Fry, Fox 13 Tampa on the story. Thank you so much for the time. We always appreciate it. And we do want to take you back out live to a look at the White House as we continue to monitor different situations, not only a baby formula shortage that we are keeping a close eye on, but also a hepatitis outbreak in this country that has been causing and making headlines for quite some time. An update from the CDC regarding a mysterious hepatitis outbreak involving children. Health officials actually say they're looking into more than 100 cases across the United States. states. Our Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera, she has more details from Washington on this story. Let's take a listen.
New details from the CDC regarding a hepatitis outbreak in children. Health officials now looking into more than 100 possible cases of the liver disease reported in the U.S. 5 of the affected children have died.
Overall, more than 90% of these patients under investigation were hospitalized. 14% received liver transplants.
2 weeks ago, the CDC alerted health officials across the country about a cluster of hepatitis cases in 9 children in Alabama from October to February. The agency is still working to figure out how 109 children got hepatitis. More than half had adenovirus infections, which typically causes mild cold or flu-like symptoms or stomach problems. But the CDC says it's too early to say if the virus is a cause.
This is an evolving situation, and we're casting a wide net to help broaden our understanding.
Some of the signs and symptoms of hepatitis include fever, fatigue, loss of appetite, and nausea.
It's important to remember that severe hepatitis in children is rare, even with the potential increase in cases that we're reporting today.
For now, health experts are advising parents to be vigilant and monitor their children's behavior.
When there's a sudden change and a parent can sense that something's not right, that's when it's a good time to call a pediatrician.
The outbreak is not just impacting the U.S. The World Health Organization says nearly 300 probable cases have been reported in 20 countries. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And thank you to Madeline for that update. The April jobs report numbers are out and shows the economy added more than 420,000 jobs. Unemployment remains steady at 3.6%. Despite the positive news, though, there is still concern about the impact inflation is having on the consumer and how long rising prices will remain in effect. Our Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera, she actually has details on this also from Washington. Let's take a listen.
In the battleground state of Ohio, President Biden touted his administration's latest move to boost domestic manufacturing and strengthen supply chains. 5 major companies, including GE Aviation and Lockheed Martin, are committing to source more parts from American firms that use 3D printing.
The pandemic and the economic crisis that we inherited and Putin's war in Ukraine have all shown the vulnerability when we become too reliant on things made overseas.
The president is aiming to bring down prices, which remain stubbornly high. Still, in the midst of the worst inflation in 4 decades, a bright spot. April is showing another streak of strong hiring with 428,000 new jobs. The unemployment rate holding steady at 3.6%.
This is a very strong jobs number.
But the country is facing some headwinds. The Federal Reserve still on track to continue raising interest rates after increasing it by a half percentage point this week. A tricky situation that sent stocks on a roller coaster ride as the Fed tries to tamp down inflation without triggering a recession.
These are uncertain economic times.
The percentage of people either working or actively looking for work also went down from 62.4% in March to 62.2% in April.
We all know there's work to be done.
The president is also calling on Congress to pass the Bipartisan Innovation Act, which would pump funding for semiconductor manufacturing, an industry currently facing a global shortage. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And thank you to Madeline for that report as well. Gas prices are back on the rise again. The average price of a regular gallon of gas is currently $4.38 per gallon. That's up 15 cents a gallon over the last 2 weeks. The current price is $1.36 higher than it was a year ago. According to the Lundenberg survey, average diesel prices have increased by 43 cents in the last 2 weeks. And we also are monitoring a potential electricity shortage. Electric power producers are warning of upcoming power gaps that could lead to periods of no power this year. Power providers are saying they may have trouble keeping up with demand, and rolling blackouts could happen in some locations across the nation this year. The power shortage could be coming from extreme heat, wildfire power loss, or delays in bringing new sources online. The Midwest and states like California and Texas could see those effects. Many coal power plants are being phased out for renewable energy sources and could cause less electricity to be available. And as we look ahead to the year two, airfare prices, that is, are expected to skyrocket over the next several months. Nobody wants to be hearing that, but making travel plans much more complicated for Americans looking forward to that summer getaway. Our Fox News' Sal Giangrasso, he has more on this story.
2022 summer travel will look a lot different this year, especially if you're hitting the skies. According to travel search engine Skyscanner, round-trip flights within the U.S. will cost $302 per traveler on average, up 3% during the same period pre-pandemic. This price spike is expected to continue through the summer months as air travel bounces back following 2 years of lower-than-average demand due to the pandemic.
Airfares have changed a lot, price-wise. I just know the prices are going to go up and up and up.
Travel experts say the rise in prices will not stop travelers, and Americans should be prepared for packed lines and security checkpoints at nationwide airports.
With so many air travelers, security lines are quite long, so you should plan to leave a little extra time to check in and get to the gate.
For those looking to get to their destination by car, be ready to shell out more for gas at the pump. Analysts from Gas Buddy say nationwide average fuel prices for unleaded regular will be around $4.18 in July and $4.23 in August. Despite this, AAA says 42% of consumers admitted that rising gas prices wouldn't alter their summer travel plans in a recent survey.
We're seeing, unprecedented levels of demand. People are out there traveling again. People are really eager to get back out there and rediscover places that have been closed for so long.
To deal with the unprecedented number of air travelers, the TSA says they will hold hiring events in the coming weeks to fill positions as they continue to deal with staffing shortages nationwide. In New York, Sal Giangrasso, Fox News.
Not even high air prices are going to stop me from traveling this summer, and I think many of you can agree. We're actually going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on the latest out of Ukraine and actually play for you a full press conference between Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and President Zelinski of Ukraine after they met face-to-face in Kyiv over the weekend. That right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Happy Monday and welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. It is 8 a.m. here on the East Coast, and we do want to get you up to speed on all of the top stories that we are monitoring on this Monday morning. Here is a triple box view of everything that we are taking a look at, not only here stateside, but and we do want to lower that volume for you because these are images coming into our newsroom of a Victory Day parade that happened earlier this morning in Russia. We do want to make sure that you all know that this is by no means referring to a victory in the war in Ukraine. This is actually a celebration that occurs each and every year as a result of the Russian victory over Nazi Germany. We do want to also remind you that President Vladimir Putin, he actually did make an address at this parade. He defended the invasion of Ukraine, maintained that it is a, quote, special military operation, and he blamed the West and NATO for that conflict and for essentially provoking the invasion. But once again, a reminder that this is an event that occurs each and every year. It is a showing of force by the Russian military. All of this to celebrate the Russian and Allied victory against Hitler and Nazi Germany in World War II. We also are keeping a very close eye on the nation's capital. President Joe Biden is set to announce a push for lower internet costs for all of you tuning in. We'll have that address at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We also are monitoring all of the fallout as a result of the Supreme Court opinion draft leak that was published by Politico exactly 1 week ago to the day. But as we continue to monitor the latest out of Ukraine on day 75 of this war, we do want to let you know that the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, and President Volodymyr Zelinski of Ukraine, they met face-to-face in Kyiv this weekend. We do want to bring for you those full remarks live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. And actually, I am getting word that we are getting in a live feed currently into our newsroom of an event that is occurring in Ukraine right now. We are getting an update from leaders and officials in Ukraine on the human rights situation. The Commissioner for Human Rights is holding a news briefing on violations of the war in Ukraine. So instead of heading back in time and playing for you the Justin Trudeau and Zelinski press conference, we'll take you out live here before replaying that for you here on Live Now from Fox. So let's listen in.
Створення там фільтраційних лагерів, то потрібно обов'язково про це говорити, тому що зараз велика
speak about it because now there have been a large number of our citizens who reside in occupied territories, and this is the case for the city of Mariupol in particular. They are brought to filtration camps located in temporarily occupied territories of Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast. In some of them there are more than 20,000 of our citizens. Our citizens are brought there for a so-called filtration procedure, so that after that some of our citizens who don't pass so-called filtration would be moved further, and we don't know about our fate, and those who pass filtration would be brought to the Russian Federation, would be forcefully deported into Russian Federation. I can show you 3 documents which are required for a person to be able to move across those occupied territories. The first document confirms that the person has passed filtration. That means fingerprinting. For example, a person who sent us the photos of those documents, they passed it on the 5th of April. Then to move around the city where the filtration camp is located, you need to use this pass. And then to leave the city, you have to have the 3rd document. So 3 documents to be received by a person. Those who don't pass that filtration, who fail to pass it, so the Federal Security Service of the Russian Federation considered them suspicious if they are against that so-called special operation by the Russian Federation in Ukraine. they are brought somewhere, transported somewhere, and the rest, there have already been 1,185,000 of our citizens, more than that, and including more than 200,000 children have been brought to Russian Federation. Occupiers have been destroying almost everything in those occupied territories. They are taking our food, our grain and everything in order to reduce our citizens, to lower our citizens' opportunities for survival. In the city of Mariupol, our citizens are used to work through the rubbles. We know that now they are working on the drama theater destroyed by Russian troops. There are a lot of victims, and now our people become unconscious when they see what they see there. Now it's impossible to bury those dead bodies there. Those dead bodies are transported outside of the city of Mariupol into a huge mass grave. They want to bury them or to destroy those dead bodies using mobile crematoriums. There has now been mobilization into Russian armed units, not only in Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast, where those so-called Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republic want to draft people into military units. And there is no medical examination anymore. Just everybody is drafted. Everybody who can move is drafted. And now it's widespread not only in those two oblasts, but also in occupied parts of Kherson, Zaporizhia and Kharkiv Oblast. In a similar way, drafting is done. This has been the 15th drafting in temporarily occupied Crimea. There too people, citizens are drafted, and they are forced to serve in the military and to do whatever the occupiers tell them to do, to act against the Ukrainian people. So the situation, unfortunately, is not improving, but we see that as soon as the Ukrainian armed forces liberate cities, towns, villages from occupiers, we get more and more calls to our hotline, and our hotline has already received more than 35.5 thousand calls, and in the same way the number of calls increases on the whole hotline, free hotline, which is run around the clock for psychological support, mental support. Over the almost 40 days of operation of that hotline, there has been almost 900 calls to that hotline. Ms. Denisova, do we receive calls from temporarily occupied territories? Do people from there call you, and what are their inquiries mostly? Definitely they call us as soon as there is some connection. For example, in the city of Kherson there was some connection, some coverage, and people called, like directors of penal colonies and custody prison called us from city of Kherson. They said that there is a dangerous situation. The occupiers want to give weapons to those prisoners to use them in military action against Ukraine. And of course we get calls from those people, from people who can reach us, because you know the connection there is very bad. But people call us about humanitarian corridors, including, of course, humanitarian assistance. Sometimes people just call us from, for example, from Kherson Oblast, from Zaporizhia Oblast, from Kharkiv Oblast, from occupied parts of those oblasts. They call us and they shout loudly, "We haven't eaten anything for 2 weeks, we don't have water, we don't have anything. Please do something, do something." You know, we have got calls from 35.5 thousand people, and there are 67,000 citizens just residing there. So people
Alrighty, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox. We were just listening in as the Commissioner for Human Rights of Ukraine was holding a news briefing on violations of the war in Ukraine as it officially enters day 75. It does look like we lost that one feed for you, but we are able to get it. Oh, and here it is, back again. That is the beauty
to
of live
agree
television,
upon
everybody.
something with people who bring humanitarian assistance there. We inform volunteer supporters. We inform the International Red Cross about the needs in those places. We look for every opportunity, including they're also called from not only from occupied territories. We have that so-called humanitarian front, and my representatives work in various cities and towns, also in occupied towns like city of Kherson and non-occupied territories, but there is also a very serious situation there, and they provide that assistance jointly with humanitarian headquarters. Thank you, dear colleagues. You can ask your questions. Please speak into the microphone.
For giving me the opportunity to ask a question. I would have several ones. First of all, what do you consider these people to be who were sent to the Russian Federation? Are you consider them to be prisoners? Because like prisoners of war, they can't be because most of them are civilians. What do you consider them to be? Is there any international organization, like for example, the UNHCR, who can help you with that, support people who are at the very moment in Russia and try to reach their relatives in Ukraine and try to return to Ukraine? Have you got any support from other countries, like, for example, from Switzerland? Is there any contact going on with embassies who are still in Russia who might help you with getting your citizens back to Ukraine? And could you tell us a little bit more about how the filtration works? What kind of, organization? Is it the MGB, I think it's called, in the Donetsk Republic? Is it like the special forces in the occupied territory? Who actually is, responsible for proceeding with the filtration? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question. I will try to use filtration camps for you to understand that. Those filtration camps were created at the very beginning of full-scale invasion of the Russian Federation in Ukraine, including in the temporarily occupied territories of Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast. Those filtration camps were already created. They are located either in hostels or in schools, in technical colleges, in technical schools, and also in penal colonies. The whole penal colonies have been arranged to host those people to undergo filtration. This is one thing. Second, people were taken from basements on a mass scale when there was bombing, also in those territories which were not occupied by Russian Federation as yet. People were brought on a mass scale from Mariupol. In some districts of Mariupol there are only females, only women and children remaining there. All males have been taken from there. That's done by the Federal Security Service, FSB of the Russian Federation, Federal Security Bureau. They call it filtration. So people are first brought to those camps, they are checked, their clothes are taken off, they look for any special signs like tattoos and similar things. They inspect their phones, they inspect their connections, for example, whether they have any connection with the Ukrainian military, to those who participated in the anti-terrorist operation, to any public officials, to any governmental entities and so on. And they ask questions, how do you treat this Russian special operation in Ukraine? What is your attitude? And this question, immediately shows if they see something suspicious, if the FSB sees something suspicious on that person's phone, that person is sent further to Donetsk, to Kyiv, and there are different filtration camps there. We don't even know how many people are kept there, but we know that it's about thousands. For example, in Bezimena, there is more than 20,000 people in those filtration camps. And there are people who pass those filtration camps, mostly elder people, women and children, and such people are brought by buses, for example, to Rostov Oblast, to Taganrog, to the city of Taganrog. There in Taganrog, they are put on board the train and they are brought all over the territory of the Russian Federation. And I do have evidence that the Russian Federation prepared in advance for such forced deportation. It was done in advance because we see all the facts, all the confirmations that there were instructions given in federal districts of the Russian Federation, the number of people who have to be accommodated there, and so on. There are reports from certain regions in the Russian Federation on where those people would be accommodated, the name of the facility, the name of the director of that facility, the phone number of the director of such facility, and the number of places, number of people to be accommodated there. And like then there was a report by the end of April how many of those places have already been filled and how many are still available. So this is about the systemic activities of the Russian Federation to bring our citizens there and accommodate them there. We have data that, for example, in Yamal-Nenets district there are 170 people. In Sakhalin Island there are people. In Nakhodka, in Primorsky area, in Wrangel village there are so many people. For example, we have got an appeal of 1,000 people held in the city of Cheboksary, in Ingushetia Republic. They want to get back to Ukraine. What's going on now? We work with volunteers, citizens of the Russian Federation, who care about our citizens. They send me personally some information about the places where they found, where they have seen some camp of our so-called refugees, as they call them, are held. But those are not refugees, those are Ukrainian citizens forcefully brought, forcefully deported from Ukraine. They're brought there without almost any documents. Russian Federation takes all those documents from them, and so many children, many babies who were born in those shelters in their basements, and they have been transported with their parents to the territory of Russian Federation without any documents, any birth certificate even, just some document issued by the Russian Federation to the mother, that this mother has given birth to this baby. This is the only document. What do we do after that? Now we have been creating an international commission. I proposed to my colleagues, other ombudsmen, ombudspersons, that we should create an international commission to include ombudspersons from the countries neighboring the Russian Federation. We already have this interesting experience when we transport Ukrainian citizens using assistance of volunteer organizations to Estonia. We have families whom we have brought to Estonia, but then you see there is a problem. The problem is there has been 1.2 million people, and it's just several families, you know. These are incomparable numbers. I now work with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They develop some mechanisms to use the embassy of one country, I am not to name this country now, who will provide consular services to our citizens, to issue them with some documents to leave Russia. Now we do it in a simple way. We are given lists, we check that those are indeed citizens of Ukraine, and we help them in transporting them using consular agencies. But this is a huge problem, and we need some solution. I spoke with the president of the International Committee of Red Cross, and we agreed upon cooperation with their rep office in the Russian Federation. There are their rep offices in the Russian Federation as well as Belarus and Moldova. We know that there are our citizens also transported to Belarus, brought to Belarus, so we have been trying to do something. I had a meeting with people working for the UN Office of the Commissioner for Refugees. We spoke with Ms. Bachelet, the High Commissioner for Refugees. Everybody is aware of that issue, and we have been developing the mechanisms. When I proposed to create an international working group to develop the mechanisms to implement it at the National General Assembly, that's the European Ombudspersons Network. We had Ms. Moskalkova, Russian Federation's ombudsman, present there, and she also agreed to work in that way. So we want to propose a mechanism to resolve this issue. Thank you. Any more questions? I'm Vladislav Obuk from Ukrinform. My first question is about information which was announced yesterday by Ukrainian media, saying that in such a filtration camp, a little girl, 4 years old, was split with her mother. Have you investigated into this situation? Have you contacted Ms. Moskalkova about the situation? And my second question is about getting our prisoners of war back. We understand that some of their statements are to be handled by security services, but there are also some statements about Ombudsman office, in particular about documenting the crimes committed by Russians about Ukrainian prisoners of war. Do they provide any information about those citizens being kept somewhere in prison of fascists or their proxies in temporarily occupied territories? Some information about people Ukrainian side was unaware of before. About your first question, it's a very difficult one. Now we are making everything possible to know where that girl is held. I'm not disclose any details now. We already have some experience, but some things are to be done confidentially. Your second question about the prisoners of war brought back by the Russian Federation. As soon as they arrive to the place of their rehabilitation, after they are debriefed by security services, special services, we interview them and we document information about crimes committed by the Russian Federation. Sometimes there are terrible things they tell us, like I had some very harsh discussions with International Red Cross Committee because according to the Geneva Convention on Prisoners of War, there is clearly a mandate for ICRC established, which says that the party who has captured the military from the other party as prisoners of war, they should immediately share that information about the military held as prisoners of war. They have to record those documents. And we have established that it has been more than 1 month those prisoners of war were transported with a bag on their head across various territories in the Russian Federation. Some of them cannot even say where they were held, and their personal cards and official notification of their CRC only happened 1 month after before they were exchanged, when they were transported to Sevastopol. So we want to see that ICRC should make all steps to implement their mandate. They should insist on notification by Russian Federation, because now people are telling us terrible things. For example, one person spent 2 hours with a bag on their head, and there was a mechanical saw working. They said, now we'll cut your fingers from your hands, from your feet, and some people had to be held in mental wards. Some of our military need some special support, including mental support. We document all those things according to the protocols as we were trained at the end of February by UN development program. Thank you. Any more questions? Please speak into the microphone. If I may, I have a question about Yulia Payevska. Do you have any information about her fair fate? And do you know legally when she disappeared, was she part of the National Guard of Azov Regiment or not? We are still investigating to this issue, so at the moment I cannot say anything, any information to disclose. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Denisova. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for this information, dear friends. Thank you for being with us. Thank you.
All right, everybody, we are live and worldwide this morning. We were just listening in to that press conference coming out of Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine. That was the commissioner for the Human Rights Committee of Ukraine holding a news conference on human rights violations of the war in Ukraine. Obviously, investigations happening within the United Nations and with sectors all across the globe on whether or not Putin is responsible for committing war crimes. Now, this is all happening as celebrations and really commemorations, I should say, are going on in Russia as we speak. So this is a look at one of the marches that is currently happening out there, and I do want to make sure that we've got the right graphic for you. But right now, this is called the Immortal Regiment March, which portraits of relatives are being held up by marchers. Those are portraits of people who took part in World War II. Now, as you know, it's a very anticipated day that we've been keeping a close eye on here on Live Now from Fox. Russians marking Victory Day out there. Now, just to clarify, this is not regarding a victory with the war in Ukraine, and that war is actually entering day 75 today, believe it or not. But Victory Day actually marks the annual celebration by Russia of the country's victory over Nazi Germany in World War II. So we actually do have some footage from celebrations that happened earlier that I want to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. It was quite a show. You can see President Putin there. He did make some remarks speaking at that parade and basically drawing parallels between Russia's fight against Nazi troops back in the day and then the Russian forces' current actions in Ukraine. He said that the campaign in Ukraine was a timely and necessary move to ward off a potential aggression. He also added that Russian troops were fighting for the country's security in Ukraine and observed a minute of silence to honor the troops who fell in combat. So we're going to get you all up to speed with the very latest happening overseas, as well as the United States' continued response to this war as it almost enters the 11th week. Hard to believe that we have been bringing you every update since basically before the end of February. Again, all that coming up after this quick break. Don't go anywhere. We're also going to have the latest on Dr. Jill Biden, the First Lady. She was meeting with the First Lady of Ukraine. She did make a surprise visit to Ukraine over the weekend for Mother's Day. So we'll get you all up to speed with her visit as well. Stay with us. Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Monday, May 9th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from our Orlando, Florida studios. I'll be with you for the next several hours, bringing you the latest updates on all of the stories you want and need to know about to start your week, as well as bringing you live to events not only happening here in the United States, but across the globe as well. That is actually where we are going to start off right now. I do want to take you out live to Moscow in Russia, because today is May 9th, otherwise known as Victory Day out there. Now, important to note, this is not talking about them claiming a victory regarding the war in Ukraine. The war in Ukraine has actually entered day 75 officially today, which I was just saying is so hard to believe we're approaching week 11. But basically, May 9th marks the annual celebration by Russia of their victory over Nazi Germany in the Second World War. And we actually do have some video of celebrations that were happening earlier today, commemoration events, I really should say, as well. This is actually President Putin just a couple of hours ago before he made an address. In that address, which was taking place in Moscow's Red Square, he basically drew parallels between Russia's fight against the Nazi troops back in World War II and Russian forces' actions currently when it comes to the war in Ukraine. He said that the campaign in Ukraine was a timely and necessary move to ward off potential aggression. He added that the Russian troops were fighting for their country's security in Ukraine and observed a moment of silence to honor the troops who fell in combat. Now, the remarks were followed, as you could see, by a parade where columns of soldiers were marching through Red Square, as they do every year on Victory Day. There were tanks, armored personnel carriers, and transports carrying huge intercontinental ballistic missiles rattling across that paved stone. You can see them marching here in front of you. So again, this was a feed that we got in just hours ago here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, this is happening live for us right here. This is the beauty of Live Now from Fox. We are able to take you front row on the ground to major events happening out there. And specifically, this is called a traditional Immortal Regiment March. So you could see people holding up pictures. Obviously, these pictures, black and white, very old. So these pictures are actually portraits of relatives who took part in World War II. So like I said, May 9th marking a Victory Day in Russia, the annual celebration by the country on their victory over Nazi Germany in the Second World War. So we're going to have more for you throughout the day here with this on Live Now from Fox. This all happening as Russian forces are continuing to ramp up their attacks on the ground there in Ukraine. And we had two very conflicting messages from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenski and Russian President Vladimir Putin. So we're going to bring you Zelenski's address. His did have English subtitles. Putin's did not, but we did get most of the translation from that address that again just happened hours ago. Meanwhile, this all happening as we had Dr. Jill Biden, the First Lady of the United States, out in Ukraine for a surprise visit just yesterday. So we knew that she was going to be going to Romania and Slovakia, but she shocked us all with this surprise visit to Western Ukraine yesterday, taking part in a Mother's Day meeting with her Ukrainian counterpart, Elena Zelenska. So this is President Volodymyr Zelensky's wife. Now, the White House is basically trying to show America's support for this war-torn nation at a time when Russia is really bombarding the country's eastern regions. And we're going to bring you some video from on the ground there in just a couple of minutes. But Mrs. Biden said the Mother's Day holiday gave her visit very special significance. So I actually do want to start off with that story for you here on Live Now from Fox. We're getting more of an in-depth look from one of our Fox News correspondents on what exactly her visit entailed. Not only did she meet with the Ukrainian First Lady as well as other displaced families, but her whole purpose of being there was really to get such a first-hand look at the humanitarian crisis that this war has posed. So let's listen into more about her visit there.
First Lady Jill Biden on Sunday making an unannounced trip to Ukraine, the latest high-profile U.S. official to visit the war-torn country. showing solidarity with its fight against the ongoing Russian invasion.
This war has to stop, and this war has been brutal. People of the United States stand with the people of Ukraine.
Biden and the Ukrainian First Lady paying a Mother's Day visit to a school near the Slovakian border that's currently serving as a shelter for refugees. More than 7.5 million people have been displaced within the country since the start of the war. The visit comes just one day after a Russian bomb flattened a school in the Donbass, where people were sheltering in the basement. Dozens now feared dead beneath the rubble. Further south, the last civilians were evacuated Saturday from the Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol. An estimated 2,000 Ukrainian fighters are still inside, the last remaining holdouts keeping Russia from taking total control of the strategic port.
Surrender for us is unacceptable because we cannot grant such a big gift to the enemy, because every person who were captured is the exchange fund, is the resource of political pressure.
The Ukrainian government has reached out to international organizations to try to seek safe passage for those soldiers. In Kyiv, Greg Malcott, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Greg Pocket for that report. Meanwhile, First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, not the only American out there in Ukraine. I actually do want to bring you this video here to show you the fact that Bono, a band that you might know, U2's Bono and the Edge, held a surprise concert at a subway station in Kyiv yesterday. So if you're unfamiliar with that Kyiv is the capital of Ukraine. The performance was carried out at the request of Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelinski. Now, the superstars performed U2 classics, including With or Without You and Stand By Me, although they actually changed the lyrics to Stand By Ukraine. The band later tweeted, President Zelensky invited us to perform in Kyiv as a show of solidarity with the Ukrainian people, and so that's what we've come to do. The Edge played acoustic guitar during the makeshift subway concert. Now, Ukraine's subway stations are very deep underground and have actually become makeshift bomb shelters for residents to hide from Russian attacks. So really cool there. They even got the purple lights. So really a legit ray of light, a little glimpse of light there in a very dark time out there in Ukraine. So wanted to bring you this video for you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, some more video from out there in Ukraine as well. We are continuing to follow the very latest when it comes to evacuations out there as Russian forces are continuing their attacks in really the eastern parts of the country. Now, the last group of civilians have actually been evacuated from the besieged Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol. According to Ukrainian officials, the group, which consisted of women, children, and older adults, boarded buses on Saturday, which is taking them to a temporary camp in the settlement of Bezemin, located near the border with Russia. The civilians are then expected to head to another Ukrainian city, and Ukrainian troops and civilians were held up underneath the steel plant for 2 weeks. It was something we were following very closely here on the show, and that was all happening as the site was pounded by Russia's constant shellings and bombing campaigns. So to really give you a closer look at what exactly has been going on out there in the ground in Ukraine, we do want to bring you this latest report from Fox's Tom Graham. Let's listen in.
The Russian offensive continues to ramp up with rounds of fresh attacks over the weekend across eastern Ukraine. Western leaders now warn that Russian President Vladimir Putin could formally declare war Monday, a sign that things will get worse in the region. This comes as the U.S. and several foreign leaders pledge to continue their support of Ukraine in the form of weapons and humanitarian aid. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and First Lady Jill Biden reiterated that message and say Russia will pay for their heinous crimes.
We continue to call upon Putin to cease his atrocities, his war crimes, his attacks on civilians.
This war has been brutal, and that people of the United States stand with the people of Ukraine.
Russia is also facing fresh accusations of war crimes over the bombing of a school that was being used as a refugee shelter in an eastern Ukrainian town. A regional governor says more than 60 people are feared dead, and emergency crews say scores of people could still be buried under piles of rubble.
They were hiding from shelling in the building of a regular school, which was attacked by Russian airstrikes. To do so is to imitate precisely the evil that the Nazis brought to Europe.
Meanwhile, members of the G7 held a conference call Sunday, vowing to ban or phase out imports of Russian oil. President Biden, who was in on that call, also announced additional sanctions against several Russian executives and other Russian-based businesses. In New York, Tom Graham, Fox News.
Meanwhile, bringing you out to some more video from on the ground there in Ukraine. Workers sifting through debris, as you can see, after an airstrike destroyed a museum in the village of one of the villages in the Kyiv region over the weekend. According to Suspiln, a shelling hit the National Literary and Memorial Museum, causing a large fire that destroyed this building. This footage actually shows crews removing a large statue of Schumer, which is the 18th century philosopher and poet for whom the museum was dedicated to. Now, some workers collected broken jugs and burned books in an attempt to save any remaining exhibits. Actually, in a video message uploaded yesterday, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelinski condemned the attack, saying the Russian army destroyed and damaged nearly 200 cultural heritage sites this weekend alone. So we've been hearing from the president of Ukraine basically on a daily basis. And when I talked to you about his Victory Day message, which really contradicted Vladimir Putin's, I actually do want to play it for you here on Live Now from Fox. It is in Ukrainian, obviously, but there was English subtitles. So as we continue to monitor how Russia is commemorating this day, May 9th, I do want to bring to you again this update from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenski here on Live Now from Fox.
Україною ми відзначали 30-річчя нашої незалежності. Хрещатиком йшли наші військові, наші захисники, наша техніка. В небі летіла наша мрія. Немає нічого небезпечнішого, ніж підступний ворог. Але немає нічого отрутнішого від удаваного друга. Це слова великого українського філософа Григорія Сковороди. 24 лютого ми зрозуміли цю істину, коли удаваний друг розпочав проти України війну. Це війна не двох армій, це війна двох світоглядів. Варварів, які обстрілюють музей Сковороди і вірять, що їхніми ракетами можна знищити нашу філософію. Вона їх дратує, вона їм чужа, вона їх лякає, вона полягає в тому, що ми вільні люди, які йдуть своїм шляхом. І на цьому шляху сьогодні ми ведемо війну і нікому не віддамо ані клаптика своєї землі. Сьогодні ми відзначаємо День перемоги над нацизмом і нікому не віддамо ані клаптика своєї історії. Ми пишаємось нашими предками, які разом з іншими народами у складі антигітлерівської коаліції перемогли нацизм. І ми нікому не дамо анексувати цю перемогу, не дамо її привласнити. Наш ворог мріяв, що ми відмовимось відзначати 9 травня і перемогу над нацизмом, щоб слово денацифікація отримало шанс. Мільйони українців боролись з нацизмом і пройшли важкий і довгий шлях. Вигнали нацистів з Луганська, вигнали нацистів з Донецька, звільнили від окупантів Херсон, Мелітополь, Бердянськ, вигнали нацистів з Ялти, Сімферополя, Керчі і усього Криму, звільнили від нацистів Маріуполь. Вони вигнали нацистів з усієї України, але названі мною міста сьогодні особливо надихають нас, дають віру, що ми точно проженемо окупантів з власної землі. У день перемоги над нацизмом ми боремось за нову перемогу. Шлях до неї важкий, але ми не сумніваємося, що переможемо. В чому наша перевага над ворогом? Ми розумніші на одну книгу. Це підручник з історії України. Ми б не знали горя, якби всі наші вороги вміли читати і робити правильні висновки. 24 лютого Росія почала наступ на ті самі граблі. На них наступає нога кожного окупанта, який приходить на нашу землю. Ми пережили різні війни, але всі мали один фінал. Нашу землю засівали кулі і снаряди, але жоден ворог не зміг пустити тут коріння. Нашими полями їздили ворожі колісниці і танки, але це нікому не принесло плодів. У нашому небі літали ворожі стріли і ракети, але нікому не дано затьмарити нашу блакить. Нема кайданів, які зможуть скувати наш вільний дух. Нема окупанта, який зможе прижитись на нашій вільній землі. Нема загарбника, який зможе панувати над нашим вільним народом. Рано чи пізно ми перемагаємо. Хоч орда, хоч нацизм, хоч суміш першого і другого, яку представляє нинішній ворог, ми перемагаємо, бо це наша земля. Бо хтось воює за батюшку царя, за фюрера, партію і вождя, а ми за батьківщину. Ми ніколи не воювали проти когось, ми завжди воюємо за себе, за свою свободу, за свою незалежність, щоб перемога наших предків була недаремна. Вони бились за свободу для нас і перемогли.
All right, a very powerful message from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelinski as he also speaks on Russia's Victory Day. As we get some more translations in since this message first happened, and as you could see, you've got some subtitles there on your screen. He talks for a couple of more minutes and basically says we will never forget what our ancestors did in the World War II, and which killed more than 8 million Ukrainians. And then he said very soon there will be 2 victory days in Ukraine and someone won't have any. So really taking a jab there at Russian President Vladimir Putin, who made his own victory speech and basically said that his forces were defending their country as this war officially enters day 75. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to entirely switch gears here as we continue to follow the leak from the Supreme Court that officially happened almost a week ago. We've seen protests happen across the nation. Here's a look at some from D.C. over the last couple of days. Well, actually, the pushback of this leak has turned violent. This debate over abortion rights turning violent in the state of Wisconsin. That's where a Wisconsin Family Action Facility was damaged. There is an arson investigation underway. Here's a look at some of the damage that we have seen so far there. So we're going to get a live report from our Fox 6 Milwaukee team on this story when we come back. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Monday, May 9th. You're hearing the voice of Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. But as you can see right now, we are live over the city of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Only 7:50 a.m. out there Central Time. And although we're taking a look at Milwaukee, and that is where we are going to stay, this next story takes us specifically to Madison, Wisconsin. And that is because the debate over abortion rights has officially turned violent out there in the state of Wisconsin. Wisconsin Family Action says vandals broke windows, started a fire, and spray painted a wall at one of their facilities. So as promised, like I said, we're going to stay in Wisconsin, and that is where Fox 6 Milwaukee's Amelia Jones is joining us live with the very latest. Amelia, definitely a very scary situation. What are the details you have for us this morning?
Regina, good morning. Federal agencies are now helping the Madison Police Department with this arson investigation. Madison police say that someone threw a Molotov cocktail inside the Wisconsin Family Action building. This is a pro-life organization in Madison. Then someone spotted flames coming from inside the building, and this was all right before 6 Sunday morning. And the damage, it's also outside of the building, written in graffiti. It says, if abortions aren't safe, then you aren't either. Now, we are hearing from groups on both sides of this issue, and they are condemning the violence. In a statement, the president of Planned Parenthood of Wisconsin says, our work to protect continued access to reproductive care is rooted in love. We condemn all forms of violence and hatred within our communities. And in a tweet Sunday, Governor Tony Evers says violence is not the way forward and that he will work against overturning Roe with empathy and compassion. Regina?
Yeah, and you know, Amelia, when we talk about hearing from those impacted directly, have we heard from the Wisconsin Family Action's president?
We have. We got a chance to speak with her, and the president of Wisconsin Family Action says that she understands that people have different views on issues, but the solution, she says, is not to try and blow up the building. She also added that we need to find answers to these questions and find different ways to deal with our anger. Regina?
And you know, Amelia, when it comes to this investigation, obviously a very complex one, who do we have taking part in this investigation, and are we expected to get any update anytime soon?
As I mentioned, Regina, federal agencies are now involved and are helping the Madison Police Department in this investigation. We do know that the Madison Police Department is going to hold a press conference this afternoon at 2 p.m. Central, and we are expecting an update on the investigation.
All right, Amelia, well, thank you so much for keeping our viewers up to speed on this, like I said, very scary situation. And we'll be in touch with your team to get that full update later on this afternoon. So you have a good day. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Be sure to stick with us as we continue to follow the fallout from that Supreme Court document leak that happened nearly a week ago at this point. Again, we've seen protests happen all across the nation, this one specifically turning violent. So if we do get a live feed coming in from Wisconsin from authorities with the latest information, we'll be sure to stream it for you live, raw, and in its entirety. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we're going to get you the very latest on the fallout that we have seen since that leak, what people have to say, and how some of those protests actually began happening over the weekend on some of the Supreme Court justices' lawns. Stay with us. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody. It is Monday, May 9th, and we are slowly approaching the top of the 9 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, almost 6 a.m. out there on the West Coast. But regardless of where you're watching us from, thanks so much for starting off your week with us. We are actually live right now in Wilmington, Delaware. As you can see, we are waiting for the arrival of President Biden. He did spend Mother's Day weekend in Delaware while his wife, our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, was overseas getting a first-hand look at the humanitarian crisis that has been caused by the war in Ukraine. She also took a surprise visit to Ukraine herself to meet with Ukraine's First Lady. So we do know that she is expected to make her way back later today. She was in Slovakia just hours ago meeting with the president out there. So it's been a long weekend for Dr. Jill Biden. She wanted to be there on Mother's Day, meet with displaced families, and it really was a visit to show America's support for Ukraine as this war is about to enter its 11th week. So when we do get some more action in this shot, we'll be sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. He will be heading back to Washington, D.C. Here's a look at the White House right now out there. And we can let you know that they are going to make a new push, the Biden administration, for nationwide internet connectivity at more affordable costs for Americans. President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris are expected to make an announcement at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time about provisions under the Affordable Connectivity Program, which includes cooperation with 20 internet providers for lower high-speed costs. About 48 million Americans could save $30 a month on internet bills, and GetInternet.gov is going to help eligible Americans sign up. So again, that is going to be happening at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, so we will likely be bringing that to you live, raw, and in its entirety here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, continuing to stay in Washington, D.C., because if you were just tuning into our coverage, we were actually live in Wisconsin, actually the city of Milwaukee. We do have a Live Now look at that city for you right here, almost 8 a.m. out there Central Time. But it's a major story we have been following since the very beginning. So we're going to kind of combine two stories with this next report we've got from Fox News correspondent Lucas Tomlinson, because as you know, the Supreme Court leak raising a lot of safety concerns actually at the homes of conservative justices after activists posted their addresses online. There was a police presence, and it was very high as these pro-choice protesters marched to the homes of two specific justices Saturday night. Meanwhile, he's also covering the fact that President Biden met virtually with G7 leaders on Sunday to discuss the ongoing war in Ukraine and announced new sweeping sanctions as well as other measures against Moscow. So let's get the very latest from Lucas Tomlinson here on Live Now from Fox.
On Fox News Sunday, Senator Chris Murphy told Bret Baier all protests should remain peaceful.
No one should be threatening violence against a Supreme Court justice or against any member of Congress. I will be honest, I have had plenty of protests right around the corner from my house over the course of my time in public service. But any threats of violence are beyond the pale.
Saturday night, police on hand outside the nation's capital as protesters showed up outside the homes of Chief Justice John Roberts and Justice Brett Kavanaugh. Earlier, conservative Justice Clarence Thomas said the court will not be bullied about making decisions. The addresses of some conservative justices posted online by pro-choice groups. Google later taking down a map on one website saying it violated company policy. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says the Senate will vote to codify abortion rights into law on Wednesday in the wake of that leaked Supreme Court opinion. Senator Lindsey Graham says the leak is unprecedented in the 233-year history of the court and called it disgraceful.
For the court, it's a betrayal of trust. Chief Justice Roberts said it better than I could ever say. It's a betrayal of trust. Can you imagine going to work the next day and looking around at your colleagues who did this to the court?
President Biden spent Mother's Day weekend in Wilmington. He held a call with G7 leaders and Ukrainian President Zelinski. The G7 pledged to ban the importation of all Russian oil, of course, a major revenue for Vladimir Putin and Russia. At the White House, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Lucas Tomlinson for that report. Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Monday, May 9th. If you're just tuning into our stream, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. I'll be with you for about the next 2 hours, continuing to bring you all of the latest developments on stories that you want and need to know about as you kick off your week, as well as taking you to some live events that we are expected to get here to our desk in just a little bit. But I can kind of show you what we've got going on right now. So this is a live look out of Wilmington, Delaware. We are waiting for the arrival of President Biden, who will get on Marine One and head back out to Washington, D.C. to get back to business. He was in Delaware for the weekend celebrating Mother's Day with his family, all while his wife, our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, was overseas, really getting a firsthand look at the humanitarian crisis that has been caused by the war in Ukraine, which is, by the way, officially entering day 75. So when we do see him pulling up to the tarmac here, we'll be sure to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. He is going to be heading out to the White House. Here's a live look we have out there in Washington, D.C., and actually is going to be joined a little bit later this afternoon by Vice President Kamala Harris to make an announcement regarding nationwide internet connectivity at more affordable costs for Americans. So we will be streaming that for you here live, raw, and unfiltered in just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, I do want to give you a glimpse at some of the other major stories that we are following here today. Here's some video that we've gotten from Russia out there within the last couple of hours. So May 9th is a day that we have been talking about for quite some time now. That is because today marks the annual celebration by Russia of their country's victory over Nazi Germany in the Second World War. So this is a look at some of the commemoration celebrations and parades that happened earlier today following a speech from President Vladimir Putin. He spoke at the annual parade in Moscow's Red Square and basically drew parallels between Russia's fight against Nazi troops back in the day and then their current fight against Ukrainian forces out there on the ground in Ukraine. He said that his campaign in Ukraine was timely and necessary and a move to ward off potential aggression that Russia was seeing. He added that Russian troops were fighting for the country's security in Ukraine and observed a moment of silence to honor the troops who fell in combat. Now, as you can see, the remarks were followed by this parade. You've got columns of soldiers marching through Red Square. Again, this is an annual event really commemorating Russia's victory over Nazi Germany in World War II. But today it kind of held a different meeting. It was a very anticipated speech by President Vladimir Putin, seeing if he would officially declare war. He has never officially verbally said it, but that's not entirely what we got. He basically said that NATO and the United States were contributing to support for Ukraine. So we are going to continue bringing you any feeds that we get from over there throughout the day on Live Now from Fox. They are a couple of hours ahead from us here in the United States. So a lot of these marches, a lot of these events happened a little bit earlier in the morning for us here. Meanwhile, this was all happening as we had First Lady Dr. Jill Biden overseas for Mother's Day. She actually took a surprise visit to Ukraine, Western Ukraine, I should say, and she took part in a Mother's Day meeting with her Ukrainian counterpart, Elena Zelenska, so President Vladimir Zelensky's wife. And basically what this trip was, you know, the White House trying to show that America is supporting this war-torn nation at a time when Russia is continuing to bombard the country, specifically in the eastern region. Mrs. Biden said the Mother's Day holiday gave her visit very special significance. So she is in Slovakia as we speak. We did get some feeds coming in of her meeting with the Slovakian president, and then she is expected to make her way back to the United States today. Now, This is all happening as we follow another major story in Washington, D.C., the latest fallout from the Supreme Court leak that we saw basically at about a week ago. And, you know, these protests over the weekend really started happening at the homes of Supreme Court justices. We actually do have some video to bring you here on Live Now from Fox that I want to show you. Let me just make sure that we've got this lined up for you. Here we go.
Abortion rights are human rights.
So as you could hear, people getting very rowdy outside of the home of Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh in Chevy Chase, Maryland on Saturday. This footage was posted by an Instagram user showing crowds chanting, quote, "Hands off our body and abortion rights are human rights" on Underwood Street. The demonstrators were protesting in response to that leaked Supreme Court draft ruling that was published by Politico, suggesting the landmark Roe v. Wade decision could be overturned. Now, when it comes to what we know about this leak and really what we can expect this week, because on Wednesday we do have Congress trying to pass a sweeping new law to legalize abortion, I want to bring you the very latest from Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater.
Well, this is a procedural vote that we expect this week in the Senate to enshrine legal protections for abortion rights into federal law. It is widely expected to fail, though, as protests get more intense.
Codify Roe! Codify Roe!
The homes of two Supreme Court justices were targeted by protesters this weekend after a pro-choice group publicized their addresses online. And in Wisconsin, a clear message scrawled outside the office of a pro-life group: "If abortions aren't safe, then you aren't either." That office was set on fire.
They're free to disagree with us, but they're not free to destroy property. They're not free to threaten individual lives and safety.
The White House has clearly denounced violence, but not the protests at the homes of the justices.
Joe Biden knows it's disgraceful. He's literally threatening the lives of these justices by the mob they're unleashing.
They are absolutely going to pass a national ban on abortion.
Democrats say Republicans, if they win control of Congress in November, will seek to impose a nationwide ban on abortion. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell told USA Today that legislative action is possible, but he pledged to keep the filibuster in place, which makes any kind of move by Congress very unlikely. Still, Democrats say voters are largely on their side, and they plan to make this a major issue in the November midterms, teeing up a procedural vote perhaps Wednesday to essentially write Roe v. Wade into federal law.
We march straight to the ballot box, and the women of this country and the men who stand with them will vote like they've never voted before.
And there is another protest scheduled tonight at the home of Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito, the author of that leaked draft opinion. In Washington, Doug Lazater, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Doug Lazater for that report. And for the last week, we've been bringing you live on the ground at protests happening across the country. So if we do get any more coming into our desk throughout the day, we'll be sure to stream it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, if you were tuning into our coverage just a couple of minutes ago, we actually headed out to the state of Wisconsin live to get an update from our Fox 6 Milwaukee team. Even though this story specifically takes us to Madison, Wisconsin, that is where the debate over abortion rights officially turned violent within the last couple of days. So the video that you're seeing right here happened in Madison yesterday morning. That is where Wisconsin Family Action says vandals broke windows, started a fire, and spray painted a wall with the statement saying, quote, "If abortions aren't safe, then you aren't either." Family Action says the group Anarchy 1312 took credit for the vandalism. No one was in the building at the time and no injuries were reported, and police and fire departments are investigating the case as arson. Our Fox 6 Milwaukee reporter Amelia Jones telling us that we should be getting an update from authorities sometime this afternoon. So if we do get that feed coming into our desk, we'll be sure to stream it to you on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, how has this rally, or how has this Supreme Court leak, really I should say, impacted security when it comes to Catholic churches? Well, I actually do want to take you out to a look at New York City we have right now. Lady Liberty standing tall. That is where we've got Fox's Alexis McAdams talking about how churches in Chicago, D.C., Austin, and New York have asked police for additional security. Let's listen in.
Services here at St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City did go on uninterrupted, but the NYPD was still here on standby. Now, across the nation, many states are on high alert. Out in Virginia, the Attorney General says that anyone who interrupts a Catholic Mass could face legal action.
It's actual federal law that you're not allowed to directly intimidate and interfere with somebody in a house of worship, their ability to worship God and worship their Lord. And so this has been brought to my attention. We've taken it very, very seriously.
Police in Wisconsin investigating a suspicious fire at a nonprofit that supports anti-abortion measures. Now, the Madison police chief says it appears this office was specifically targeted. This weekend, protests also popping up across the country. Large groups gathering in Chicago, Houston, D.C., and in Austin as activists call on Americans to protest the potential end to abortion rights. This after someone leaked a draft U.S. Supreme Court opinion that would strike down the Roe v. Wade decision. That landmark 1973 ruling established a constitutional right to abortion in the United States. As the Supreme Court's marshal is trying to figure out who the person is who leaked that draft, state leaders speaking at rallies. In Chicago, Illinois' Democratic governor standing with pro-choice crowds.
If the court overturns Roe v. Wade, abortions won't stop. It just means they'll be more dangerous.
The National Catholic Advocacy Group, also known as Catholic Vote, is now calling on President Biden and leaders in Washington, D.C. to condemn those groups who are interrupting Catholic Mass. Here in New York City, no big problems yet. In New York City, I'm Alexis McAdams, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Alexis McAdams for that report. Meanwhile, two more major financial firms are reacting to the Supreme Court leak. Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan Chase are actually considering reimbursing pregnant employees for travel costs related to abortion procedures. This would apply if the Supreme Court overturns Roe v. Wade, making abortion illegal in many but not all states. No decisions have been finalized. That's what we've been stressing this whole time as the firms weigh employee health issues and current lawmaker criticism. The two could join Citigroup and other large companies who've made similar promises. Meanwhile, when we talk about security here, I actually do want to take us back out to Washington, D.C., because we do see that fencing has been put up around the Supreme Court building as protests have been seen there within the last week. So again, this 98-page draft decision was written and signed by Justice Samuel Alito, a member of the court's 6-3 conservative majority. It's not final, but the argument centers around this one point because abortion isn't mentioned in the Constitution, and Roe v. Wade should be overturned in their eyes. Doing that would give states authority to decide abortion's legality. So roughly half, largely in the South and Midwest, are likely to quickly ban abortion. So we're going to continue following this story for you here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to get into some more news that we have been following here across the nation. A very bizarre and scary story, to say the least here. We've got several Americans, 3 unfortunately pronounced dead, an additional 1 taken to a hospital, mysteriously getting sick at a Sandals resort in the Bahamas. We're actually going to have a live report for you on this within the next hour or so. So stay with us for that report, as well as the latest surrounding the Alabama, the search for an escaped inmate and prison guard. We'll have the latest on that when we come back. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody, on this Monday, May 9th, a little after 9:15 a.m. here on the East Coast. It is a very sad and really bizarre, to say the least, story that we're continuing to follow for you here on Live Now from Fox. But we've got some more details regarding 3 American tourists that died mysteriously at the Sandals Emerald Bay Resort in the Bahamas. Now, a 4th person, who was identified as a woman, was flown to a hospital in New Providence. Luckily, she's in stable condition, but the State Department says it's keeping an eye on the investigation. Let's get the very latest from Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman this morning.
Investigators with the Royal Bahamas Police Force say it's not clear how these individuals died, but that their death was sudden. Police were notified Friday morning, shortly after 9 a.m. by staff at the Sandals Emerald Bay in Exuma, that a man was found unresponsive on the bedroom floor of his villa, and a second man and a woman were found unresponsive at another villa. Officers say the couple complained of illness that previous evening, went to a local medical facility, received treatment, and returned to their lodging. Officers said both individuals showed signs of convulsion, but no signs of trauma. All 3 individuals were pronounced dead by a local doctor. Here's what the Bahamas Minister of Health and Wellness said on Saturday.
It all started day before yesterday, where there were some signs of individuals presenting to the clinic with nausea, vomiting, and some symptoms. They were eventually seen to and subsequently discharged themselves. Our investigations were up to late last night, and we feel that what we are seeing is an isolated case associated in a particular area.
The U.S. State Department released a statement saying, in part, we are closely monitoring local authorities' investigation into the cause of death. We stand ready to provide all appropriate consular assistance out of the respect for the privacy of the families. We have nothing further to add at this time. Also, the Bahamas acting prime minister says although the cause of death is unknown, foul play is not suspected. A 4th person, a woman, was also airlifted to a nearby hospital for treatment. Fox News medical contributor Dr. Marty McCary says her condition might provide some answers.
This appears to sound more like an environmental exposure. A pollutant or a toxin could have come from an industrial source. I've heard of so many different sources of rare toxins that that's certainly one of the plausible explanations.
A spokesperson with the Royal Bahamas Police Force says they're waiting on the autopsy report to determine the exact cause of death for the 3 resort guests as part of this ongoing investigation. Reporting in Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Christina Coleman for that report. Meanwhile, switching gears here to a manhunt that is still underway for a convicted killer and the former Alabama corrections officer who was accused of helping him break out of prison. We actually have new video showing Vicky White at a hotel just hours before she disappeared with inmate Casey White. Fox News correspondent Charles Watson is in Florence, Alabama, following this story and is bringing us the very latest this morning.
We're getting a look at Vicky White's movements in the hours before she allegedly broke convicted inmate Casey White out of an Alabama prison. Hours before the escape, Vicky White is seen in this newly released security footage pacing and looking around a nearby hotel before she allegedly used her power as a corrections officer to walk admitted murderer Casey White out of prison for a court appointment officials say did not exist. The hotel is allegedly where Vicky White stayed the night before going on the run, and it's also near the location where police say she pre-positioned a getaway vehicle for the two.
I think there's no doubt in anyone's mind now this was completely premeditated by Vicky. She sold her house beforehand. She made sure she had funds on hand before she did this.
On Friday, authorities located the fugitive's escape vehicle. It was located about 100 miles north, partially spray painted at a tow yard in Williamson County, Tennessee. It had been sitting there for nearly a week after police say the convicted inmate and corrections officer deserted it along Aurora Road. One of the big questions now is why would a 17-year corrections officer allegedly do all of this just a day before she was set to retire? Well, Love may be the answer. Officials say Casey and Vicky White, no relation by the way, were engaged in some type of jailhouse romance. And while it appears Vicky White is willing to go to extreme lengths for their special relationship, some say it's a mistake to think Casey White would do the same. Sheriff Rick Singleton pleading with his former deputy to give it up.
Get out while you can and turn yourself in to local authorities wherever you're at.
The U.S. Marshal Service is asking the public to be vigilant. They've released these photos of Casey White and his tattoos, some of which authorities say are affiliated with an Alabama white supremacy group, and these photos of Vicky White, who may have dyed her hair to disguise her appearance. There is a reward for up to $25,000 for information leading to their arrest. In Florence, Alabama, Charles Watson, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Charles Watson for that report. Every time we've gotten updates from Alabama authorities who are investigating this manhunt and taking part fully 24/7, it's been going on for more than a week now. We brought it to you here on Live Now from Fox, so if we do get word of any more updates, we'll be sure to stream it for you here on our show, absolutely. Meanwhile, a new development in the murder of Gabby Petito. We actually do want to head out to some video of the Bryan Laundrie home, well, the Laundrie family home, I should say. New developments over the weekend as we learned that Gabby Petito's mother filed a new wrongful death lawsuit on Friday against the estate of Bryan Laundrie. Fox News correspondent Alexandria Hoff has more on this story for us this morning.
The lawsuit seeks $30,000 in damages and a trial by jury. Laundrie died as a result of a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head, according to authorities. His body was located in October, nearly a month after a massive search for his girlfriend, Gabby Petito, resulted in her remains being found in a Wyoming campground. The FBI determined she had died of strangulation and that Laundrie had confessed to the crime in a note. The new lawsuit filed by Gabby's mother, Nicole, reads, as a direct and proximate consequence of Bryan Laundrie's tortious conduct, Nicole Schmidt and Joseph Petito incurred funeral and burial expenses, and they have suffered a loss of care and comfort, and they have suffered a loss of probable future companionship, society, and comfort. The curator of Laundrie's estate told Fox News Digital that his role allows him to receive the summons, but that he has no responsibility to respond to it. Stephen Bertolino, the Laundrie family attorney, wrote, quote, this lawsuit will most likely not be defended, and the Petitos will have gained nothing more than a piece of paper that tells them what everyone already knows, which is that Bryan was responsible for Gabby's death, as indicated by the FBI. This lawsuit is in addition to an amended civil suit filed by Gabby's parents in Florida, alleging that Bryan Laundrie's mother and father knew about Gabby's murder and where her body was located, and also helped their son evade police. Bertolino has tried, without success so far, to have that case dismissed. In Washington, Alexandria Hoff, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Alexandria Hoff for that report. We are going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. Before we go to break, we do want to let you know, as we know, a lot of you have been tuning in Monday through Thursdays to get a look live inside of the courtroom in Fairfax County, Virginia, as Johnny Depp is continuing on with a defamation trial against his wife, or ex-wife, I should say, Amber Heard. She took the stand just last week. Well, this defamation trial is actually going to be on break this entire week before picking back up on May 16th. Johnny Depp's attorney will actually get to cross-examine Heard when the trial resumes, and the case is part of a $50 million libel lawsuit that Depp filed against Heard after she wrote an op-ed about being the survivor of domestic abuse back in 2018. So there's been a lot of moments to talk about in this trial. We did see her take the stand in her own defense just last week. So be sure to join us on May 16th as we take you back live inside of the courtroom. But like I said, I know a lot of you have either been tuning into our show or on our YouTube stream. So just wanted to give you a heads up that this trial is going to be in break this entire week. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we're going to get into some weather-related content here. Here's actually a live now look at your temperatures across the United States on this Monday morning. When we come back, we are actually going to head out to New Mexico. Here's a live now look we have from out there right now. This is a beautiful shot, but unfortunately, a huge portion of New Mexico is burning due to a wildfire that we have learned has burned more than 176,000 acres alone so far. We have our Fox weather team out there to give us a very brief update on what we know this morning. So we'll have that for you when we come back. Good morning, everybody, and happy Monday. You're streaming live now from Fox. On this Monday, May 9th, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. As promised, I do want to tackle some weather-related content as we bring you the very latest on a wildfire that has burned hundreds of thousands of acres in New Mexico thus far. We actually do have a live now look of New Mexico right now. This is not where these wildfires are happening, but we do know that a potentially historic wildfire has burned more than 176,000 acres. The Hermit's Peak and Calf Canyon fires, located just north of Las Vegas and New Mexico, merged into one giant blaze. It's currently the largest fire burning in the Southwest and the second largest fire in the state's history. Now, as of last night, there was more than 1,500 personnel working the fire with containment levels hovering over about 43%. And unfortunately, fire officials say that at least 172 homes have burned and thousands of people remain evacuated. So we do have one of our Fox weather correspondents out there on the ground with the very latest on the efforts to contain this blaze. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
This multi-day wind event is tough for several reasons. First, embers can be carried by the wind up to a mile away from the main fire, sparking new spot fires. Second, firefighters might not be able to get the air support that they need because firefighting aircraft like air tankers and helicopters won't be able to fly. The Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon fire is a combination of two separate fires that merged. The Hermit's Peak fire started as a prescribed burn more than a month ago, but firefighters lost control when the winds kicked up. The Calf Canyon fire's origins are under investigation. Now the combined wildfire is burning northwest of Las Vegas, New Mexico, and the Pecos Wilderness. So far, 172 homes are confirmed to have been burned, with thousands of residents evacuated.
It's a really sad kind of to see all the people that lost their homes and lost a lot of stuff. And I know we lost a building and stuff, and I mean, I don't know, I haven't been to my house.
Shelters for both people and their livestock have been set up throughout the area. Around 1,500 firefighters are trying to get the blaze under control. Their biggest challenge over the next few days, brutal winds that could gust up to 60 miles per hour and extremely dry conditions.
We've had wind events, we've seen wind events, they last a day or two. This is an unprecedented wind event. This is a wind event of 5-6 days. Here, a 60-hour red flag event is just really unheard of in this part of the world, for sure.
Protecting houses and other buildings is a main goal for firefighters during this wind event, but it's a tough task. This area is drought-stricken and is primed to burn, with the wind sending embers high into the air. In Las Vegas, New Mexico, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
All right, thank you to Max Gordon for that report. We are actually going to bring you a full press conference from fire authorities out there in New Mexico in just a moment. But it is officially a little past 9:30 a.m. here on the East Coast, and I do want to show you a look as stocks have officially started trading. Now, they're trending lower this morning as first quarter earnings season is really winding down, with about 20 companies in the S&P 500 set to report. Now, today's highlights include Tyson Foods, Duke Energy, BioNTech, Coty, and Palantir ahead of the opening bell. So as you can see, it's only been a couple of minutes and we're already down a little more than 400 points. Now, this is all happening as we've seen a lot of wild swings with the stocks over the last couple of weeks, between everything with inflation and everything with the war in Ukraine. So we're going to keep a very close eye on the Dow. We'll leave it up for you here as we continue to bring you all of the latest top stories this Monday morning. But as promised, I do want to bring you an update from forest officials out there in Las Vegas, New Mexico. They did hold a briefing regarding the efforts to contain this wildfire earlier this morning. So let's listen in for just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox.
Around them, and then if this fire continues to come down, we have those places that we can make a stand and keep the fire from progressing any further to the south. And folks working down in this area where there's homes and all kinds of infrastructure down here to assess that and start working around that if necessary. And then obviously we still have our statewide mutual aid partners helping us work on here. So still a lot of work being done in this area, but it's kind of changed to that patrol and monitor status. And then obviously across the bottom here, we're still in a fairly significant firefight to keep them minimize the impact to those homes in the area. All right, coming up this west side, that's to develop opportunities in case this does want to keep backing this way. We got a place that we can make a stand, and we're working with the folks working down here to tie all this together. Constantly keeping an eye on the stuff in the wilderness. It is starting to just show a little bit more heat, no threats, no issues, but we're going to continue to monitor it. It's showing on that Blue Bell Ridge area, and then just a little bit right below Rosiata and upper and lower Rosiata, and it's we got resources working right through this area to make sure that there's no impacts to those values. Around those values up to the north of the subdivision there, this fire, like I've said multiple days, is in really tough terrain, and our objective, our task here is to keep it from impacting and to monitor as this continues to back down. All right, let's get to the north end here. This is where we had some difficulties today. This morning, late last night, just as the sun was going down, the cool air kind of settled into the area and kind of threw some small spots over here, and that was right at the end of the shift when day shift was going out and night shift was coming in. They were able to kind of get those. About 2 o'clock this morning, like I said, when the wind picked up, it threw a significant spot out in this area, kind of between the 18 and the 20 road in that area. It got established. It went from about 20 acres pretty quick to 200 acres, pretty quick. What the tactics were, homes in this to protect all those values right here. They were able to do that as the winds picked up out of the southwest and maybe a little bit of a west component. It's continuing to burn into this area right here. Currently, what the thought process is it may want to kind of come through this area towards the 518. We've got folks all over in here ready and prepared to protect those values. They have assessed all this stuff over the last few days, and I've been talking a lot about that, and it's coming into play now, and this is why we did this. Fire is close to the 518, kind of some of the terrain kind of to the north here. So a lot of folks are up in here doing good work. We brought some of the folks from over here to assist with that, and we're still ready and posed and preparing all the structures, all the homes in here, all the infrastructure, in case this fire does want to come this way or want to come this way. We're prepared in this whole area to do good in there and keep it from impacting those values. Stress to everybody that folks that did not evacuate during the go status, please reconsider. As fire's moving around in there with the wind conditions, just the fear of our firefighters trying to go in to protect your values, and you're trying to get out, it could cause some congestion. And we want to make sure everybody is safe out there. So please, if you haven't evacuated, take that opportunity to evacuate and get to someplace safe in case that fire wants to move through there. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Well, I'm happy to hear that we now have 2 incident meteorologists with us. Gary is not left, but Bladen Bright Rider is here with us again.
Good evening, everyone. Bladen the throat warning. This thing started yesterday at 11 a.m. and it's going through all the way to tomorrow at 9 p.m. tomorrow being Monday. So just kind of a recap of what we saw today. Temperatures were kind of across the low 70s into the low 80s. We saw relative humidity values down 6 to 12%. Our winds were west-southwest, taking a page of a little bit north, a little bit south, depending on where you were on this very, very tall perimeter that we have now. But sheltered, we're going, trying to get into that 20 to 25, range, but for the most part, across some of the lower terrain and the more exposed areas, we saw some pretty hefty gusts out there getting up. And then, of course, we have our winner of the day, of which probably surprises nobody. It's the Las Vegas Municipal Airport. It did gust up to 59 miles per hour today, and it did so before lunch. So it did that at its 11:53 a.m. The races early today, and expecting that we're not going to see much relief as we go into the night tonight. So what's happening up there is we have a very broad upper level system that is draping itself across the western portion of the United States, all the way from the Pacific North. The systems that we've seen through here the majority of the time, at least since I was here last, are a bit deeper. Spatially, they're not as wide. So, we see them for maybe a day or a night. Not really 2 days, not really 3 days, definitely not 4 days. This guy is incredibly broad, like I said, stretching from the western coast all the way into the Rockies. And so we're seeing that guy kind of move a little bit east, but also kind of pull up north as he's going. And that's what's causing this prolonged period of these critical winds, because winds love tight pressure gradients, and then of course they love troughs. So it's getting a lot. Go into the down, we can expect very, very poor recovery, if even, looking at the 15 to 20% range at best. Our winds are going to be amplified further by the fact that we have mountain wave activity coming into play again tonight due to that system as it tries to traverse across the country. So mountain wave activity, what does that mean? It means that air is basically getting up above those mountain peaks. It kind of sits there and spins for a minute, gets trapped, and then eventually it tries to get off the peak. It gives up, it falls down, it crashes into along the foothills and into the valleys. So for the most part, along those eastern slopes, won't see as much of a result from that. However, we will see a lot of that as we get into the foothills and into the lower elevations further out, like towards Las Vegas, Watrous, and the like, as we go through the night tonight. Now, going into tomorrow, actually very similar as what we saw today. Temperatures be about the same, so sticking in those single digits, and then our west-southwest and getting into that 50 to 60 mile per hour gust territory. And this will not get like the lull likely that we saw today, especially due to that increase in that mountain wave activity. So any sort of lull that you do experience or the reduction in winds, don't expect it to stick around for very long. So going into the longer term here, things kind of slacken up as we go into Tuesday. Winds aloft will kind of get a little bit of a reduction there, but you know, if I had more hands, I would put reduction in quotes, because 30 gusts 48 is still quite critical when it comes to wind speeds. Minimum humidity is also going to be continued and a bit, so as we get into Wednesday, you'll notice we have some green going on. That's a welcome change, maybe. So we do have a change to south-southwest flow there as we go into Wednesday. But what that is going to do, it's going to bring a little bit of moisture in. Unfortunately, the majority of that moisture is going to be localized to the eastern plains. So we might see some towering cumulus going up. We might see a few stray storms as we go into the day on Wednesday, and possibly through the night into Thursday. Unfortunately, they are probably going to be dry. So just keep that in mind as you're going forward. The 30 gust 50, you can count on that being erratic gusty outflow winds, which we can expect from Virga or storms also. And then as we going forward into Friday and Saturday especially, we do start to see a reduction in winds. We're slowly starting to get into an upper level ridging pattern, which means that the winds will start to slacken. So that's some good news for you, looking for some relief there. Unfortunately, it will still be continued dry and continued warm. So if you have any questions.
John Pendergrast is our air resource advisor who.
Hey, good evening, folks. So as was pronounced earlier, we had that really strong wind that developed across the valley at about 2 o'clock this morning. And that pushed smoke from the active fire area that we've had just to the west of Las Vegas. This area here, which has been described, the alignment of the wind was just perfect to bring that across the communities in the valley. And so in the pre-dawn hours, we had unhealthy air quality that persisted for several hours this morning. And then finally, we got some mixing of the environment, and the air quality did improve during the course of the day. The activity that was described a little bit earlier across the fire area on the central part did bring some smoke across the center part of the fire, which for the most part this past week has had some good air quality, good to moderate. And of course, Mora up here, this is the latest reading. They were in moderate to unhealthy for sensitive groups just this afternoon. Of course, with the fires mainly being close to the southern part down here and the northern part, we're going to have the most reduced air quality over the next couple of days on the northern and southern sections of the fire. This is a curve graph here just showing the trends over the last couple of days, showing that there's a trend we call a diurnal trend, which means that the smoke activity basically sets down, kind of settles a little. And so that's up in Mora. We had some unhealthy for sensitive groups to unhealthy air for a period of time. This was on Friday, and then Friday night things improved, during the day Friday, they improved to moderate to good as we got that mixing and a lot of the smoke getting higher in the atmosphere. And then last night, it went down again. So a similar pattern here in Las Vegas. Of course, this is because of the smoke. similar curve pattern where the nighttime conditions come up as far as the unhealthiness, and a little bit improvement in the daytime. And this was during the overnight period here, is just showing how we sharply went up when that wind came up during the pre-dawn hours. And then during the course of the
All right, everybody, you are watching Live Now from Fox on this Monday, May 9th. This is a very long update, so I just really wanted to bring you the main beginning portion of it. But really, it is because we are following a nearly historic wildfire that has burned more than 176,000 acres in New Mexico. So actually, we did zoom in on the area here on our Live Now XRAD radar. So basically, the Hermit's Peak and Calf Canyon fires located just north of Las Vegas, New Mexico. For those of you who didn't know, there is a Las Vegas, New Mexico. They merged into one giant fire, and it's currently the largest fire burning in the Southwest and the second largest fire in the state's history. Now, as of last night, there was more than 1,500 personnel working the fire with containment levels hovering just around 43%, which is not a lot in retrospect, but it is some progress. Now, fire officials say that at least 170 homes have burned and that thousands of people remain evacuated this morning. We do have a Fox weather team out there in that area. We played for you a report by Max Gordon just a couple of minutes ago. But really, it was record heat, strong winds that have pushed about 60 miles per hour, and a low humidity that continues to create these extreme fire conditions, as you can see right there on your screen. And it's making it challenging for firefighters to contain it. So a pretty big weather story that we're following here on Live Now from Fox. So just wanted to bring you a little bit of that update that we got from the U.S. Forest Service earlier this morning. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. Before we send you to break, I do want to show you some other weather-related situations that we have been following here on our show. This first one actually takes us to West Virginia. Now, for those of you who don't know, I actually worked in West Virginia before coming here to Live Now from Fox in Orlando, so I'm pretty familiar with this area, but really sad to report that a disaster emergency was declared by West Virginia Governor Jim Justice, I should say a state of emergency, for Cabell, Putnam, and Roane counties over the weekend after really heavy rainfall led to significant flooding in the northwest parts of the state. So this drone footage actually shows floodwaters in a residential area of Huntington, a city in both Cabell and Wayne counties. The source is Ace Dog Academy. And for all other counties in the state, a state preparedness was enacted. But basically on Saturday morning, the National Weather Service in Charleston said that while rain would persist, it would be a lot lighter than previous days. So they are seeing some dreary conditions today. And unfortunately, we did know that this flooding claimed the life of one person out there. So it really is just the how West Virginia is laid out. A lot of these communities are in valleys sitting there near the mountains. So when there's flooding, there's such low ground already that water is just so easily able to seep into a lot of these communities very, very fast. So I wanted to bring you some of the wild video that we got shot on this drone from Ace Dog Academy. Meanwhile, another weather event taking us to Alaska. A disaster emergency declared in Yukon, Koyukuk, Alaska over the weekend after an ice jam caused near record flooding and evacuations. Now, footage by the National Weather Service in Fairbanks here shows flooded roads in Manly Hot Springs. They said that an ice jam formed on the Tanana River on Saturday morning, causing water levels to rise. And one of the observers out there said almost all roads in this area were flooded within hours. Now, the Alaska Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management said on Facebook that 50 to 75 residents had been evacuated to higher ground or were preparing to do so. So the governor of Alaska tweeted late Saturday night that he had declared a disaster emergency for this area, mainly covering Manly Hot Springs. So unfortunately, a lot of flooding seen across our country throughout this weekend, and we wanted to show you the video as we get it into our desk here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to turn to some health-related stories here this morning. We are following a very scary shortage for parents. Low supplies of baby formula are bringing cries from parents who are calling this a crisis. So we're going to have the very latest on this, plus the latest COVID-19 news. We actually are anticipating an update from the mayor of New York City, Eric Adams. But over the weekend, we did learn that New York Governor Kathy Hochul tested positive for COVID-19. So we'll bring you the very latest on all the health-related news we're following here when we come back. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody. On this Monday, May 9th, as promised, we are getting into some health-related stories that we're following for you here this morning. Low supplies of baby formula bringing cries from parents who are officially calling this a crisis. Parents across the country are calling for political action and even more media coverage as they share their own stories and pictures of baby formula shortages across social media. Moms are calling for governors and the Biden administration to take action. The severe formula shortages actually stem from supply chain issues and recalls of formula maker Abbott Laboratories following 4 infant deaths. Now, many stores have now limited the formula that you can purchase. You can see these empty shelves right here. So what can moms do about this shortage, or parents in general? Doctors recommend the following. So they say buy only a 10-day or 2-week supply at a time. Check your pediatrician for local formula reps who may be able to help. Charities and local WIC programs may also have some stock, and they also recommend buying online and only from recognized distributors. Also to switch brands if your baby needs don't require specialized formulas. So those are just some tips that we've got for you as we continue to follow this shortage here on Live Now from Fox, and we'll likely be joined by some doctors and healthcare experts throughout the day to continue our coverage. Meanwhile, our next story taking us out live to New York City. It's one of the vantage points we have from up there. We actually are anticipating an update from New York City Mayor Eric Adams here in just a little bit. It does look like they are getting the podium set up here. But right now, we want to bring you the very latest details when it comes to news that broke over the weekend that the governor of New York has tested positive for COVID-19. Yesterday, Governor Kathy Hochul announced announcing that she has the coronavirus on social media. She posted it on Twitter. She said she's been vaccinated and boosted and that she's asymptomatic and that she'll be isolating and working remotely this entire week. Now, the 63-year-old governor is urging Empire State residents to get their shots and isolate if they develop symptoms of COVID-19. And meanwhile, this all happening as we are following the very latest when it comes to a new possible surge of coronavirus cases, and also how health officials are speaking with the public and recommending certain things for folks not getting the Johnson & Johnson vaccine due to a rare blood clotting syndrome. So let's get the latest from Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seri.
It's a big blow for Johnson & Johnson. The FDA now recommends against the drug maker's one-shot COVID-19 vaccine, citing a growing number of patients who developed a rare blood clotting syndrome. Health officials also pointing out the symptoms usually develop within the first 2 weeks. So if you already got one of the Johnson & Johnson shots, you're probably in the clear. The feds now say the Johnson shots should only be given to those over 18 who can't or won't get an mRNA vaccine from Pfizer or Moderna.
There are other options. We have Moderna and Pfizer, both of which don't have this rare side effect. But if you have a problem with one of those two vaccines, then Johnson & Johnson's still an option for you.
The new guidelines come amid a big uptick in COVID cases nationwide. At least 44 states now reporting a spike in infections, with the daily average now at 69,000, the highest number in 3 months. Fears of another surge now prompting a new big push to get booster shots in arms.
If you're vaccinated, if you're boosted, if you get tested early in disease, we have access to tools that prevent severe disease and death.
But with cities and states reluctant to return to COVID restrictions, public health officials say we'll likely see more community spread as the summer approaches.
We're talking about endemic, but we're not talking about over. COVID is still very much present. It is in our community.
And we're starting to see more pressure on healthcare providers. Hospitalizations are up 20% in just the past week. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Jonathan Seri for that report. Meanwhile, I do want to tackle some business and consumer-related headlines. And if you drive a car that takes gas, I know that you'll feel me on this next story. So we do have an update for you at the fact that gas prices are back on the rise again. The average price of a regular gallon of gas is currently $4.38. That's up 15 cents a gallon over the last 2 weeks. The current price is $1.36 higher than it was this time last year. And according to a survey, average diesel prices have increased by 43 cents in the last 2 weeks. So we do have some owned and operated stations at their local pumps, and we will be touching base with them throughout the day. Meanwhile, speaking of the gas prices continuing to rise, well, that doesn't just affect us who drive cars. We're actually taking a live now look over Philadelphia International Airport. Clearly a very windy day out there. You can see this camera kind of shaking over the terminal, but airfare prices are expected to skyrocket over the next several months, making travel plans much more complicated for Americans looking to get away this summer. Fox News' Sal Giangrasso has more on this story.
2022 summer travel will look a lot different this year, especially if you're hitting the skies. According to travel search engine Skyscanner, round-trip flights within the U.S. will cost $302 per traveler on average, up 3% during the same period pre-pandemic. This price spike is expected to continue through the summer months as air travel bounces back following 2 years of lower-than-average demand due to the pandemic.
Airfares have changed a lot, price-wise. So I just know the prices are going to go up and up and up.
Travel experts say the rise in prices will not stop travelers, and Americans should be prepared for packed lines and security checkpoints at nationwide airports.
With so many air travelers, security lines are quite long, so you should plan to leave a little extra time to check in and get to the gate.
For those looking to get to their destination by car, be ready to shell out more for gas at the pump. Analysts from Gas Buddy say nationwide average fuel prices for unleaded regular will be around $4.18 in July and $4.23 in August. Despite this, AAA says 42% of consumers admitted that rising gas prices wouldn't alter their summer travel plans in a recent survey.
We're seeing, unprecedented levels of demand. People are out there traveling again. People are really eager to get back out there and rediscover places that have been closed for so long.
To deal with the unprecedented number of air travelers, the TSA says they will hold hiring events in the coming weeks to fill positions as they continue to deal with staffing shortages nationwide. In New York, Sal Giangrasso, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Sal Giangrasso for that report. Good morning, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from our Orlando, Florida studios. It is officially a little past 10 a.m. here on the East Coast, only a little past 7 a.m. out there on the West Coast, but regardless of where you are joining us from, thanks so much for starting off your week with me and my co-host Gabrielle Amato. All morning long, we've been bringing you live events, breaking news, and updates to all the stories that you want and need to know about as you get your Monday kicked off. Just to give you a look at some of what we've got going on here, I actually do want to take you out to some video we have from Moscow. This was a parade that happened just hours ago as Moscow and Russia as a nation marks the annual celebration known as Victory Day, really celebrating Russia's victory over Nazi Germany in the Second World War. So to clarify, I know Russia is currently invading Ukraine, the war raging on day 75, but this in no way means that they are claiming victory in Ukraine. It was anticipated on whether or not Putin would officially declare war in his speech, but that's not necessarily what he said. So basically, when he did speak at this annual parade in Moscow's Red Square, marking the anniversary of the Soviet Union's victory over Nazi Germany in World War II, he drew parallels between Russia's fight against the Nazi troops back then, and then their current fight against Ukrainian forces out there on the ground. He said that the campaign in Ukraine was a timely and necessary move to ward off potential aggression. He also added that Russian troops are fighting for their country's security and held a moment of silence to honor all of the troops who have fallen in combat. Now, the remarks were followed by this parade. You could see here columns of soldiers marching through Red Square as they do every year on Victory Day. There were tanks, there were armored personnel, transports carrying huge ballistic missiles. So quite a commemoration day for Russia. And basically Putin said that, NATO has gotten involved in this war. Again, that this is to defend their nation. So really defending this entire war. That is what they are calling it. They're really defending what has been going on in Ukraine. Meanwhile, we did get a complete opposite address from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelinski that we're going to play for you in just a couple of minutes here. But he basically said that pretty soon Ukraine will be celebrating 2 victory days and that they will win this fight against Russian forces. So that is a look at some of the Victory Day commemoration parades that have been going on there on LiveNOW from Fox. We did get this feed live here just a couple of hours ago. Meanwhile, some new news to report here out of Ukraine. Now, this is a story that I personally, it touched my heart, my little guy Patron here. So basically, Patron is a bomb-sniffing Jack Russell Terrier that was helping Ukrainian forces out there sniff out bombs. He's helped their demining team by locating explosive devices planted by Russian troops. Well, according to Ukrainian emergency services, the dog has sniffed out over 150 devices since the invasion began. And when Patron is working with his handler, if he finds anything, he scratches at the ground and barks to alert everyone to the danger. So actually, earlier today, he received a Distinguished Courage Award from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelinski himself. I'll actually take away this lower so you could see him on his little leash there, his tail wagging. Obviously very happy to receive this highest honor out there in Ukraine. So wanted to show you that video here on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, some more video here. Now, viewer discretion is advised. This is not blood, but Russia's ambassador to Poland, Sergei Andreev, was splattered with red paint by protesters today as he tried to visit a Warsaw cemetery for Red Army soldiers who died during World War II. So Victory Day is actually commemorated throughout Europe. But basically, Andreev was visiting the Soviet soldiers' cemetery to lay flowers on Victory Day, marking the defeat of Nazi Germany by the Allies. As he arrived, the ambassador was met by hundreds of activists opposed to Russia's war in Ukraine. Footage showed Andreev covered in paint as protesters prevented the ambassador and others from laying their flowers at the cemetery. And the activists carried Ukrainian flags and chanted fascist and murderer at him, while some were dressed in white sheets smeared with blood, symbolizing the Ukrainian victims of Russia's war. So again, some more video to show you here on Live Now from Fox. However, we are all about the live, the raw, and the unfiltered here. So we are going to take it back out to the United States. That is where we are getting this feed into our desk. We've got New York City Mayor Eric Adams making an announcement out there in the Big Apple. I do want to get you some more information on this event. Actually, we're learning that this is taking place out there in the city. But really, I do want to stay in New York for another major event that we are getting. Obviously, we have been following the fallout of the Supreme Court leak that happened just about a week ago. So we've actually got an announcement from New York Attorney General Letitia James about abortion rights in the state of New York. So let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
We're for people from other states. That amounts to about 7,000 individuals. And New York, as you know, is one of the states which has the highest number of individuals coming to it to get abortions. According to the Guttmacher Institute, that number could grow to more than 32,000 individuals, or perhaps even more. And that's just for people traveling to New York from Ohio and Pennsylvania, where they have restrictive laws and, in some cases, lack of access to abortion providers. And these funds will help individuals without insurance and or individuals who are struggling to make ends meet. As elected officials, we have a responsibility to fight back. But we are lucky to live in New York, where the basic rights enshrined and where the people in power actually care about the health and well-being of the people that we serve and those who live outside of the state of New York, who require access to an abortion. Because for many of us, this is personal. And it's important to understand that, as Dr. King once said, that as long as one of us lacks the right to protect our own bodies, none of us is free. And today that reality is truer than ever before. And that is why we are pushing the boundary and stepping up to protect our freedoms, but also our lives. And on days like today, it's so important to remember that Americans believe in the right to abortions. Most Americans believe in the right to abortion. And we are everywhere, in blue parts of the map and also in red ones, and we will continue to act to ensure that every New Yorker and those beyond the lines of our state have access to this critical and absolutely this life-saving and critical right, and that under the Equal Protection Clause of the United States Constitution, that we will not be treated like second-class citizens. Because the reality of the situation is that bans will not stop abortions. Bans will not stop abortions. Bans will only stop safe abortions, and that is why we are here today, to provide access to safe abortions. And now it's my honor and privilege to invite the Senate sponsor of this legislation up, State Senator Cordell Clear, to deliver some remarks.
Thank you so much, Attorney General James. Healthcare is a human right, and abortion is a fundamental and essential aspect of women's health care, plain and simple. I'm sorry. Any rollback or constraint of any health care right is fundamentally unjust, and we know it will have particular harm on women of color, those of modest means, and those already suffering disparities under our current system. We cannot and we will not let it stand. I am proud to sponsor new legislation introduced last week, A 10148 S 9078, Clear, and Gonzalez Rojas, called the Reproductive Freedom and Equity Program. This legislation will ensure that in New York, we not only protect, but also fully fund and support all aspects of women's health care, including comprehensive abortion services. We will not be subject to the arbitrary whims of a politicized Supreme Court, nor can we fund health care services via private fundraising. To do so is an effrontery to the principles of equity, fairness, and good government. The Supreme Court will not take New York, New Yorkers, and anyone who enters our borders seeking refuge, comfort, and empathy back to the Stone Ages with tortured opinions that put women's lives at risk. New York will lead the way, and we will redesign our system to align with the values, rights, and priorities, the health of women. It's our bodies, and it's our choice.
And now I'd like to introduce Assembly Member Jessica Gonzalez Rojas, who sponsored the legislation in the Assembly.
Thank you, Attorney General. Thank you all for being here. I've spent my career fighting for reproductive justice. I served 13 years as the Executive Director of the National Latina Institute for Reproductive Justice. And what's fundamental is that the ability to determine if, when, and how to create the family you wish to create, and then to be able to raise that family with dignity, is crucial in the pursuit for reproductive justice. It is about health, it is about dignity, and it is about justice. And I have been fighting to address all the conditions that have continued to impact the ability for someone to make that decision. And even as the legal right for Roe has been in existence, the ability to access that right was often out of reach for so many people, including immigrants and trans people and low-income folks and folks on Medicaid. However, we're now facing an even darker reality. The access to Roe may fall before us in June, as the leaked memo has presented. So it is up to New York, a state that is rooted in the ability for folks to determine if, when, and how to create their families, and to stand proudly by that ability to make those decisions for themselves. I'm so proud to be the sponsor in the Assembly alongside Senator Clear of the Reproductive Freedom and Equity Fund. This fund will direct money, $50 million, to the Department of Health in order to offer grants to abortion providers and nonprofits that assist people in accessing the abortion care that they need. And that means everything from allowing providers to get training and education and bringing more staff and security, as well as ensuring uncompensated care is being reached so that people who don't have insurance, don't have access to insurance, can get this care. And it also provides resources for folks to get here, travel, child care. Most people who have abortions are already parents, and doula care as well. So this is a critical piece of legislation. There may be tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people that are going to turn to New York for access to abortion care, and we have to be ready and willing and able to welcome everybody with compassion, with dignity, and with quality abortion care. So that's what our legislation will do. And something I want to remind everybody.
All right, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox on this Monday, May 9th. We are live in New York City right now as Attorney General Letitia James is holding an event to make an announcement about protecting access to abortion. This obviously following the SCOTUS leak that happened about a week ago, where it basically said that Supreme Court justices would potentially support the overturning of Roe v. Wade, really changing abortion rights rights for women across the entire nation if it were to go through. So wanted to bring you this update here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we're going to entirely switch gears here to a story that we have been following since it first broke to us over the last couple of days. Very scary, very bizarre. 3 American tourists mysteriously dying at a Sandals resort in the Bahamas. We're going to have what we know about the investigation with a live report from Fox News correspondent Phil Keating when we come back. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Monday, May 9th. It is a story that we have followed for you all morning long. 3 tourists from the United States have died at a resort in the Bahamas after falling ill. A 4th American was actually airlifted to a hospital for treatment, but very mysterious, very bizarre. Obviously, we have learned as this investigation goes on that there was no blood, just really these tourists falling ill some way, somehow. So to bring us more on the investigation that is currently underway, I do want to head out to Miami, Florida. That is where Fox News correspondent Phil Keating is joining us live as he follows this story. Phil, this is the last thing anybody wants to expect when they go on vacation, especially to the beautiful Bahamas. So what can you tell us this morning?
Yeah, it really is such an idyllic place, and to have 3 Americans suddenly die in their villas without any clear explanation as the cause of death is very troubling for a lot of people, including the Sandals Resort as well as the Royal Bahamas Police Force, which from the outset has indicated there was no evidence of foul play, no blood, no gunshots, no stabbings, just 4 bodies that were all slumped over in their rooms. They had previously complained, according to witnesses, of feeling nauseous and just discomforted like that. They went to a local clinic on Great Exuma, were returned back to their villas, and then ended up passing away. So it is still under investigation with no determined cause of death on what for everybody remains still a big mystery. One of the victims has been identified by his son, who spoke to a local TV news station in Birmingham, Alabama, saying that his father, his name is Vincent Chiarella, he was there celebrating a wedding anniversary with his wife. She is the survivor, according to the son, And this one survivor was flown from the Bahamas to a hospital here in Miami, according to reports. Sandals issued its own statement because clearly it was contacted by media all weekend long to get to the bottom of this. And it said something very short and simple. Nothing is more important to Sandals Resorts than the safety of our guests. We're actively working to support both the investigation as well as the guests' families in every way possible during this very difficult time. At the Sandals property there at Emerald Bay in Great Exuma, it could be about $600 a night, according to a certain source of mine. But it's all inclusive. You get everything, all the food, all the drink you want. You get a beautiful pool. The waters in the Bahamas are just exquisitely gorgeous. And that's why you see Sandals Resorts commercials on TV all the time. It's a great island getaway for people in the United States, and it's very, very popular. But that's pretty much it for details at this point. It's a mystery. The State Department is monitoring the situation, but the resort remains open. Reportedly, most of the guests are aware of what happened, but the vacationing still continues there at the Sandals Resort, Emerald Bay.
Yeah, really shocking, Phil, actually, for us to learn that the resort is still open. And we actually do have that statement from the State Department, just to show our viewers really quickly here, a little excerpt saying we are closely monitoring local authorities' investigations into the cause of death. We stand ready to provide all appropriate consular assistance. So, Phil, we really thank you for bringing us up to speed on this very mysterious situation in paradise, nonetheless. So we'll be touching base with you and your team again soon. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Obviously a very elaborate situation, not too many details known right now. One of the victims identified, and the resort still remaining open as this investigation is underway. So if we do get any details onto what could have potentially caused these Americans to fall ill and die while on vacation, we'll be sure to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we're going to shift our focus back to a major story that we have been following here on Live Now from Fox, the fallout of the Supreme Court leaked document that was released just last week. We are continuing to follow the fallout, follow protest. And if you were just tuning into our stream, we were live in New York City, where New York Attorney General Letitia James is still speaking on protecting women's rights out there in the state of New York. So that is likely where we will be when we come back. Stay with us.
New York, that we provide access to individuals outside the state of New York, and we protect that right, and that it be ingrained in our Constitution, embedded in our Constitution. And that's why I came out over the weekend in support of a constitutional amendment. The governor has supports such an effort, and I joined with her in supporting a constitutional amendment to protect the right to privacy, which is implicit in our Constitution. Yeah, the providers who will receive the funds from the Department of Health, again, will be responsible for outreach and education. It will be part of the program. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir. Let me go her and then you'll second. Yeah. Well, again, we believe that abortion is health care, and so the appropriate agency would be the Department of Health. We don't have a specific figure for you, but again, it will be determined by the members of the legislature. Yes, sir. So, you know, New York State provides a wide range of services to individuals currently under the law. We provide health care for individuals who unfortunately do not have insurance for other health care costs. And again, we think it's a basic right and a basic freedom, and it's really critically important that, again, we provide access to safe abortions in the state of New York. We do provide funds for a wide range of services to individuals who live outside of the state of New York, and we're going to continue to do this. New York, obviously, is a compassionate state, a state that cares about others, and a state that recognizes that if one individual is not free, then all of us are not free. Let me just ask her, and then I'll come back to you. So I'm confident that there are also the majority of attorney generals in this nation are Democratic attorney generals who support the right to abortion and who support privacy and who recognize that it is implicit in our Constitution and who recognize that the Equal Protection Clause in our Constitution should apply to everyone, and that if one person is not free, then none of us are free. And so I am confident that the attorney generals who subscribe to the same values that I hold will also stand up and defend the right to choose. And not at this point in time. We're waiting for the decision to come down. As you know, it was a draft decision. In the event that the decision does overturn Roe versus Wade, I'm confident that the attorney generals all across this nation who believe in similar the right to choose will join with me in defending our rights, not only in New York, but in other states across this nation. Sure. So if Roe versus Wade is overturned, it will in fact return to the states. And as you know, there are trigger laws currently in place that will result in a complete ban in some states. At this point in time, I think it's really critically important that individuals, including Minority Leader McConnell, understand that the vast majority of Americans believe in the right to choose, believe in abortion, believe in safe abortions, and that we do not want to go backwards. So we're still looking at that issue, but at this point in time, our focus is really on the United States Supreme Court and their efforts to overturn Roe versus Wade. You know, you raise an excellent point. You know, the right to privacy, which is implicit in our Constitution, applies to the right to marriage. It applies to interracial marriage. It applies to contraception. It applies to the rights of the LGBTQ community. It applies to the desegregation of our schools. So I don't know how you can separate abortion from all of these other rights which were implicit in our Constitution, and that's why it's critically important that this is a slippery slope, and I will do everything in my power to ensure that the rights of New Yorkers are protected. Ma'am? So let me just say that if you look at the number of adoptions across our country, you will see that for children of color, they spend more time in adoption centers, a significantly longer amount of time. And I also would go on to say that if individuals are truly concerned about children, that what they should do is expand the child care tax credit. What they should do is expand universal school lunch. What they should do is provide more funding for education and child care and daycare and prenatal care. And the list goes on and on if you truly care about children. Thank you all for coming.
All right, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox as we continue to follow the fallout of the Supreme Court leak that happened just about a week ago. Here's actually a live look outside of the Supreme Court where you could see that protective fencing has been posted around the building after a number of protests and rallies happened in Washington, D.C. over the last couple of days and really within this last week as soon as this news first broke. So basically what the Attorney General for New York said, and we actually do have this look right now of the Empire State Building there in the Big Apple. She basically announced new state legislation, a new program that will expand abortion access for New Yorkers and people living in other states that would then come to New York to get an abortion. She said that the program will provide funding for abortion providers and nonprofits to help increase access to care and fund abortions for low-income New Yorkers, and the influx of people who have already and will continue to come to New York to seek an abortion if Roe v. Wade is overturned. We just lost that shot of New York, but here's another look at the Supreme Court this morning. She actually tweeted minutes ago saying, "Make no mistake, New York will not go back to the dark times when people were unable to control their own bodies or make their own choices. We must ensure that everyone has this basic right and can access the life-saving care they need and deserve." So that was just a live update, a live press conference that we wanted to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. I actually do want to stay in the state of New York. We've got an event being held by New York City Mayor Eric Adams. So let's go there here on Live Now from Fox.
And they're going to realize how forward-thinking it is. What we must do is balance out. Food must look good, it must be good for you, and it has to taste good. So we have to invest in affordable, healthy food. We're not going to get the junk food folks out of business until we remove the demand of the junk food. And by New York really investing into good tasting, healthy food, finding ways to open them up in these communities where they're oversaturated with fast junk food that's hurting them, that's the balance we must do. And that is what we're doing. We're starting on the ground up, having young people engage in urban farms, seeing how to grow food. We did this as borough president. There are a number of children who said when we did urban farming in school, children used to say, "We've never had a salad before." I mean, that's just unbelievable when you think about the nutritional impact of eating healthy. So we got it. We know a lot of these communities that are dealing with high crime, dealing with health crises, dealing with so many other issues. You have junk food everywhere, so we have to balance that out. And our goal is to really encourage people to get good tasting, healthy food. And that is some of the things we did when I was in Los Angeles, looking at some of the healthy, good tasting food that we want to bring those companies here to New York. Yes. a schedule. I wanted to get up as soon as possible. Our team, my IG Intergovernment Affairs team, is finding out the best time to align my schedule with the schedule of the men and women, our lawmakers in Albany, so we could get the best bang for our bucks. And so it's just about scheduling. We would love to get up there as soon as possible, but we have been on the phone. As I stated, I spoke with the leaders of both the Assembly and the Senate. So we would like to get there as soon as possible, because this is an important issue for us.
Speaking of the healthy eating, video arose over the weekend of a fruit vendor in a subway station in Brooklyn who was handcuffed by the NYPD. Is that what you want your police focusing on?
No, what I want my police to focus on and what I want New Yorkers to focus on, we have to follow rules. And we have to be concerned about specifically food. There's a reason we have a Department of Health standards. If people are just selling food without any form of insurance of the quality of that food, someone could get ill from that. And so that's why there are rules in the subway system. Now, if I allow anyone to sell anything and someone gets sick, a large number of people get sick, you guys are going to be writing. Eric is allowing people to circumvent the Department of Health standards. So if we follow the rules, we won't have these incidents. And we're going to evaluate the interaction with the police and always find better ways to do so. But the bottom line is, next day is propane tanks being on the subway system. Next day is barbecuing on the subway system. You just can't do that. And I keep saying, I'm not going to send my officers mixed messages. We have to follow the rules. And each time we have an encounter, we evaluate to see how we can do it better. But the worst thing that has happened in this city is that we have been sending police officers mixed messages. Follow the rules. The rule was those officers encountered, they said you can't do this here. There was real engagement, and the women decided to do something differently. We can't have anything and everything go in our city, and I make that clear over and over again. So we have to follow the rules.
Is that kind of infraction deserving of getting in?
We evaluated to see exactly what happened and do proper training. We're going to ensure that officers have the best minimum encounter to do summarizable actions, but at the same time, we're encouraging New Yorkers, follow the rules.
I wanted to ask you about the recent report the Federal Monitor put out, the Federal Monitor of the NYPD, basically saying the police department's eviction rate stops, which I think in the past they've said is, kind of clouded the impact, the racial disparity impact seen in stops. Why is that happening? I mean, do you agree with the premise that it is happening, and what is it that the police department going to be moving forward?
Must read the report. If you stop someone, you have to fill out the report. That's all. This is not complicated, and it's a continuous training. But if you stop someone, you have to fill out the report. Remember, this is what I advocated for as a police reformer, that it's imperative that we fill out the report. So I have to read his report to state why he believes that's happening. That's not what I'm getting. And if something in that report reveals that it's happening, then we have to retrain the officers to make sure they're doing it right. Stop someone, fill out the report. This is not rocket science.
My colleague published a story today about your President Trump Fred President, just a few months ago, was working for Catalina, a lobbying firm. And there's some people within certain communities in the city, when they realized that just a few months ago this person was working on behalf of people they think were working against the community, there was some concern about that. I just wanted to ask you, are you concerned about, I'm going to get you're smiling, but what's your message for people within the community who are pushing to fight things that a few months ago he was working in favor of?
Fred is an amazing employee. Prior to being a lobbyist, Fred was a governmental employee under the Bloomberg's administration. And he personifies get stuff done. I am just really happy to convince him to take a salary cut and come work for government, and deal with the scrutiny of the New York City press. I mean, you know how hard it is to get people to come in. They said, Eric, I don't want to deal with these brutal attacks. You know, I didn't say bless you to someone that sneezed. You know, they writing a whole full-page story. Right, I know it's going to be a story now. Listen, Fred is great. I'm happy to have Fred. You know, I'm happy to have Fred. We are all blessed with that. And are there 3 New Yorkers that said, oh, we're unhappy that Fred is there? There's 8.8 million people in the city, 30 million opinions. I mean, thank God we have Fred. I love Fred. 5, okay. 5 out of 8.8 million. Okay, it's no secret to anyone that just about every other night I'm in the subway system, you know, because if you don't inspect what you expect, it's all suspect. The commissioner speaks with me every morning. Every morning. She updates our team. She speaks with me. Then on the weekend, Sunday, the commissioner and I have a briefing of new things we want to do, how we're going to shift things around. We are in constant contact. We know public safety is a prerequisite to prosperity. We're zero in on it and we're focused. But we're going to be rolling something out this week that's just mind-boggling. How many crimes a small number of people are committing? I don't think New York is really connecting the dots. The police department is doing its job. The rest are up. The number of people who are committing grand larceny of autos, shootings, just a small pocket of people. But the system is bottlenecked. In the court system, people don't feel as though there are reprisals for their actions in the city. So what we're doing to the police department is just unfair. Putting your lives on the line to stop dangerous people, yet there's no support in place to partner with us to deal with those dangerous people. We're going to continue to do our job, but let's not kid ourselves. Arrests are up. Gun apprehensions, 2,500 guns, probably more now. I've been saying 2,500 for a week. God only knows what the number is right now. We're doing our job. And so the commissioner and I, we talk about it all the time, and we continue to pivot and shift and adjust. And I cannot thank her enough for just her vision on how we're going to get crime under control, and we are. I'm fully confident that we are, and New Yorkers are going to understand they made the right decision on their mayor and the right decision that I made in picking our police commissioner. Okay, thank you.
All right, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox. That was an update from New York City Mayor Eric Adams. He was holding a rally for mayoral accountability. He was actually hosting the UK's mayor in New York City just moments ago. The UK mayor on a tour of the Big Apple. Here's actually a look we have right now of Lady Liberty out there on this Monday morning, almost 10:45 a.m. here on the East Coast. But basically, you heard him talking about an array of topics, about schooling during the pandemic, about public safety, especially following that really horrible subway attack that happened just a couple of weeks ago at this point. So we just wanted to bring you that update here on Live Now from Fox. The London mayor in New York City with Mayor Eric Adams as he officially holds this rally for mayoral accountability, talking about his duties, what he has done thus far since taking office. So just wanted to stream that for you here on this Monday morning. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We are going to be back for you here when we return with some more top stories here on Live Now from Fox. Hopefully we will be live in Alabama with the very latest on the manhunt that is still underway this morning for an escaped inmate and a former corrections officer in Alabama. Stay with us. Alrighty, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox on this Monday, May 9th, a little after 10:45 a.m. here on the East Coast. We are actually live outside of the Supreme Court of the United States this morning. As you can see, this fencing around the building as protests have been underway for the last week since that leaked document that really showed that some of the justices could be looking to overturn Roe v. Wade, which would really monumentally change abortion rights for women in the United States. So we were just in New York City, first with Mayor Eric Adams, but before that we were bringing you an update from Attorney General Letitia James as she announced a new program that would fund low-income New Yorkers as well as other people who have been and would be looking to come to New York to get an abortion if Roe v. Wade was overturned. So it's a big story that we've been following for you here on Live Now from Fox. So just wanted to show you this one vantage point we have from outside of the Supreme Court. Meanwhile, I do want to shift gears entirely for a moment for another major story that is more than a week in the making. There's a new lead in the search for an escaped convict and former corrections officer out of Alabama. So we actually do want to head out to Alabama live right now, specifically to Florence. That's where Fox News correspondent Charles Watson has been following this story and has the very latest for us this morning. Charles, good morning to you. We have kept our viewers up to speed with every twist and turn. So what can you tell us here today?
Yeah, certainly a lot of twists and turns, Regina. They've got multiple law enforcement agencies at the state, local, and federal level just looking for any clue that could lead them to Vicky and Casey White. We spoke to the sheriff here in Lauderdale County, and he tells me today they're expecting the return of the getaway vehicle allegedly used by the duo. And once that vehicle is in the hand of authorities, investigators will begin combing through it, trying to look for any evidence, any key piece of something that could possibly lead them to this couple. And they'll also try to determine whether the vehicle had mechanical issues or was purposely abandoned. The 2007 copper Ford Edge in question was actually located last week about 100 miles north, partially spray painted at a tow yard in Williamson County, Tennessee. It was more than a week after it was deserted along Aurora Road. The question is whether Vicky and Casey White improvised from there or actually got into another vehicle. That is not clear to investigators at the moment. What is clear to them is that the duo had a special relationship or a jailhouse romance of sort, and a lot of planning went into this escape. Over the weekend, this newly released security footage from a nearby hotel was released, and you see Vicky White pacing and looking around a hotel before she walked Casey White right out of a county prison for a court appointment investigators say did not exist. The hotel is also allegedly where Vicky White stayed the night before she got away with this escape, and it's also near the location where police say she pre-positioned that escape vehicle. So this couple has had a few days head start ahead of police, but again, the sheriff says they are leaving no stone unturned as they try to bring this couple to justice. Regina.
Yeah, and you know, Charles, when it comes to this investigation, something that's been really interesting to me as we brought our viewers updates from authorities, as we've actually gotten pictures of possible identity changes. We've actually gotten pictures of what Vicky could look like with dark hair. So really, what is your take on the fact that, you know, they are really bringing it down to every option as to what could be?
Yeah, I think investigators have seen that this couple, has the ability to be very elusive. Certainly, they've seen that over the last 10 days or so. So they are asking the public to be vigilant and to not only look out for those original pictures of Vicky White with the blonde hair, but also, have an idea of what she would look like with darker hair, maybe black or brown hair. They also released photos of Casey White and some of his tattoos, some of which authorities say are affiliated with a local Alabama white supremacy group. And, in speaking to the sheriff yesterday, he said it is actually a possibility that some of these white supremacy groups, whether it be here in Alabama or up in Tennessee, could be helping to hide the couple out and, sort of keep them low key as they have, a lot of pressure and heat on them right now. They certainly have a lot of funds available to them. Vicky White sold her home for some $95,000 in the days before this escape went off. And so presumably they have $95,000 available to them, and that could be helpful to keep them out of the eyes of police. But law enforcement tell me that could actually be helpful to them, because at some point they believe they actually have to come out and spend this money, and that is when law enforcement thinks that they'll be able to catch them, because the money does them no justice if it's just in their pocket. So there are a lot of developing twists and turns in this story, but again, law enforcement say they are leaving no stone unturned as they try to bring them to justice. Regina.
And Charles, when you also talk about money, what is the reward up to for any information leading to their arrest?
So the governor of Alabama, Kyiv, on Friday, I believe, she added an additional $5,000 for the rewards for each of them. So the reward for Casey White is now up to $15,000, and the reward for Vicky White is up to $10,000. So you're talking about $25,000 for information leading to the arrest for both of them. And, we've actually been hearing from law enforcement professionals, experts, and a lot of them believe that this reward, once it gets to a level that's big enough, maybe more than $25,000, maybe you're talking $50,000, $75,000, who knows? Once it gets big enough and people start seeing that this is a lot of money, that is when things are going to get a whole lot tougher for Vicky and Casey White, because whether, it's a stranger or folks that they actually know, they think people will actually, pick up the phone and call them, because the money will certainly be an incentive.
Yeah, definitely. Well, twists and turns to say the least, Charles, but we really appreciate you joining us this morning to get our viewers up to speed. So we'll definitely be in touch with you and your team. But until then, have a good day and stay safe out there.
You too.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Every time we've gotten updates from authorities out there in Alabama, as well as other entities that have been involved in this investigation, we brought it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. So we will certainly do just that if we get any more information or live press conferences regarding this investigation. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with more nonstop news. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Monday, May 9th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. We are going to stay in the state right now and take you out live to a press conference happening and hosted by Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He is holding a Victims of Communism Day legislation, and he is expected to sign it here. The legislation basically sets aside a Remembrance Day and requires students learn the human cost of communism. So let's listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Delivering for the folks right here in South Florida. And so we're also going to do even more today. I'm going to be signing Senate Bill 160, which makes 26 road designations across the state, including 3 honoring brave Cubans who have fought against the Castro regime. So the intersection of Southwest 23rd Avenue and Southwest 8th Street in Miami-Dade County is hereby designated as Arturo Diaz Artiles Plaza. Arturo Diaz Artiles was a Cuban exile who came to Miami in 1962. He opened a pharmacy that was a community gathering location for his fellow Cuban exiles, and he was known for taking care of the Cuban community in Miami, especially the elderly. Now, he passed away in 2013, but he will always be remembered for his service to the community, and now people driving on these streets are going to be able to be reminded of his great legacy. We're also designating the portion of West Columbus Drive between North Himes Avenue and North McDill Avenue in Hillsborough County over with Tampa. We're going to designate that the Maximino Capdevilla Road. Maximina and his wife Coralia came to Florida on a flight that took them to the Freedom Tower in 1962. They settled in Tampa and they opened an all-in-one grocery. Grocery store, restaurant, and banquet hall called La Teresita. For the past 60 years, they and their businesses have selflessly served the Cuban community in Tampa whenever possible. Maximino passed away in 2010, but La Teresita continues to operate and serve the community to this day. And so that'll be great for the people of the Tampa Bay area. And then finally, the portion of State Road 953, also known as Lejeune Road, between Northwest 11th Street and Northwest 14th Street in Miami-Dade County is hereby designated Oswaldo Paya Way. Oswaldo Paya founded the Christian Liberation Movement in Cuba and was one of the first outspoken opposition leaders against the Castro dictatorship. He fought to protect human rights, democracy, and to change the regime in Cuba. In 2012, he was in a mysterious car accident that many believe was orchestrated by the Cuban government. His daughter, as I said, is here with us today. She has taken up his work, and she fights for human rights to be restored in Cuba, and you're going to be able to hear her make comments here today. So I think today is a blockbuster day for freedom. It's not often that you're able to do all these different things in one fell swoop, but we're proud of being able to stand, not just here in Florida, but this state and this community has been one of the strongest voices, unified voices of freedom for those who are suffering throughout the Western Hemisphere, the people that still to this day suffer under a Cuban dictatorship, the people that have suffered under Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela, the people that are suffering in Nicaragua. And so when people look to see kind of where's the moral compass about what's going on in this hemisphere, you know, they're going to look right here to the state of Florida and particularly the community here in Miami. And so I'm proud to be a part of that, and I'm proud to be standing for the truth. You know, Ronald Reagan said that one day communism would be viewed as a sad, bizarre chapter in human history, whose last pages were being written as they spoke. And that was in the early 80s when people thought the Cold War was going to go on forever. And I think through his leadership and many others, the Soviet Union was brought to heel. The Berlin Wall was brought down. But you would think that after seeing all the wreckage of communism, that it would have been something that would have completely faded into the background. But it's not dead. These Marxist ideas are not dead. They are, in many places right now, oppressing people, such as in communist China. And so when we're speaking the truth, it's not just for history, it's for what we're doing in the here and now. So thanks, everybody, for being part of this. Okay, we're going to hear from, where's Madam President? There we go. Come on.
Wow, what a historic day. Governor, thank you. Lieutenant Governor, thank you so much. But to our trustees that are here, thank you to Marcel championing this since day one. But I stand here and I speak on behalf of 120,000 students at Miami-Dade College, 75% that are Hispanic, and many whose parents and grandparents fled communism to come to this country for the opportunity that they're giving their children. I stand here on behalf of my peers whose parents, it was my mom and dad, processed right here in the Freedom Tower. Only in the land of the free and only in a free Florida and a free America does the daughter of Cuban immigrants processed in this building, given a piece of cheese, a coat that was too small, and sent to Texas, stands here to lead the largest college in America, Democracy's College. Governor, your investment here ensures that there'll be someone else just like me standing here in the next 100 years, ensuring that the story of my parents, of our grandparents, is told over and over and over again. So there is no Che Guevara shirt on one of our campuses anywhere. Our students are hardworking students trying to build the American dream for their families, because they, like me, are on the shoulders of giants like C.B. Arondo and others who have been here since day one, making sure that the story of freedom and a free Florida is never forgotten. This bill is so important because what you don't recognize and don't learn about, you tend to repeat. And so always keeping front and center that there are victims of communism, some that you will never see. To all the mothers, as we celebrated Mother's Day yesterday, that lost their sons and have lost their sons in prisons in Cuba, in the Bay of Pigs, fighting for freedom. We will continue to preserve that legacy for those that we know and those that we don't know, because it's our obligation to ensure that history never repeats itself again. So I want to thank the legislature, all of the members of the Miami-Dade delegation, chaired by Senator Ana Maria Rodriguez, Alex Rizzo, and Representative Barrero in the House that said we're going to do this bill and fought. Senator Manny Diaz, future Commissioner of Education, Manny Diaz in the Senate as well. I know Brian Avila didn't join us, but when the governor stood here and said we're going to get $25 million for the Freedom Tower, both Brian Avila and Manny Diaz stood up and said we're going to bring it home with the entire delegation. Our future Speaker of the House, Danny Perez, said, how do I help? And so thank you so much, Governor, for your leadership, your bravery, your courage, and for keeping Florida free and making sure that the fight of our parents and grandparents is never forgotten. Thank you.
Okay, our current senator, and I guess in about a month will be the Florida Commissioner of Education, Manny Diaz.
Thank you, Governor. And it's so fitting that we're in the Freedom Tower today with freedom's governor, with America's governor. Thank you for fighting. When we talk about communism, victims of communism, we think about it over shores, but what's happened during COVID is a lot of these governments across the United States have tried to lock people down a version of communism. And who stood in the way of that? Governor Ron DeSantis. So on behalf of our community, thank you. Like President Pumariega mentioned, myself, the Lieutenant Governor, the members of this delegation, President Pumariega, we all stand on the shoulders of giants. Giants that are with us here today, whether they're speaking or not, and too many to name. Thank you. It is our job to make sure that this tower stands, that the lessons stand for next generations so that they understand the value of freedom and the perils of communism. And so I'm very lucky to not only have sponsored the bill with my colleagues in the House, but also hopefully to have the opportunity to implement this bill and make sure that every one of our students that goes through a government class in the state of Florida will have a lesson on the perils and the evils of communism, and that we will have a day every year to commemorate those victims. So as we stand here today in this Freedom Tower, which we're very fortunate to have the leadership of Governor DeSantis and the support of our legislature to bring those $25 million so the future generations can continue to understand, much like Ellis Island, this is our Ellis Island in this community, and we will keep it. And this goes out to every single one of you who are here, who have fought this fight, and those who are no longer with us that have fought the fight. Thank you on behalf of our generation. And thank you, Governor, for your support and your continued fight for freedom.
Okay, Rosa Maria Paya.
Thank you so much, Governor, Lieutenant Governor, Senators, Representatives, dear friends. Next July will mark the 10 years anniversary of the killing of my father at the hands of the Cuban regime. But sadly, my father was not the only one killed that day. My dear friend Harold Cepero, 32 years old, was also killed 10 years ago. As thousands of Cubans before then, during these 6 decades. Actually, as also some Cubans after them, as last July 11, when Jurvis Laurencio was shot down in the street just because he was filming a peaceful protest. Actually, while we talk today, at least 1,000 Cubans are suffering political prison just for peacefully marching, demanding freedom, demanding the end of communism, the same evil that now is going to be taught at the schools in whole Florida, also to commemorate all the victims, actually. And now looking at the room, and I'm recognizing victims of communism while I talk. It's time to stop this process, this factory of victims that is the communism. And that fight starts by teaching the evils of communism. That's why I'm so thankful that you decide to rename this portion of Lejeune Avenue honoring my father, because honoring him today is also to honor all the victims, but it's also to raise the voice of denounce about the thousands of victims that are being victimized today in Cuba, in Venezuela, in Nicaragua, in Ukraine, in China, and in so many other countries. This is not something from the past. This is something that is taking place right now. Actually, the fact that the world tolerated for so many years, more than 6 decades now, the Cuban communist regime in our island generated the collapse of the democracy in Venezuela, in Nicaragua, and a massive threat to the national security of many countries, including this country, that right now, while we talk, is enduring a migratory crisis created by the Cuban and the Nicaraguan regime that brought through the border, through the southern border, just the month of March, 32,000 Cubans in an irregular way escaping from the Cuban dictatorship. So this couldn't be more timely. In a moment in which the Kremlin have decided to renew their threats. Actually, in December last year, they literally threatened with a new Cuban missile crisis. Just a week before, they invade Ukraine. Threat again with sending Russian troops to Cuba. We are fighting a war to stop evil, an evil that through the means of propaganda has contaminated the souls and minds of many young people in this country and in the whole hemisphere. So I really appreciate this initiative. I really appreciate the fact that now we are honoring those victims through renaming the street here in Miami, but also through teaching all the young people living in this state about the evils of communism.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Thanks again for joining us here today as we are taking a listen there in Miami as Florida delegates, as well as Governor Ron DeSantis marking this as Victims of Communism Day that he will soon sign there so that schools in Florida will teach the perils of communism. And we will take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we got live events after live events here today, and that's exactly what we're going to do is keep giving them to you as they come up here. We're going to listen to Democrats as they continue to talk about abortion rights as it hangs in the balance after that Supreme Court leak. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Also keeping an eye on the markets. Another down day there, 560 points. Inflation is soaring. Stocks are going down. Your 401k is shrinking. What will happen this coming week? Live Now from Fox continues to track it. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we are worldwide here for you at our Phoenix headquarters. Live Now from Fox, tracking live events as they're happening in real time right here, and really just kind of gives you a look right now at the state of our country. Fencing continues to be up, big ones around the Supreme Court there after threats of protests because of that leak there over the weekend. Several protesters went to the homes and protested outside of Republican Supreme Court justices there. So really shows you the state that we are all living in right now, kind of looking at the Dow as well. And you're seeing our financial futures really for this point here up in the air right now because of shrinking Dow and stocks continuing to slam down. You look at the NASDAQ there where the tech stocks are heavy in play, and they are in deep red as well. So sell-offs continuing as investors continue to worry about inflation, high gas prices, and what will come from this whole war in Ukraine that continues to play out there as we are now 70-plus days into that as we witness the atrocities that continue to happen there in Ukraine. All right, everyone, let's go out now to more live events here.
Certain way.
Out where we're hearing from several Democratic senators like Senator Booker, Senator Menendez, and we are going to hear on abortion rights as it continues to be up in the air.
12. That night when the memo was leaked, like many moms who put their daughters to bed, I passed out right alongside of her, and I could hear the phone buzzing in the distance. But it wasn't until I moved and it was like 1 o'clock in the morning that I looked at the phone and I said, this, you know, it can't be true. Everyone was in shock. Staff was emailing me. People were sending me articles, and I was like, something is clearly and inherently wrong here, because I don't live in a country that would reverse its decision-making process on equity in such a way. And so the next morning I took to Twitter and to Facebook to tell the women of this state, not solely in the state, in this country, about how fortunate we are in New Jersey, but that this wasn't about us. This was about every single girl and woman in the entire country. And in a moment, if you think that we are safe in this state, a colleague of mine took to respond behind the walls of Twitter, instead of picking up the phone or sending a letter, to say, I am sorry, but how can you be proud of a bill that makes murdering babies legal? Now again, I don't have a Juris Doctorate, but when I took that vote and I lent my name to that Freedom Reproductive Right Act in the state of New Jersey, I do not think that for one moment I was supporting a piece of legislation that was empowering people to kill babies. Now I know people think English is my second language, but let me be inherently clear. Eso no fue lo que yo hice. I protected women. I protected my daughter. And I fundamentally understood in that moment, as the Congresswoman eloquently stated before me, that if you think we are safe here in the state, we are for but this moment. But there is a brewing surge that is always there, waiting to strike and waiting to see when the moment is right. And that voting has consequences. And I know that that's not what we're fundamentally talking about today. But if it were not for that man that was sent to the office that opened the floodgates for misogyny and hate and for policy to be overturned and changed, and the appointments of the people that he put on the Supreme Court, that we would not be having this discussion today. That the least we could do is to be sure that we are registered and we go out to vote for people who will protect you no matter what you look like, who you love, what gender you are, or if you have an accent, or if you call this country your home but you don't have a social security number attached to it. That today I stand in solidarity with all the women's voices who were never heard. That I stand in solidarity to understand that desperate times call for desperate measures and catastrophic outcomes that we will never hear unless we ensure and secure the right to women to choose and police their own bodies. It is the same group that when you talk about gun safety, rallies behind as if you're going into their cupboards and stealing their last meal. And yet they want to come into my house and tell me what to do with my uterus. It stops today. New Jersey has led the way, but let me tell you, let's make this very clear. There are many of us who protect these rights, and there are many who are waiting to reverse all these roles and actions. We will send a clear message from the Garden State, but we have to unify ourselves behind all the women in neighboring states. Because if you think this is just about women and gender, it's about equity, and it is about systemic racism and policy that has consistently and continuously kept droves of communities down on purpose. That they don't want the truth written in history books, because when you know your truth and you know your history, you can argue for yourself. That they don't want you to have an equitable playing field, because when you and I stand in the same space, perhaps I can outrun you. That if in fact you just get shackled a little and a little bit more, we don't become a third of voice and power. That the faces of representation don't change with the fears that they have. That when Tucker Carlson gets on every single day and say they want to control you because they want to destroy you, and I say to all of you, they want to control you because they want to destroy us. That is in these same spaces that even if we're tired, that we have to write a $5 check to a state for someone who will defend those women's rights, so that those feelings don't erode what we've done here in this state. That when we got an opportunity to raise our voices in solidarity with this country and with every woman, that we would do so. Because it won't be the woman who has access to means who finds herself in this predicament. She may book a ticket or get on a train or get on a plane or find resources, because they'll be very quick to create a system of accessibility for certain individuals. It'll be that young woman that perhaps doesn't speak English. It'll be that young woman who maybe is finding herself in this state alone. It'll be that one woman that looks different. It'll be that one woman who will have to make a decision, cannot board a plane, cannot get on a train, cannot have a conversation with her doctor, but will make desperate measures to ensure what is right for her. And maybe she'll share her story after that. But chances are she may not. And so I'm here to say I want to hear all of our women's stories. I'm here to say that this stops. I'm here to say that New Jersey will stand with our federal delegation, and I am so forever grateful to mi hermano Senator Bob Menendez, to Senator Cory Booker, and Congresswoman Cheryl for lending their voice to this. We cannot be outnumbered in this space. We know that women are more than 50% of the voting bloc in this country. Wake up and let your voices be heard in this process. It is time for us to defend. It is time for us to stand. It is time for us to protect the future generations of niñas that will lead this country. And I know that a partner in the Assembly who consistently does that is Assemblywoman Brittany Timberlake.
Thank you so much, Senator Ruiz. And it's a great, thank you. Just in case I'm Marilyn Monroe up here, right? It's going to be real sisterhood you see going on. I want to recognize Assemblywoman Shanique Spate, who is the representative of the Central Ward where we stand today, and who also voted in support of the Women's Reproductive Freedom Act that I had an honor to be a co-sponsor of. And I believe that Senator Ruiz's remarks are such a great segue into what it is that I wanted to say. Thank you also Chancellor Cantor and Vice Chancellor, as well as Shantae Palmer and our great federal delegation for putting this together. If you know me, and if you're friends with me, you'll know that abortion is a topic that you're never going to see me carry a sign for that says yay, yay, yay. I do not support murdering babies. It's something that I've debate with my friends quite often about just personal feelings about it. And if you asked me at various different stages of my life, my feelings change, as you can imagine, whenever you're, in high school, or if you're in college and you're just starting to get a start. Maybe your feelings were different than what they are if you're, now married and making decisions together in a partnership. And, I know women who have had abortions and are completely content to this day with that decision. And I know women who have had abortions who absolutely regret it every single day of their life. But, the thing that those two women have in common, aside from abortion, are that they had the choice, that it was their decision. So I am an absolute radical supporter of women having choice. And I believe that the polarization of our nation could be the downfall of us as humanity here in the United States. If we stop, we have to stop with these extremism, the mentality of extremism to think that we can tell people what they can do with their bodies. It is ridiculous. You know, it's also interesting, too, because people often like to cite religion and bring that into this debate. Well, what does God have to say about murdering babies? And they say these very harsh, stark realities. But I'm a proud Christian. I'm not saved or super saved based off of my deeds or my words. I'm a sinner just like everyone else here, right? And I recognize that I'm saved by grace, you know, and I'm saved by the love of Christ that I really don't deserve. But what I will tell you is that I understand in my faith that one of the cornerstones of our religion is that there is free will, the right to choose, the right to have say over your own life. Even God doesn't impress himself upon us and force his will. Now, there's another reason why I stand very passionate about a woman's right to choose. And that's because of this photo that I keep in my office right here. This is a photo of my great aunt. It's my grandfather's sister, who my grandfather and I were extremely close. And he used to look at me, I mean, like I could do no wrong. And he used to empower me and encourage me to lead. And he was such a great pillar in my life. But you know, one day when I was about 14 years old, he shared with me another reason why he looks at me that way. And it's because if you could see this picture closely, you would see that I resemble my great aunt, whom when he came home from military deployment overseas, he learned had died. And she died because of a back alley abortion. And he said he poured through the streets of Harlem to look for the person who did it. And he never was able to find any answers. Now, I don't know why she wanted to have an abortion. I don't know if she was raped. I don't know if she just wasn't ready. I have no idea. One thing I'm clear about, though, is that it's none of my business why she wanted to have an abortion, and that she should have had an opportunity to be able to do so under the safety and care of a medical professional, and she did not. And I never had an opportunity to meet her, but I'm grateful that I did only through the eyes of my grandfather. So this is not about anything other than upholding a woman's right to choose and to decide what it is that she wants to do with her body, what it is that is right for her and her family. I believe in a woman's right to choose and that terminology in all aspects of a woman's life. I believe that's true female empowerment. A woman should be able to choose her career, who she wants to love, and do whatever the hell she wants to do. That's the kind of person that I am, and we have to start using a woman's right to choose all the way across the board, not just as it comes to reproductive care. But while we stand here in New Jersey, where yes, we did do the Reproductive Freedom Act and are very proud of that, we recognize that we're standing on shaky ground and that we are at risk of slipping into, as Senator Booker put it, a handmaid's tale reality, where women who are making decisions about their bodies are going to be forced into being looked at as criminals, who are going to be forced into choosing alternative methods to carry out their own free will for their own lives. I hold this photo up not just for my aunt, but for all the women who died because they didn't have a choice.
Thank you, Assemblywoman, for that personal, incredibly powerful reflection. Now we're going to hear from some of our providers and those who defend these rights, starting off with Rosalind Rogers Collins. Rosalind?
Good morning. I'm proud to be here today representing the Planned Parenthood Action Fund of New Jersey. I'd like to thank our champions and supporters, Senator Menendez, Senator Booker, Congressman Sherrill, New Jersey State Senator Ruiz, Assemblywoman Timberlake, and all of you for coming out today and making your voices heard. As we have heard from the speakers before me, to be clear, abortion is still legal in New Jersey. We must remember this important fact, and we must remind others that as of today, it remains your constitutional right and a right that is protected in New Jersey state law. The leaked SCOTUS draft decision makes it clear that we are at a crisis moment in abortion access. What seemed as almost impossible to many is now almost our reality. The court seems prepared to end our nationwide constitutional right to abortion. This outcome is dangerous and unprecedented, and it will open the floodgates for states across the country to ban abortion. And this is not the end goal for the anti-abortion movement. Late last month, news broke out, as you've heard, that the ultimate goal is to pass a nationwide ban on abortion that would block access in every state in the country. And if that's not enough, there is even a larger question that we must keep in mind. Whose rights are next? The consequences of this devastating Supreme Court decision will be swift for communities nationwide. Overturning Roe means that 26 states could swiftly move to ban abortion, including 13 states with trigger laws that could immediately go into effect. That means in half the country, people will no longer have power over their own decisions, their own bodies, and their own lives. Our health centers are already seeing women from states seeking services that they can't obtain at home. And history tells us that given the health disparities and inequalities that exist, these restrictions will greatly impact low-income communities, women of color like me, my sisters and daughters, and those I love, as well as others negatively impacted by the social constraints of unemployment, domestic violence, lack of health insurance, and other ills. The court, which is now dominated by justices hostile to our freedom, has failed this country. We are devastated, we are furious, but we will fight back. In New Jersey, our right to abortion is guaranteed by the Freedom of Reproductive Choice Act, which Governor Murphy signed into law in January. But rights without access is meaningless. There is much more to do in New Jersey to ensure that everyone, regardless of their income, insurance coverage, immigration status, can access the care that they need to make their own decisions about their lives and their bodies. We've got to make sure, and we're very grateful to Governor Murphy, but we've got to make sure that our state legislators and Governor Murphy keep working to expand access. We need to codify into law that advanced practice clinicians can continue to provide abortion care to ensure that there's increased availability. We've got to mandate that insurance plans in New Jersey cover abortion and birth control with no cost sharing or out-of-pocket expenses. And we've got to ensure that there is funding for abortion in our state, including allowing our state's reproductive health care fund to cover abortions for people who don't have the pathway to insurance, mainly members of our undocumented communities. Understand that Planned Parenthood Action Fund of New Jersey and our partners have been preparing for every possible outcome in this case, and we are built for the fight. We will continue to fight like hell to protect the right to access safe and legal abortion, and we know that you will too. This is the beginning of many asks. We ask for your support, your voices, your votes, your partnership, and your engagement with us in this important life-saving work. You can make a difference right now. I'm going to ask you to take out your phones, and you can go to ppactionnewjersey.org. That's ppactionnewjersey.org. You'll see a blue button that says Expand Access at the top of the page, and you'll be prompted to send an email to Governor Murphy and our state legislative leaderships. Let them know that you are demanding abortion justice and that you want to access abortion further expanded in New Jersey. So let's keep marching, let's keep speaking up, let's keep speaking out, and keep working to fight for our rights. It's time to take action. We won't back down, and neither will you. Thank you.
Next up is Alejandra Sorto.
Good morning.
Morning.
How are we doing?
Good.
Let's shake it off, folks. We're in for a marathon here. Good morning. My name is Alejandra Sorto with the ACLU of New Jersey. Thank you, Senator, for the opportunity to be here today alongside representatives, legislators, and partners as we stand here in support of reproductive freedom and abortion access for all. For decades, patients, providers, advocates, and organizers have been sounding the alarm on the unrelenting attacks on abortion access across the country. 2021 represented one of the most devastating years for abortion rights, with hundreds of restrictions being introduced or passed in state legislatures across the country. We have seen the devastating effects that these restrictions have, particularly on the most vulnerable communities. We're talking about immigrant communities, low-income communities, LGBTQ and low-income people, and they're not going to stop there. The recent leak of the U.S. Supreme Court draft opinion, while not a final decision, confirmed what many of us feared and knew, that a majority of justices of the U.S. Supreme Court are ready to strip away our fundamental right to decide when and whether to have a child. If Roe v. Wade is overturned, half the states could quickly move to overturn or outright ban abortion care, affecting over 36 million people across the country, posing an immediate threat both to reproductive health care, public health, and personal freedom. Here in New Jersey, after years of advocacy, our state legislature took an important first step by passing the Freedom of Reproductive Choice Act, which codified into law our fundamental right to reproductive autonomy. We thank many of our state lawmakers here today, Senator Ruiz, Assemblywoman Timberlake, Assemblywoman Spate, for your support in making this a reality in our state. And we look forward to working with you to go further, to prioritize equity and address the barriers to access that remain for far too many people in our state, particularly immigrants and low-income people. This moment can and only must be met with collective action. It calls on every single one of us to step up for reproductive freedom, from the halls of Congress to state legislatures, in the courts, in our communities, and in the streets. Because we're talking about the fundamental right to decide over our lives, our bodies, and our futures. We need to ensure that the reproductive freedom is a right not only protected, but accessible to every single person that needs it. And together, regardless of race, income level, gender identity, or immigration status, this is a racial and economic justice issue. And together, we can work to make this a reality, and for New Jersey to be a leader in reproductive freedom, and for every single person to have the ability to live with dignity and respect. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Dee Belafonte.
Right. I would say good morning. I'm still going to say good morning. Good morning. All right. Even though I did say good morning, today's not a good day. It's never a good day when we have to protest for our basic human rights. And I just want us to acknowledge that and to remember that though we're out here and the sun is shining, we are still fighting for our human rights and the protection of all women and those who identify as women or have a uterus, okay? All right. Power is not based on the strength of one, but the strength of many, as justice is achieved through the resilience of many who have been disenfranchised. Like myself, I am a woman of color, queer, okay? So I got a couple going on for me right now. Their strength is true power geared in creating an equitable society. Over a half century of well-settled privacy protections that underpin numerous U.S. Supreme Court advances for LGBTQ plus individuals, women who are identified as such, those who carry uteruses, and then also our Black individuals, our indigenous individuals, and every other person of color has been affected and is threatened by this leak of this Roe versus Wade, overturning of Roe versus Wade. During his January 2006 confirmation hearing, then Judge Samuel Alito swore he would not be an activist judge, which he described as a judge substituting his or her own seeking to overrule 5 decades. Oh, excuse me, I'm reading the wrong. I'm sorry, folks. But no, so he said, a judge substituting his or her own views for what the Constitution means and for what the laws mean. However, in seeking to overrule 5 decades of well-settled legal precedents and personal freedom, Supreme Court Justice Alito has become exactly what he promised not to be, right? That sounds like an activist judge to me, putting his own beliefs forward instead of the people's as a collective and a whole. So today in this time, it is appropriate for outrage, anger, and action, as it is always time for strangers, for us to unify and to embrace the concept of love with all of our people around us. So our friends, our sisters, our siblings, our aunts, our uncles in that case, because we do have trans lives that do matter and are important and do decide to have children, as well as individuals who were born as women and identify as women. It is our time to gather around and to show them love, show them the respect, and be that passageway for them to live an equitable life, okay? This moment is all of ours, whether you are a woman-identified individual, LGBTQ plus member, Black, Indigenous, a person of color, or love someone who is. This moment indicates the end of a federal constitutional right to abortion, signaling the radical erosion of much constitutional support underlying the rights of the many. Justice Thomas and Alito, 2 of the leading voices of overturning Roe versus Wade, renewed efforts to extinguish personal privacy protections, have openly expressed that LGBTQ plus equality is an affront on traditional Christian values. And we heard about Christian values and the true essence of what it means to be a Christian. And when we hear them say this language and call it bigotry, it's really not. The political activism to scuttle the court's legitimacy by instigating efforts to destabilize a SCOTUS decision and undercut the legitimacy of settled LGBTQ plus rights is unprecedented in modern history. Moreover, Justice Alito recently addressed the Federal Society using language that clearly demonstrates that he has no intention of feigning impartially in court decisions, complaining that you can't say that marriage is a union between one man and one woman until very recently that what the vast majority of Americans thought now is considered bigotry. How does that make sense? These are the people who want to govern women's health care, overturn marriage, equality, ostracize and dismiss trans youth, and go after inclusive lessons like critical race theory, 2 concepts that we actually really need within our environment and growing up in the ages. Our kids need this because, again, our truth has been erased from history, and this is where we start now to make sure that proper history is given to our children and they can defend themselves and speak for themselves, but also see themselves within their society. Unknowingly, they have made it easy for us. They aren't multiple groups here we have to maneuver, just one. They are against everything that is important to us. They are not for the people because we are the people for the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Dee. And our final speaker is Dr. Kristen Brandy.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you, Senator, for giving me this opportunity to speak today. My name is Dr. Kristen Brandy. I use the pronoun she, her, ella. I am a Latina. I am the proud child of Puerto Rican parents. I am a queer woman. I'm a lifelong New Jerseyan. I was honored to get my doctorate here in Newark and have served the people of Newark as well as the people of Montclair for over 8 years. I am the chair for Physicians for Reproductive Health, a board-certified OBGYN, and a proud abortion provider here in New Jersey. We are in a devastating moment right now for reproductive rights and justice. The leaked draft for the Dobbs Supreme Court case made it clear what many of us in healthcare were fearing for a long time, and what we already see is the reality in many states that have been facing abortion bans in the past couple of years. This draft opinion ignores the real needs of millions of people, their families, and their communities. It ignores the needs of patients I serve here in New Jersey and people across the country that seek safe abortion care every single day. It ignores the real-life scenarios of the people that I see that seek abortion. The 28-year-old mom of 3 that knows her kids will suffer if there's one more mouth to feed. The 30-year-old with a fatal fetal diagnosis that wants the outcome with the least suffering for her potential child. The 22-year-old just on the brink of starting her new life and new career. The 12-year-old rape victim. These are all real people that deserve safe, evidence-based care free of stigma. This ruling does not recognize these people, but these are my people. These are my community. This ruling doesn't recognize how abortion restrictions impact the quality of all reproductive health care, including prenatal care, early pregnancy loss, miscarriage management, and quality and equitable maternity care. And at a time when people are trying to restrict other care, like trans non-binary care, this ruling could have potential implications for the freedom of other realms of bodily autonomy, like birth control, gender-affirming care, as well as the freedoms of who to marry. This ruling does not recognize how abortion restrictions disproportionately impact all the people that have been marginalized for so long. People who are low income, BIPOC folk, queer folk, people who are undocumented, people who already face barriers to care and can't just catch a flight to the next state. As a physician, I trust my patients to know their bodies and what they need to live their lives in a way that is safe, healthy, and affirmed. This goes for abortion care, and this goes for all other areas of their life where it's clear that they know who they are, they know what they need, and the kind of lives that they want to live. Access to abortion care gives people the right to determine their bodily autonomy, control if and when to become a parent, to care for the children they already have, and to plan their future. Abortion is safe, normal, essential health care. No matter what the courts decide, abortion is not going away. I know many are worried about abortion being unsafe, and I'm hopeful that patients will still seek care if they feel comfortable within the medical community. But we know that people could self-manage their abortion safely with medication abortion pills. This is safe medically, but it can open up communities to surveillance, punishment, and criminalization. No one should be criminalized for getting the affirming care that they need. Communities deserve and need access to care that is free from punishment, shame, and stigma. This is not a drill. Healthcare will be drastically different if this ruling proceeds as it's predicted it will. I want every New Jerseyan and everyone across the country to know abortion care is still accessible in all 50 states. Birth control is still accessible. Patients can go to their appointments and providers can offer compassionate care to the people that need it. But we need to protect this care with acts like the Women's Health Protection Act, which will help ensure that government will not put restrictions between patients and the essential health services. As a physician, it is my priority to ensure that patients can get the care that is timely, compassionate, and as a proud member of this community of physicians that are advocating across the country, we will always remain loud. We will always fight for what we know is just, and that will always include abortion care. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Doctor, for being the reasoned voice of a medical background. So our message is clear. For some of us who have been sounding the alarm for some time that what everyone thought was a sacrosanct right, that it could be threatened by a Supreme Court, we're now at that moment. So we have to march on. We have to keep protesting, and I would say to every woman and every person who cares about this issue, we have congressional races here in New Jersey and throughout the country. Ask every single candidate, Democrat, Republican, Independent, will you vote to codify Roe versus Wade, and make sure they give you an answer. And if we do that, we will get the majorities that we need to make sure that happens. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. We'll go out down below because some of us have to go. So. Oh, you need the mic. Okay. You want to do it? All right. A few because there's a train to catch to vote. So. Yeah. Is President Biden do everything he can? Yes. The answer is he has made it very clear. He has used his Justice Department to ensure the rights of women. But let's understand, there are divisions of power in this country. It's what the Constitution calls the separation of powers. One of those powers is the courts of the United States. The Supreme Court is supposedly the final word of what is the law of the land. If this ends up being their final word, there's only one way to change that under our system of government, and that's having a Congress that will codify into law the protection of women's reproductive health and the essence of privacy for which all other rights flow, and a president who will sign it. I have no question that if sent to President Biden, he would sign such a law.
And just really quickly, it is very clear what's going on here. This is not a Republican or a Democratic issue. Overwhelmingly, Americans support a woman's right to choose and support Roe v. Wade. What this is a far radical agenda to strip abortion rights away from women in all circumstances and everywhere. That is what is clear here. So nothing that some leader says is going to shock me if they have been working for decades to bring us to this reality where we have states already that are saying, again, even under the most extreme circumstances, a survivor of rape or survivor of incest, the government is going to tell them what they have to do with their body, and that's outrageous to me. That's what's at stake here, and that's what we're going to work together to fight.
But just one more comment about Senator McConnell and the Republicans. They have for decades say that they want to end Roe versus Wade. For decades. And now that it appears that the court that they helped get through, remember, it was Senator McConnell that held up a Supreme Court nominee under President Obama and denied him, with nearly a year in office, the opportunity to have a vote. They did that purposely. Now they have a majority that they wanted. It seems that they are going to have a vote cast by the Supreme Court as to what they want, which is to end Roe. And when they are asked in Washington about this issue, they are focused on who leaked it versus the consequences of turning over a half-century of a decision. They know they're wrong, and we must prove them wrong. Next question, if any. Thank you all very much.
Watching live now from Fox, everyone. This was in New Jersey there as the two New Jersey senators, as well as activists there for abortion rights, speaking out there, as you're taking a live look right now at the Supreme Court, as it is fenced in right now, as they worry about protests that could happen at any time if, as it hangs in the balance right now, stemming from that Supreme Court leak there that was in a draft mode. You're watching live now from Fox, everyone. We'll take a quick 2-minute break. And when we come back at the top of the hour, we'll take you out to Aurora, Illinois, getting an update from police there on some transparency ways that they are looking to make their police force a little bit more transparent. going out now to Aurora, Illinois. Police giving an update there on how they are updating their transparency to give better ways and information for the public.
Their sacrifice. So I'd like us all to give them a round of applause for everything they do to keep our community safe. You know, it was 2 years ago this month that nearly the entire force of the Aurora Police Department put their lives on the line to protect and serve our community. On the evening of May 31st and into the early morning hours the next day, our officers came face to face with a heightened danger when a peaceful protest here at APD headquarters turned into a horrific riot causing damage throughout the city of Aurora. But as always, our police department and supportive agencies did what was necessary that night and the weeks and months to follow. But out of the ashes, we created the award-winning Aurora Change Initiative, which stands for Community Helping Aurora's Necessary Growth and Empowerment. Our officers answered the community's call, and through open and honest dialogue during listening sessions, the call for the implementation of body cameras was welcomed by APD, and something that the department had been working on for several years. Supported by officers, command staff, the union, and the community as a whole, the public implementation process for body-worn cameras was done in a professional and expedient manner that put Aurora ahead of the curve, even before statewide legislation called for it. And today, we are here not only to give a community update on the progress thus far, but again, to publicly thank the fine men and women of the Aurora Police Department for their leadership in law enforcement and commitment to the community and policing at high levels. They set a standard that is respected and emulated throughout the country. The Aurora Police Department is under the exemplary leadership of one of my high school friends and a stalwart leader in law enforcement, Chief Keith Cross. Chief.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Irvin. Good morning, everyone. I'm Chief Keith Cross, and thank you all for coming out this morning. Transparency and accountability in policing have been on the forefront of everyone's mind, especially over the last couple of years. And it's one of the things that we have focused on here at the Aurora Police Department. Our goal is to increase transparency and continue to build relationships with the people in our community. We began looking at the prospect of body cameras back in 2017, but the technology was rapidly changing and extremely expensive. We also desperately needed to upgrade our outdated computer-aided dispatch system and records management system so that we could continue to provide quality police services to our residents. At that time, we prioritized the CAD RMS project, and the body camera project was tabled until 2023. However, just after civil unrest in 2020, we participated in community listening sessions around the city, and we heard the community ask us to prioritize body cameras, and we listened. Shortly after the first few listening sessions, we realized the need to fast-track our body-worn camera project. At that time, we met with the mayor's office and our information technology department to start planning how we could make this happen in an efficient and effective manner. We immediately started piloting body cameras from different vendors to see what would work best for our department. Ultimately, we selected Axon, one of the leaders in body-worn camera technology. In a little more than a year, with a lot of hard work from several individuals involved in the project and the support of Mayor Irvin and the City Council, our body-worn camera system was up and running, and each of our officers were trained and outfitted with body-worn cameras. That being said, our commitment to increase transparency and modernize our operations did not stop with the addition of body-worn cameras. In his previous role as the commander of Support Services Bureau, Deputy Chief Matt Thomas was instrumental in not only helping to complete the body-worn camera project, but also taking a holistic look at other technology that would allow us to continue to modernize our organization and focus on transparency and accountability. At this time, I will turn things over to Deputy Chief Thomas to talk a little bit about that initiative.
Thank you, Chief. Good morning. I am Deputy Chief Matt Thomas. As Chief Cross said, we really wanted to focus on modernizing our overall operations. Part of that modernization was not only choosing the latest and most advanced body camera system out there for our officers, but also to upgrade our outdated squad car cameras. We found that solution that we were looking for with Axon. Their body-worn and squad car cameras capture a clear panoramic picture for us. They seamlessly integrate with one another, and they have a streamlined evidence management system. The Axon Respond feature, which is on both the body-worn cameras and the squad car cameras, allows us to be more efficient in our response to calls for service, as well as it helps us to maintain a higher level of awareness when our officers are on scene. The systems are equipped with a live streaming feature, which have the ability to remote access to the officers' camera systems to provide a clearer picture of what is happening and to deliver additional support if necessary. That Respond software also provides officer location data, which allows us to better protect our officers in case communication is lost with them. We also acquired the Performance software to simplify and standardize the supervisor review process. Our supervisors are randomly assigned video footage to review, ensuring officers are utilizing their body cameras in accordance with state law and department policy, as well as identifying any training needs or development opportunities. We increased our taser supply as well. We now have the latest taser technology, which automatically activates our body-worn and squad car cameras as soon as they are armed. The new tasers also have a new de-escalation feature that gives an audio and video warning prior to the taser being deployed. The video recall and new evidence management software allow our officers to capture more evidence and efficiently upload it to a secure system. Prior to Axon, our officers would spend a great deal of time at the station scanning multiple pieces of digital evidence and uploading and burning DVDs of squad video. We now have the ability to capture the immediate aftermath at a scene and quickly enter it into evidence, allowing our officers to spend more time in the community. We also have a more efficient, secure, and confidential way of capturing evidence from the community by inviting residents to share a photo or videos using their smartphones. Because we cannot be everywhere and we can't see everything, the community is a vital ingredient in getting the evidence we need to protect the people we serve. So thanks to Mayor Irvin, city leadership, and the new integrated Axon platform, APD now has the latest technology which increased transparency and streamlined much of our operations. Thank you.
In closing, I would just like to thank everyone involved in helping us get to where we are today with this initiative. Sergeant Ken Thurman, who we unfortunately lost in January of this year, did a lot of the heavy lifting on this project and played a vital role in its successful completion. Lieutenant Brian Handel, who's here, retired Commander Mike Dorzaf, standing next to him, Deputy Chief Matt Thomas, and City of Aurora IT Project Manager Ed Cruz were also instrumental in getting this project completed. We would also like to thank the representatives from Axon who worked hand in hand with our people to make sure that things went smoothly. Over the next week, we will be releasing a series of short videos to talk about the technology and help educate the public on its capabilities and how it is being used to help make our community safer. Thank you again for coming. Well, all of our officers have been updated with body cameras, including myself, so approximately 285 or so. And I'm not sure about the number of squad cars.
150 squad car cameras.
150.
Purchased.
They're not all installed yet?
No, due to some supply chain issues on Axon side, they just shipped out.
Do you know what the total cost is to the city?
We can get back to you on that one. I'll make sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
When, maybe I missed it. When did the Axon body cameras, when did you start using those or get everybody equipped?
Everyone was trained by the end of January of this year, and they went fully operational then at that time.
Can you talk a little bit about what happens in this room then?
This is our Critical Incident Information Center. It just allows us to utilize technology to help our officers get a better situational awareness of what's going on out on the street, especially on active calls. It just allows us to utilize technology to help fight crime and deliver quality services to the community.
Are you monitoring live cameras in here, Bill?
What do you mean?
And are people at the desks here monitoring the live cameras? I mean, in Chicago, they've got people in every district looking at the cameras.
Well, unfortunately, we don't have the kind of manpower to do that. Our people in here are doing a lot of different things, trying to keep abreast of not just things happening here, but also all over the country. You know, different things with social media. I can't really get into the nuts and bolts of everything that they do, but we have limited resources in here right now. As we try to continue to put more people out on the street, we'll have more people in here. But they're very busy, and they help, like I said, give us a better situational awareness, especially for ongoing incidents.
But would this be an example of what the quality you might see if you are live streaming at a crisis?
Yeah, this would be an example.
And when you talk about the body cam and the dash cam going together well, how does that serve your purpose?
I'm going to let Lieutenant Handel talk a little bit about the nuts and bolts, because he was intricately involved in putting this together, and he has a better awareness of that. So I'll let him answer that question.
Good morning. I'm Lieutenant Brian Handel. I'm in charge of the Central Services Division here at the Police Department. With the live streaming of both the body cameras and the squad cameras, it gives both personnel in here, supervisors who are maybe still here in the building, when there's a serious situation that happens, they'll have some live video from the scene of what is happening, some real-time information that they normally wouldn't have if they were driving to the scene or just listening on the radio. It also, the system will synchronize the video playbacks, so a lot of times what's captured on a squad car video camera may be different from what's captured on the body camera, or you may have 3 or 4 different officers on scene with different perspectives. When we play that video back, we can actually play them all up to 4 videos simultaneously, and we'll sync it up so that the times are all the same, and you can get those different viewpoints.
Who can turn on the remote access? I mean, does an officer have to say, turn on my remote access? Or?
No, the supervisor or the personnel here in KIC can start the live access. The officer is notified. There are haptic feedbacks on the camera, along with tones and light indicators that show that it's being live streamed. That I'll turn back over to you.
I can tell you that certain things have gone up. We're early in the year. For most of our Part 1 crimes, they are down, though. And if you look all over the country, unfortunately, crime seems to be on the rise. I think we're doing a great job of, again, building trust and relationships with the community, which helps drive crime down, and that's another reason why we work so hard to get this up and running, to continue to build that trust with the community so that we can keep our crime here in the city of Aurora down.
Last question. You referenced the incident 2 years ago this month. Can you talk a little bit about how this capability might have changed anything that you responded to in that incident 2 years ago?
You saying if it were here?
If you have the technology in place then, how might that have changed your response?
Well, I don't know that it would have changed anything with regards to what happened here, but I think that the public would feel a little bit better at, us being transparent as an agency. Unfortunately, I shouldn't say unfortunately, but the reality of it is nowadays, if seeing is believing, and because a lot of agencies weren't equipped with body cameras, officers' words might not have been taken as the gospel as it used to be. So now, body cameras allow the public to be able to trust what the officer's saying or what the officer's experiencing at that time, and also gives our officers a level of protection, against false accusations. So I think it's a win-win. The public's happy that we have them. Our officers are happy that we have them. We have nothing to hide, and it's just another tool for us to use. Crime is done a little bit differently today than it was, 20 years ago. So we as an agency, we have to change and adapt to that. And I think our mayor and our city council have been very supportive of that and have helped us, get up to speed with everything.
Right on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. As that wraps up, there is Aurora Police there showing the different ways now they have their body cameras there implemented in Aurora. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are monitoring and awaiting a Minnesota cold case update involving the mystery of 2 babies found in the Mississippi River. We're going to get some updates regarding that case right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone. Here to Live Now from Fox. You're seeing the Dow there come back just a little bit. We saw session lows as low as 600 down, so we'll continue to monitor it for you right here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to always give you the latest updates from across the country and around the world. Coming up in just a little bit, we are continuing to monitor out in Minnesota right now, getting a cold case update in just moments. It looks like they are still setting up there. So as soon as that happens, we'll bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. And let's go out to Senator Chuck Schumer speaking moments ago.
Linda, Aaron Rosenfeld from the Marion and Aaron Gurrell JCC. Here. I don't know if you know this. I spoke at Aaron Gurrell's funeral. He was a good friend of mine. Yeah. Next, I lost my. We have Kathy Byrne, who's a registered nurse and Director of Social Services at JCC. Next, we have Susan Blauner, Director at JCC Saving Lives, and Ryan Kaiser. That's who I was looking for before. Is Ryan here?
He's over there. He's shy.
Come on, Ryan. And then I want to give a special acknowledgement to all of the FCA peer counselors and advocates. Please raise your hands. Counselors, where'd you go?
They'll be in
They're
at
here.
12. They'll be in at 12.
Right. They'll be in at, okay, very good. Okay, please tell them what a great job they do. So, we're here today because Long Island needs to supercharge a fight in what Newsday has shown with new numbers. And that is we have a tale of two pandemics here on Long Island. We all know about COVID, but today we're talking about opioid addiction, which has significantly increased during COVID. And we're here today to reveal something new and troubling that our county executive will discuss. So far this year, just in Nassau, fatal overdoses are up 14%. It breaks my heart when I hear that number, because 14% is not just some kind of abstract number or increase. It's the lives lost. The people who could have been productive citizens and started families and had families. And then you think of all the people who now have a hole in their hearts for the rest of their lives because a loved one, often a young loved one, was lost. And they're always thinking, oh, could I have done something differently or this or that? So it breaks your heart to hear that that is up. So it means lives, of course. It means families, and it demands action. We know this is a problem, but we also know solutions. What Jeff and FCA and Thrive here show us is these treatment and counseling works. There's just a huge shortage of money. That's the problem. And I always tell the story, this was up in Buffalo, this happened to me. This shows you it's everywhere. I met a guy, he was a big construction worker guy, and he had all these tattoos and all that stuff. And he cried in my arms. He told me his son had served in Iraq. His son got PTSD and then became addicted. And we all know when you're addicted, you have to really hit bottom before you want treatment. You have to want treatment. And everyone gets there, takes different amounts of time. We all know people. That's how I know a lot about this, because I know people who've been addicted. And so his son hit bottom, and they went to the various places like Thrive and like FCA, that FCA runs here, but in Buffalo. And the best one, the one told him, okay, it's 23 weeks. You have to wait 23 weeks before you can get an appointment because we're so crowded. And he killed himself in the 22nd week. Okay? And that was, now it's more than 5 years ago, but it was 5 years ago when the father told me. And he was crying. This big construction worker with big muscles and everything else was crying and stayed with me. So we know there are solutions. And we know we can solve it. What are the 3 silos that we're trying to fund? Oh, so we know there are solutions, and here we are the day before National Fentanyl Awareness Day, that's tomorrow, to supercharge 3 silos of solutions, and I am pledging as Majority Leader to push to get $3.2 billion in federal funding over that Long Island can tap. So we now have about $42 billion. I want to get it increased by 3.2. And there are 3 silos that the money goes to. First is prevention, going to the schools and everywhere else, telling the kids this is no way out. Don't listen to the drug dealers and those, even your friends who may be pushing this stuff. The second is treatment. As I said, we know treatment works. And the third is recovery, making sure that once people are treated, they walk into good lives. Okay? Long Island has been, the data shows, will continue to be on the front lines on the opioid scourge, and today's push to supercharge the funds that can and have helped put out this fire is no drill. It's really a necessity. As Newsday has showed, as you'll hear confirmed today, and I myself have seen and discussed throughout the state and with our county officials and with Jeff and his group, we have a lot of work ahead to ameliorate the collateral damage caused by the pandemic. and opioid addiction may be one of the most intense aspects of what the COVID crisis will leave behind. So, my job is to keep what's working going, ensure the toolbox has its tools, prevention, treatment, recovery. Those are the three silos. We need to fund all three. We have to keep them full with funds that deliver the resources across Long Island. So, as I said, I'm pushing a $3.2 billion budget push to increase these important federal programs. I've spoken to the White House about my intentions, and they know Congress has the purse. They're supportive, but we got to get this done. And right now, on the heels of the new Nassau numbers that show the opioid addiction on Long Island continues to demand robust federal help, and on the heels of the reporting done in Newsday, I'm supposed to hold up a chart. Where is said chart? It's in all of my said papers. Here it is. Here's the chart that shows the increases. Okay? And as you can look, 2018, 2019, 2020, but the biggest leap occurred in 2021 in Nassau County. In Suffolk County, there was a leap, not also the highest ever, but the percentage increase wasn't quite as high. So let me talk about this, okay? The National Drug Control Program funds these three silos: prevention, drug-free community support program, $106 million. We want to increase this federal pot so Long Island can tap into it. And let me tell you some groups that have received some money. Hempstead Prevention Coalition received $249,000. Saving Lives 5 Towns received $250,000. Northport East Northport Community Drug and Alcohol Task Force received $250,000. They all tell you they need that number to increase. Also, HIDA, the High Intensity Drug Trafficking Areas Program, we want to increase that as well. So Long Island is a HIDA, but we want to be able to give them more money. The SAMHSA, we want a $1.4 billion increase in SAMHSA. That's in drug treatment-related funding. That's the treatment side. We want a $553 million increase for CCBHCs. That's the Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinics, and that's designed to increase access and improve the quality of community mental health and substance abuse disorder services. So, we also want to get $2 billion for the state opioid response grants, and that would be an increase of $500 million. So that's where the $3.2 million would go. What we also want to do is create a recovery center on the East End. We now have recovery centers in...
That's actually happening right now with federal money that's already gone to FCA.
Oh, good. All right, Jeff will talk about that. We want... What about the Anti-Drug Coalition in Roosevelt? This is all just...
But there's still work to do. We don't want you to think we're done.
Good. But these show you that this money is actually getting into the hands of people who need it. When we increase money, and then we say that now the East End will have a recovery center, that there will be an anti-drug coalition in Roosevelt supporting the one in Hempstead, when we train more people at the Thrive centers, this is all happening, and that's a good thing. So, bottom line is, he gave me a lot of stuff to say here. I think I'm going to stop. Okay. All right. So, bottom line is, that's where the $3.2 billion's going. We need it. People are struggling. We can give people a good life. We can get them out. We can get them out of addiction and into good lives. And every one of us here, of course, these people, but me and probably every one of you knows people who have recovered, knows people who count the days, whether it's alcoholism or drug abuse, that they are drug-free or alcohol-free. And every day they count another day. They're a happier, better, stronger, and more productive person in today's society. So we have to do this. We have to do this, and I am committed to doing it. And with that, let me call on our great county executive, who has some new numbers to discuss. County Executive Bruce, what's your middle name?
Arthur. Bruce Arthur
Bab. Bruce Arthur
I never
Blakeman.
used that, by the way.
Yeah.
Only when I've been in trouble.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Schumer. First of all, thank you for being back in Nassau County. You're here a lot, and as a matter of fact, we are contemplating sending you a tax bill. You're here so much. So, but you know what? That's indicative
But
of.
it's going to be a lower tax bill.
That's with me. But that's indicative of Senator Schumer's responsiveness. Both he and his staff are very responsive to the needs of Long Island, and certainly this is one of the most important needs that we have. It's just heartbreaking to see how many people now are being addicted to all kinds of drugs, other types of substance abuse, alcoholism. And the senator's right. We have to take a layered approach to it. Certainly, we have to try to prevent it. We do that with education. We do that with law enforcement going after the greedy drug dealers that prey on people's weaknesses and misery. And of course, recovery and rehabilitation are incredibly important. The family counseling and all of the component parts that go into making people well again after becoming addicted. In Nassau County, as Senator Schumer said, our addictions are up 14%. Our suicide rate, I just learned today, has increased by 40%. Coming out of the pandemic, coming out of the COVID-19 crisis, people were isolated, they became depressed. Unfortunately, now they're turning to all kinds of substances, and that's why we need institutions like here at Thrive and all of the other groups that are represented here today, and you truly are lifesavers. Thank you all for your service, but this $3 billion is so incredibly important. And again, Senator Schumer, I want to thank you for being so responsive and addressing the needs of Long Island. I know my counterpart in Suffolk County, Steve Ballone, feels the same exact way, because this is a Long Island problem. It's a regional problem. It's a national problem. But we have to fight it, and it starts right here in our own community. And thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you for your advocacy. And I know when we get this money, God willing, that the county executive and the people he oversees, as well as the private organizations and they oversee, will spend it well. And that's why we're able to announce a few new things that have happened already on the East End and Roosevelt, etc. So I don't know anyone who does more in this area than Dr. Reynolds. He is just an incredible person. The network of organizations he has set up has done good for tens of thousands of people and families on Long Island. He's an amazing man. He's a dedicated man who both his heart aches for the people who are addicted and need help, but he's got a great brain and a whole lot of energy to make sure that he takes those feelings and puts them into action that does real results. So, Dr. Reynolds. Jeff, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. So, and likewise, I'll return the favor and say there's been no one who's been more consistent than Senator Schumer on this issue. You know, we're in the third phase of the crisis. It started with prescription pills that were emptied into our community on the part of manufacturers and distributors. Young people then saw a cheaper alternative in a $7 bag of heroin, and that was the second phase. And the third phase, which we're going to really emphasize tomorrow, is fentanyl. We now expect to see fentanyl in pretty much every street sample that's out there. We found fentanyl in pretty much every drug that's out there, and one of our main lessons to young people has been one pill can kill. And so that Xanax you buy on the street, that Adderall you pick up at a party, that bag of heroin that you buy and you think you know the landscape really, really well, these days is likely to be contaminated with fentanyl. As the Senator mentioned, the dollars are already being put to good use. This is one of 3 recovery centers we run across Long Island. There's another one in Hop Hog. It was actually our first one, and the latest one is in West Hampton Beach. When we opened the one in Hop Hog, we said recovery finally has a home, and Long Island needed that almost more than anything else. Finally, you don't have to drive 60 minutes to get to a recovery center in order to get the support you need. Along those same lines, our Hempstead Prevention Coalition and Roosevelt Drug-Free Coalitions are working really hard on the prevention side. And that's the thing about prevention. We know that substance use is a preventable activity as long as we get to young people early as long as we support them around their mental health issues so they're not turning to drugs or alcohol to medicate away the anxiety, depression, or uncertainty that comes along with COVID. But we also know that treatment works, and making sure that it's available in all its forms on demand is absolutely critical. Since the beginning of this, we've said we have to make it easier to get treatment than it is to get heroin. We're not there yet, but we're getting close, and this addition to the budget will finally realize that dream. And then finally, as we stand in a recovery center, we know that people can recover, People can go through addiction and go through everything that entails, and like other chronic diseases, they can come out the other side. And I will say, and they haven't arrived here yet, the senator was good enough to try to shout them out. The folks who are peers who are working here day in and day out are proof positive that that's possible, that you can struggle, that you can overcome, and then you could put all you know and all your experiences to good work helping to save other folks. And so a huge thank you to Senator Schumer, a huge thank you to our great county executive in Nassau County, Bruce Blakeman, and just as importantly, a huge thank you to all the folks that are on the front lines day in and day out fighting this battle. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. We'll take questions on this subject.
Any idea what percentage of the new funds or what percentage of the funds could go to Long Island at this point?
Well, once I get the funding, I have two steps. One is get funding, and two is make sure New York gets a very high proportion of it. And so far that's happened. In fact, I like to say I'm very proud of the fact Senator Moynihan was a mentor to me, and he said New York was always a donor state, which meant we sent more money to Washington than we got back. 2021 was the first year that we were a donee state. For every dollar we sent to Washington, we got $1.59 back. So Long Island will do very well. I can't give you a number or percentage, but for two reasons. One, my push as majority leader, but second, the quality of the programs here is well known to the people in Washington who give out the money. Jeff is known to them, and that makes a big difference as well. Other questions?
All this fentanyl is being manufactured in China. It's coming across the southern border. Are we putting any funds
Yes,
to fight it there before it even gets here?
Yes. We are looking at ways that we can actually, at ports of entry, detect drugs with machine. There's, you know, they've developed these things that can even sniff through containers because of picking up molecules of these drugs, and we're trying to increase the number of them at all of our ports of entry. Absolutely.
Senator, off-topic question?
We'll take one off-topic and then I'll zoom.
Okay. In
Two.
event,
All right, we'll do two quick.
In the event that the Supreme Court knocks down Roe v. Wade, what are the next steps in New York for abortion?
Well, New York has passed a law already, and the state legislature is looking at other laws, which I am very supportive of. We will have a vote on Wednesday in Washington on the Women's Health Protection Act, and we will see where every senator stands, and we will continue the fight in Washington as well.
Sir, on that Wednesday vote, there's reports that 3 senators will vote against Collins, Murkowski, and Manchin.
Well, there'll be many more than 3.
But I'm saying, what is the message if those 3 vote against?
The message to those 3 is that our country has had a long march to freedom, and women should have that same freedom. Women should not have fewer rights. The children of this generation should have not have fewer rights than their grandparents had, and that is the message. You can have your own views on the issue, but there should be the freedom for each woman to decide with her doctor, with her religious leader, with her family, and with herself, and not be told by Ted Cruz or anybody else what she ought to do. Okay? Thank you. Okay, thanks.
Watching live now from Fox, everybody. When we come back here, we are going to take you out to Minnesota. It is now happening here, the update on a cold case murder investigation. When we come back, we'll have the very latest details on that. We'll play it from the beginning so you don't miss anything right here on Live Now from Fox.
for this very important press conference. Today, we're going to hear from the Goodhue County Sheriff, Marty Kelly. Next, we'll hear from the Goodhue County Attorney, Steve. And then lastly, we will hear from the BCA Superintendent, Drew Evans. Afterwards, we'll take some brief questions. Sheriff? That's mine.
Good morning. On behalf of myself, former Sheriffs Dean Albers, Scott McNerlin, and Chris Johnson behind me, I welcome all of you here today. It has been 8,222 days since we discovered our first newborn wrapped in a towel and floating in the water near the city of Red Wing. Almost 4 years later, another newborn baby was discovered on the shore of Lake Pepin in Frontenac. For over 20 years, the deaths of these innocent babies have haunted our community and the countless law enforcement officers that have worked tirelessly on this case. One of these babies, a girl, would have been living her adult life at 22 years of age. The other, a boy, would have likely just graduated high school with his whole adult life ahead of him. Many members in our office have come and gone, and it is these two cases that have lingered in their minds and their hearts. I'm here today to announce the arrest of the mother of these two babies, born a mere 4 years apart. Today, our office, along with the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, arrested Jennifer Lynn Matter at her home outside of Red Wing. Miss Matter is 50 years old. Through DNA, Miss Matter has been identified as the mother of the babies in 1999 and in 2003. The defendant is currently in our Goodhue County ADC on 2 counts of murder in the 2nd degree. What happened that led to today's arrest? 2 words: tenacity and perseverance. Tenacity of all the sheriffs that poured resources into these cases, and tenacity from the investigators that have worked so hard on these cases that went cold for far too long. Many of these investigators are to my left, and thank you. And the perseverance of our community. When we found that a well-known genealogy firm had successfully worked with cold cases with law enforcement, our community stepped up to raise the funds we needed. We will continue to work with our criminal justice partners to achieve justice for these babies. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Now we'll hear from the County Attorney.
Good morning. I am Steve O'Keefe. I am the Goodhue County Attorney, and my office will be handling the prosecution in this matter. Jennifer Lynn Matter has been charged by a criminal complaint with 2 counts of 2nd-degree murder in relation to the 2003 incident. Count 1 alleges 2nd-degree intentional murder, that in December 2003, Miss Matter did intentionally cause the death of her child. Count 2 alleges 2nd-degree murder as well, often referred to as felony murder, that in December of 2003, Miss Matter caused the death of her child while committing a felony, that felony being child endangerment. These charges and the facts supporting those charges can be found in the complaint, which will be public. Miss Matter will make a first appearance tomorrow at 11 o'clock a.m. in Goodhue County District Court. At that time, the judge will set bail and review release conditions. Although we know that Miss Matter is the mother of the 1999 child, no charges have been filed in relation to that incident at this time. Charges may be amended or added at a later time as more evidence comes to light. My office has been assisting law enforcement since the beginning of these investigations. We appreciate that partnership greatly and recognize the persistence, hard work, and dedication of our law enforcement professionals who have put so much of themselves into solving these cases. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Drew Evans. I'm the superintendent at the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. This is a day that this team that you see behind me here today has been working for decades, to have answers about these newborn children that were discarded. Bureau of Criminal Apprehension agents, analysts, and scientists have worked alongside our partners that you see behind me here today from the start of these investigations to provide support as they work to bring answers to this community. To learn what happened to these children, we first needed to know who the children were, who put them in the water. BCA forensic scientists obtained a full DNA profile from both children at the time each was discovered. We suspected for a long time that they could be siblings, and over their years, their profiles were repeatedly checked against our criminal databases, but no matches were ever obtained. We pursued every tip and every lead, but came up empty. And as the sheriff noted, there were many administrations and investigators that worked on this over the years, pursuing all those leads and tips. We've never been able to identify in that process those individuals, as all of the 70-plus profiles that this team had obtained from possible relatives were excluded as being relatives of these children. As Sheriff Kelly mentioned, we utilized genetic genealogy, provided the lead that ultimately led to today's arrest. Genealogists accomplished this through a combination of comparative DNA analysis, in other words, comparing to the children the profile to other profiles we had, which is measuring the amount of DNA shared DNA between, and then research using a publicly available historical records. In other words, they use publicly available records to profiles we've obtained to look for possible relatives of these children. The names of the best associations or links are provided to the investigators as possible leads. Genetic genealogy is a leads-based system to provide leads to identify the individual that may be the parent of the children in this case, and that's what happened here. When we learned of a relative of the babies in Goodhue County, investigators worked quickly to narrow the options and identified Jennifer Matter as the most logical and likely mother of the children. A few days ago, we obtained a search warrant to get a DNA sample from her, which was sent to our laboratory in St. Paul, and we utilized our rapid DNA technology to provide an answer identifying her as the mother in the same day. Rapid DNA technology enables the BCA in special cases to complete forensic analysis much faster than had previously been available to us, sometimes within hours. Advances in investigative techniques and science are happening all the time. In this case, genetic genealogy and rapid DNA testing were both employed to develop the lead that ultimately led to the identification of the mother and the rest in this case. It's important, as we have these discussions and announce advances like this here today, that technology and investigative techniques that this team and the sheriff's office employed here in this case are advancing all the time. And so, as noted, the thousands of days that went past for answers in this community were able to be answered here today because of those advances, and we hope to continue across the state and other unsolved cases to utilize the same techniques to bring closure. And with that, I'm going to turn the microphone back to the sheriff to talk a little bit about what this case means to the community and some of the community that has stepped up to assist with these children over the years.
Thank you, Superintendent. To close this out, I really want to highlight why we are here today. These cases were charge based not just on great criminal justice partners, but because of the community efforts as well. The entire community, who donated $10,000 of their hard-earned money so that we could conduct DNA comparisons with genealogy databases and improve our chances of learning what happened to these babies. These funds raised helped solve this case. I can't think of a better example of community and law enforcement working together, because that's what it was. There is one person, however, who has lived this case with our law enforcement partners alongside of us for 22 years. Jeannie Matson, who is here today. Ms. Matson has cared for these children, held their funerals, paid for their burials, and most importantly, she never forgot. Thank you, Jeannie, for not forgetting. Sorry. This is an active investigation. We are still investigating the 2007 baby that was found near Treasure Island Marina. And if anyone has information on this matter or our unsolved 2007 case, we encourage you to call our tip line at 651-267-2624. Thank you, and with that, we'll stand for some questions.
Sheriff, are you able to say if the 2007, was any information gathered that helps in that investigation through this arrest of Miss Matter and the interviews that she gave?
Not in the 2007 case. Our DNA has somewhat hit a roadblock, and we're really hopeful. And I think, as you see today, we will solve that. It might not be me. It might be 3 more sheriffs down the line, and I hope we're all here to see it.
You have some perspective of, if this first baby girl had been given a chance to live, are you able to share, in this community, how that hits home, that she would be a classmate, she would have been a classmate, she would have graduated with these kids?
Well, a lot of us remember 1999 from being in law enforcement, but me personally, I had triplets in 1999 and likely would have been a classmate of theirs. So that hits home, and I'm not alone in people wanting to have children and not being able to have children, and there's just so much at play here, and our community is amazing.
Did DNA, did Miss Manor fall into your radar immediately when you got the DNA analysis, or did you get relatives that led to Miss Manor?
We had relatives. Investigators worked all the way back to 1850s out of Germany and tracked it back. We did not have her right away.
Was she on the radar at all before the DNA thing?
No, sir.
Were the babies alive?
Children or grandchildren, were they taken from the home? Or
I can't answer that right now.
Were the babies alive when she put them in the water?
I cannot answer that either.
So the 2007 case appears at this point unrelated, or you're still investigating if there's connected to these two?
We are fairly certain it's unrelated, and we are still investigating.
So you think that might have been, sadly, a copycat situation, or what?
Sadly, yes.
As far as the charges go, is she charged for murder for each baby, like to account for each baby? Or is
Steve
the charge
could,
just for 2003?
Steve could address that.
Yes, we only charged out at this point the 2003. So there are 2 counts of murder in the second degree in relation to the 2003 incident. The 1999 incident is still something that we're working on, and we'll see where the evidence comes in throughout this process.
And can you talk a little bit about the distinction between those two? Is DNA not as complete, or there's autopsy results? What's the distinction?
Between the 99 and 2003?
Yeah.
The distinction is just the evidence, and I think the complaint will outline some of that evidence that we have, and it'll be more clear when you read that.
At what point did this case seem solvable? For so long it was clear that you would never ever find out what happened here. When did you realize that?
Well, I think when we had information that the genealogy partners that we found out of Florida, I believe, Investigator Behringer spoke with them and determined that they could do a family tree with the genealogy at a cost. Our office spent the first $5,000 on the 1999 baby, and we reached out. We didn't have it in our budget. We reached out to the community. Honestly, I think we had $10,000 in 3 days, 8 days. It was very impressive, and then some to help with our investigation moving forward.
Money well spent?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
can we ask Ms. Matson some questions? Would she be able to?
Sure.
Okay.
You can stand right
here. You can step forward just a little bit. There you go.
Okay.
Your feeling on this day, I mean, you've been tied to this from the beginning, and just what's on your heart right now?
The people behind me have found peace to a degree. It's really hard to put into words what I'm feeling right now.
this has been a long journey for you. Like, you got involved fairly quickly on.
Yeah, when the little girl was found in '99, we saw it on the news, and I called Dean Elbers and wanted to know where she was going to be laid to rest. And we had 4 lots at Oakwood, and we put her next to our daughter that we lost in '89. So that way our daughter wouldn't be alone, and the little girl that we named Jamie wouldn't be alone.
And Jeannie, what's the difference for you now, knowing what happened to Jamie and Corey, versus if you had gone your whole life without finding out?
I just wanted, I can't answer that right now.
For you and the community, what does this mean with the arrest?
I can't do that right now.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you for taking a minute for us.
What has this case meant to the department and the community? I mean, so many, all of us that work in the news know how hard cases involving children are for investigators, and for something to have so many hands working on it over the years, and for it finally to come to this place, what does that mean to everybody who had a hand in it?
Boy, I think many of us sighed a sigh of relief when we found out, and certainly this morning for the arrest. But I spoke with the sheriffs previously, and they told me that not a day goes by where they don't think about it. And the investigators, some wanted to have this solved before they retired, and they just couldn't. And we're just so grateful, and I think I can speak for them that I mentioned it, the tenacity of our investigations, all these people, was amazing, and I think we're just sighing a sigh of relief right now.
Does this case exist entirely on DNA, or is more information that makes the case?
There's more information that I can't disclose at this point.
Do we know why she did it?
No.
Sheriff, can you talk a little bit about the arrest and the state of the suspect taken into custody?
It was uneventful. The 2 investigators that have been working with her this entire time went without a hitch. Did she know it was coming? I believe she did.
Take one more question.
Has she made any statements about it to the investigators?
I can't answer that right now.
Any information on the fathers?
I can't answer that right now either. I'm sorry.
And folks, there's a lot in the criminal complaint that you have, as well as the press release. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That marks that update there, a very disturbing one there, as the mom arrested there years later from 2003, as that investigation never did stop. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take our final 2-minute break here of the hour. Welcome everyone here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you as we continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. Here's what we have coming up the next couple of hours. We will have a White House briefing, State Department briefing as well to get us all caught up on the very latest there in Ukraine, as well as a State Department briefing for the mysterious death of 3 Americans in the Bahamas. We'll be keeping an eye on that, looking at the Supreme Court right now, where fencing is up. Nobody protesting there at this moment, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. And don't look at the 401ks. Once again today, that theme from last week continues as we are looking at market drop there. Dow stocks continuing to sell off, 535 points there in the red. So we'll be definitely keeping an eye on all of that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Anytime there is breaking news, we'll break in right there and give it to you live, raw, and always unfiltered here. But let's go out to Chicago for our first story here on the top of this hour, as police giving us some updates on not only crime in the city, but also trying to get the word out there for anonymous tips are always wanted.
If everyone's ready, we'll get started with a crime update, then we'll have an investigative update, then we'll come back for questions if you don't mind. This says up today, January till May 9th, homicides are down 6.28% and shootings are down 13.25%. As we've been mentioning, we're focused on the highest 55 beats and the blocks within those beats that account for over 50% of the homicides and shootings in the city. And in those top 55 beats that we're focused on, homicides are down 33.8% and shootings are down 36.6% year to date as of this date. There have been 3,682 guns recovered. 1,762 people have been arrested in possession of those guns. Carjackings in the 17th district in Albany Park in the 4700 block of North Avers. So Hader Garcia and the juvenile were arrested for 2 murders. 2 murders, one in Irving Park, one in Albany Park, both in the 17th district. Hader had 2 prior arrests, and the 17-year-old female juvenile had 2 prior arrests when they were charged with these 2 heinous murders. An arrest for aggravated battery that's notable is a 15-year-old was arrested on May 2nd, charged with felony aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, felony armed robbery with a firearm, and felony armed violence, illegal use of a firearm, and 2 felony counts of illegal possession of a controlled substance. This arrest occurred in the 10th district, and this 15-year-old was arrested after robbing a 20-year-old male at gunpoint and battering a 49-year-old male with a weapon. This happened in Albany Park as well. A weapon and narcotics were also recovered from this juvenile. Another notable arrest is another 15-year-old juvenile was arrested May 6th. On the previous crime, so hijacking arrest in the 6th district of 2 15-year-old males. On May 8th, they were arrested after being identified as the 2 offenders who less than an hour earlier for 2 different hijacking arrests, one and then a second one an hour later at gunpoint. These 2 15-year-olds held 27-year-old at gunpoint in the 700 block of South Aurora. The 15-year-old that was arrested, both of them one had 3 prior arrests, and the second 15-year-old had 1 prior arrest. Separate arrest, a 14-year-old juvenile was arrested on May 4th, charged with felony aggravated vehicular hijacking, armed with a firearm. He was charged with carjacking a 53-year-old female rideshare person who at 7200 South Rockwell. Another 17-year-old was arrested for vehicular hijacking and charged with felony vehicular hijacking After
all the murders, have cameras that capture it. So we definitely need the public's help on all the murders. I'll highlight the one out south near 116th and Lowell, where we had two individuals sitting on a porch, and offenders came up shooting at these two people that were sitting on the porch. And unfortunately, we had a 64-year-old who was cutting grass in the back. He heard the gunfire and actually kind of came out to see what was happening, and he was struck one time with a bullet in his chest, causing his death. Obviously, an unintended target. And we don't have any leads on that specific case as well. So just wanted to highlight that one case, but all of the murders from the north side to the south side, the detectives are seeking some assistance from the public. Once again, you can get us information anonymously through cpdtip.com, and we're just looking for assistance. I know people probably have questions. We had the shooting on Webster, and that individual is critical but stable. And once again, on that case, detectives have put out a seeking to identify, and they put out a crime pattern. We believe that the individuals responsible for that robbery and shooting are responsible for several more robberies and shootings as well. But once again, detectives need assistance in that case as well with identifying these offenders. We believe that there are definitely people out there who know that these guys are going out there committing these acts, and even anonymously will take the information. Detectives can work backwards to get these guys off the street. So
we'll take any questions you have.
I have a question for Chief Hager about shooting this morning, or was it overnight in Westtown, where the man was shot through the window into his kitchen and killed. Do we believe that was a bullet that was, accidentally went in through his window, or was he purposely targeted?
So there's a lot of, I know that's the story that came out right now. I talked to the detectives. There's a lot of conflicting information regarding exactly what happened. I know there's several witnesses stating that he was in his kitchen when it happened, but there's a lot of other witnesses who've provided different information to the detectives. So right now there's actually several different stories out there, and we're not exactly sure where he was when he was shot, and we have a lot more work to do on that.
On the Lincoln Park robberies, can you tell us, I know there's 8 incidents that you were linking. Talk to us a little bit more about that link and, who you believe you're looking for.
So we're looking for several offenders. There was obviously, you guys saw the video, there's a white car that fled the scene, and then approximately, I think it was very quickly, 4 to 7 minutes prior to that one, there was another robbery with that exact same white vehicle. So we know those guys are linked to that case as well. Then once again, obviously the detectives then are reading all the cases within the last 24 to 48 hours, even going back a week, and linking those. So we believe not the same car was used in every single one of these, but a lot of times they have tail cars, they switch cars, etc. Many times, obviously, the cars are stolen. So based upon the MO, we believe that these are the same offenders that committed those crimes. And once again, we have, I don't want to go too deep into the investigation exactly what the detectives are doing, but we definitely need help. And I have no doubt that there are people out there that they know exactly who these offenders are, and we need that information, and then the detectives can do their job and remove them from the streets.
There were a couple more robberies in Lincoln Park, I understand, overnight. Are those believed to be connected to the same group?
I don't have that information yet. So the detectives are reviewing all those cases and then trying to determine if they are connected. Then we will adjust the crime pattern and add those to it, but I don't have that answer at this time.
Has there been any talk about flooding the area, doing some special patrol beats, because clearly that area has been targeted recently?
Sure. So as we talked about before, we have some specific focus on shootings and homicide areas that drive the shootings and homicides using data, looking back over several years, as well as we do current analysis, as you mentioned, of robbery patterns, ag bata patterns, and we deploy resources. We are in the part of the year where we scale up our resources. A lot of schedule adjustments are happening, not just for Memorial Day, but as all you know, as it gets warmer, we have much more challenges as it relates to not only robberies, but all other crimes, shootings, homicides, robberies, and aggravated assaults, and aggravated batteries with firearms, as well as the carjacking. So we are scaling up our resources, adjusting schedules for the summer. We likely will do that as things transpire. We're going to be very, very flexible in the way we scale up our resources. So look for not only extra resources in Lincoln Park. We talked about the CTA, we talked about downtown, and we talked about this focus on the 55 B-Stiff Drive shootings and homicides. So all of those areas, to include Lincoln Park, will see increased resources, not just flooding, but specific to the blocks that we are seeing these crimes happen.
What do you do in a situation like this where you feel linked particularly crude. Several robberies, including one that resulted in a shooting, a homicide, and they seem to be, it's a hot spot right now. They seem to be very active. What can you do to try to catch them, try to stop them, or try whatever you can do?
Technology has been a significant resource in helping us arrest offenders who are on these robbery patterns or robbery sprees. They often have, utilizations of cars that track through our license plate readers, track through our pod cameras. We go back in time and look maybe where they are. We don't want to give away too much of how we solve some of these crimes, but we are using all of our technological resources as well as extra resources in the area to prevent. And finally, I'll say this, when I read through the notable arrests, we really do need your help, meaning the media and the public, in characterizing these are repeat offenders we are arresting for these robberies. And many are young people. And so they all have these offenders that we are arresting once we close out these cases, previous arrests for similar crimes, previous arrests for violent crimes, previous arrests for possession of illegal weapons. And so we really want to make the case that prevention through our increased presence, we do make arrests, as I recounted in a notable arrest this past week, and we need the public's help, but we also utilize technology.
Sean Lewis, WG.
Superintendent, when you look at that video, I think it's disturbing to a lot of people because even though shootings happen in this city, they're not often caught in such a graphic manner. When you're looking at that and seeing this person walking down the street and being shot a number of times and struggling, what goes to your mind as far as trying to make sure people feel safe in their own homes and neighborhoods?
There's two characterizations of that brazenness that I'll describe, kind of what I've been thinking about. We're also seeing, in addition to the brazenness and the attacks of these offenders using a gun, just seems for no apparent reason at all, just for a robbery. In addition, 16 officers have been shot at or shot this year. This continues the 500% increase in officers' attacks. So there's no respect for law enforcement, let alone our residents. It speaks to my point of when we do make these arrests, many of these dangerous people need to be held to trial instead of being released. I think the case has been made repeatedly for the last 2 years that there are offenders who are dangerous. Why are they deciding to release dangerous people back in the community that should be held to trial? You'll follow up?
No, carjackings continue to be a struggle, especially with juveniles. Has the department also seen any uptick in burglaries, home burglaries occurring as well?
So what we're seeing in both burglaries and thefts is a continued decline from 2019. So a 10% decline overall in property crime from 2019. Some areas.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. So that's the latest updates there in Chicago with the police. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox and take you out to one of our major stories that we are following here today. It's the mysterious death of 3 Americans in the Bahamas, a vacation that has gone terribly, terribly wrong. What happened and what do they know now? We'll find out coming up here in just 2 minutes. Thanks to everyone joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We are taking you out, getting an update here from officials on the investigation of 3 U.S. tourists that were found dead. And we're getting the latest update here from officials right now on Live Now from Fox.
We'll now take a question from ZNS, a representative from ZNS, the Broadcasting Corporation of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Good afternoon, Mr. Roll. You mentioned that you guys had sent the toxicology report. A person from the States will be handling the toxicology report. Can you say how soon you expect to get those results back and also the results of the expected autopsies?
Now, the lab is assisting us with doing those toxicological examinations, and they will work in conjunction with our pathologists who will provide us with the pathology report. The lab has assured us that they will be able to get us their examination and results within 7 days. I'm making arrangements now for the scientists to leave, if not this afternoon, by tomorrow, because we still have to wait for the pathologists to collect samples from the deceased, and we want to make sure that we have everything covered in one. Once we get the report back from the lab, then the doctor will complete the pathologist report, and that could take another couple of weeks.
We will now take a question from Carol Suarez, CNN. If she's not on, we will accommodate Omar Abdel Baku, Wall Street Journal. We'll take a question from Jared Higgs, rather.
So, Mr. Roll, I guess just on the face of things, what does this look like to you? Because there's, it's a lot of mystery surrounding it. And I know that in perhaps other circumstances where you may have an unusual or a sudden death, but you may have indications of what may have caused the death, and the police would release that information. On the face of it, what does this look like to you?
On the face of it, it looks like 3 persons died. And as I said earlier, I'm not going to speculate. We are a professional organization, and I have the utmost respect for our forensic scientists, some of whom were trained in universities in the United States and others were trained in universities in the United Kingdom. We also have our pathologists, as well as our Ministry of Health officials and the public analysts. They're all qualified, and once we get the results, then we will be able, but as you know, with these investigations, we have to treat these as a normal criminal investigation until we determine the outcome. We really want to know what caused this without speculation. I've seen a lot of the misinformation in the public domain. What I would ask people to do is to take what we are giving you. We are giving you the facts, unless you can at some point prove us wrong, but we would give you the true facts as they are, because again, you have to be concerned with the families of these victims and them getting a whole lot of different things. So we're not going to engage in speculation. We're going to just give you the facts as they are.
We'll now take a question from Carrie Saunders.
The beachfront villa right over there had its utility door open, and the air conditioning, the hot water heater, it was all still running when I wandered by. I'm curious, have you set equipment inside to monitor whether there is any sort of poison or contamination entering through that system now?
I know our forensic people, and I left the health persons are doing some
follow-up investigations on there, and they'll be able to speak to what they're doing later from the Department of Environmental Health. They are there. I couldn't say exactly what all they're doing at this time.
We will now take a question from Ms. Jasper Ward. Thank you, Mr. Carey. Ms. Jasper Ward. Jasper's not on. We'll take a question from Sandoval Polo from CNN. Sandoval Polo. He's not on. We'll take a question from Mr. Alex Trieu from the New York Times. I see a question from Rachel Knowles.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good
Can
afternoon.
you all, the Minister of Health said that the couple that was found in the second villa had been to the clinic in Georgetown the night before to seek medical treatment. Is there any information that you all can disclose on what the doctor may have believed was the issue that night before they returned to the resort?
Yeah, all of that is already spoken to. And Rachel, the doctor has spoken on that. And I could say to you that the lady was airlifted to a hospital in Florida where she is now being treated.
Sorry, I mean the couple that was found dead the next morning, they went to the clinic presenting with symptoms. Did the doctor have any sort of theories, I guess, about why they were ill?
I couldn't answer that. I'm saying that the health, whenever health decide to hold a press, if they decide to speak to those. But right now, what we are trying to determine is what happened. And once that is done, if it determines that there is no crime, remember, there is going to be an inquest, a formal inquest that will be held by Her Majesty's coroner at the end of the day.
We will now take a question from a representative of Blaze FM on the island of Exuma.
Hi, good afternoon. Marco Lightborn from the Blaze 98.3 FM. Just a question to help establish a timeline. Are you able to share details pertaining to the check-in time of the victims at the resort as it relates to when they first fell ill? We do have a lot of residents who are wondering, the distinction between them being ill, being here, or slightly previously based on their check-in time.
Now, we have the information of the check-in time, which I'm not inclined to release publicly, but I could say to you that the night prior, all of them had reported feeling ill, and they, as was reported already, were seen by the medics.
We'll take a question from a representative from The Guardian. A question from the representative of, we'll take a question from Mr. Austin Fernando.
Yes, has there been any reports by any other guests, maybe at the property or on the island, of experiencing similar symptoms? Do you know at this time?
No, sir.
That's another question.
We'll take a question from Alyssa.
I'll tell you when. Need to come up with some sort of system.
Eric Ortiz.
Hi, thanks for doing this. I just wanted to ask about the couple, Michael and Robbie Phillips.
Identify where you're from, sir.
Yes, with NBC News. I just wanted to ask
Very well.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to ask the couple, Michael and Robbie Phillips, can you spell their names? And do you have the nature of their relationship, husband and wife? And do you know the town that they're from in Tennessee? Thank you.
They are husband and wife, and Michael, Michael, Phillips, and Robbie, Robbie. Yeah, I would leave the address as Tennessee for the time being.
We'll take a question from Alicia. Christina Russell.
Good morning, Commissioner. Are you able to say how long the deceased had died before they were discovered?
Well, I couldn't say, I mean, if you look at what we reported, they were seen by the doctor the night before, and that would have been around 11, and they were discovered the next morning. So we have that timeline, which could have been about between 11 p.m. and 8:39 a.m. in the morning.
We'll take a question from a representative from Jones Communications Network.
Yes, sir. Do you know if either any of the deceased had any pre-existing illnesses that may have contributed to their feelings, their symptoms?
That's not my domain. You know, the doctor will tell us that later on if they were.
Very well. If there's another person who's not identified himself, kindly identify yourself so that we may accommodate you.
I think Alyssa has changed.
Hi,
phone.
this is from NBC6 in Miami. I have two questions. Can you say where in Florida?
We will accommodate one question, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Can you say where in Florida the couple was from?
Yeah, I just want to leave that general in respect for the families. I don't want to do it. If we give you the identification, I don't want to get into the specifics of where they're from. I'll take a second question, Mr. Peters.
Can you also say what you're doing at the resort now to ensure the safety of the other guests?
Yeah, as I indicated earlier, the Department of Environmental Health is still on scene, as well as we have some presence of officers, and that area is still preserved until we give the all clear. I wouldn't be able to do that until I hear from the doctor to give us a little more as to what is going on. But the investigation is still ongoing on site.
We'll take a question from Johnny Diaz, New York Times.
Hi, thank you. Can you spell the names of the second couple, the ones from Florida?
Yes. The deceased is Vincent, Vincent, Paul, Paul, Chiarella. And he's the deceased, and his wife is Donis, Donnis.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
She's still alive.
We'll take a question from Christina Dragovich if she's on. Ms. Cotto, we'll take a second question from you.
Yes, I appreciate that. Going to the night prior when all of them were feeling ill, did they all go at the same time? And if they did they report maybe like all eating the same thing or having done, something that they all had in common aside from staying, in the villa? Was there anything else that they might have had in common?
No, they were all treated at different times, and they ate different at different places. So that's why we're not. But we're checking all of that, which we will hopefully be able to determine whether or not it was some food or something else that caused it. But safely to say, they were all reported at different times feeling ill during the night.
And just to confirm, all 4 of them went to the doctor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I have not accommodated anyone, kindly identify yourselves. Shelley Lewis. We'll take a question from Shelley Lewis.
Yes, thank you. Shelley Lewis from Global Impact News. Can you just give an update on the status of this 4th victim?
Yeah, as I reported earlier, Mrs. Shirella is still listed in serious condition. And we hope and pray a full recovery.
And you said if she's communicating at this time?
I mean, we have to, no, I will not comment on that. She's hospitalized, and I said we would like for her to get the best possible treatment. And at some point, we will be following up with her.
Thank you.
Peters.
Ladies and gentlemen, we take this opportunity to thank you for your participation in this press briefing. As Commissioner said earlier, when new information become available, we will forward that to you to pay attention with the info.
All right, so once again, we just got this very latest update coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. The death of 3 tourists now under investigation. And as they just mentioned, if there's more to report and update, of course, they'll try to do so. And we will also be on top of that right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Want to show our viewers just a couple live looks at what else is happening right here at the Pentagon. Going to be expecting John Kirby to step up to the podium at the top of the next hour. So we're still about a half hour away from this update. This briefing going to be taking place again at the Pentagon. But very soon we are expecting to see Vice President Kamala Harris with President Biden. They are speaking about the administration's work on high-speed internet, trying to lower that cost to expand it across the country for families. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. If this hasn't begun, we'll of course bring you other content across the U.S. until we see the Vice President and President step out here. Stick around, more to come here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. As you can see, is still waiting for the president to step out. This again is going to be some remarks not only made by him, but also Vice President Kamala Harris. So they're going to be speaking on trying to get more internet access available across the country, especially when it comes to some of those schools that continue to have to do learning at home from time and time again. And we all know that it is expected to stick around. I'm talking about coronavirus, and even this fall, they think another big wave of the virus is going to be spreading across. So the internet is definitely an important thing to have, especially when it comes to the high-speed internet, keeping those costs lower for families who might not be able to afford the highest rate of speed. So once this event does get started, this is going to be something we'll get into right here live for all of our viewers watching with us. So until then, let's go ahead. I'm going to pop up a triple box here for you. We're going to be listening in. You can see Milwaukee officials here here banding together to talk about gun safety. But of course, that upper right-hand box is going to be the one that we're going to be focusing on. As soon as we see the president and vice president step out and get near that podium, we'll be taking that info for you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Our host, Silver Spring Neighborhood Center. UNCOM's mission is to make Milwaukee's neighborhood stronger through a united collaboration of member organizations working to achieve the greatest community impact. We stand together with our community partners to help make our great city of Milwaukee safer for everyone. We are motivated to distribute gun locks to all gun owners in the city in a judgment-free way. We simply ask that if you've got it, lock it. Gun locks will be available at the UNCOM home office at 16th and North and through our UNCOM members. City on a Hill, COA Youth and Family Centers, Journey House, Milwaukee Christian Center, New Life Community Development, Neighborhood House of Milwaukee, Northcott Neighborhood House, and here at Silver Spring Neighborhood Center. Check out our website, uncom-milw.org for more information. That's uncom-milw.org for more information. Thank you. I will now introduce our great Mayor Cavalier Johnson. Cavalier Johnson, excuse me.
Thank you. That's all right. That's all right. Well, thank you so much, Renee. I really appreciate that. And thank you again to all of our partners who have joined us here this morning. I often talk about partnerships, and what you see right now before you is an example of that. I want everyone to know as well that I am continuously and comprehensively working to reduce violence in Milwaukee. We are.
Well, guys, as I mentioned, we were going to be staying on this event until we saw the president and vice president. Let's go ahead, listen into this live here for you on Live Now from Fox.
President Joe Biden, members of the cabinet, members of Congress, internet service providers, and all of the advocates and organizers who are working every day to connect our communities. Thank you all for your leadership. I will begin today with a quick story. Earlier this year, I met a young woman named Julissa. Julissa is a high school senior from Pennsylvania. For years, she did not have high-speed internet at home. Her family, however, found ways to make do without. Then the pandemic hit, and Julissa began attending school virtually. She told me she did the best she could. She completed homework assignments on her phone and relied on a spotty mobile hotspot to virtually attend class. But without reliable access to high-speed internet, Julissa began to fall behind. Her story is the story of so many people. Today, more than 30 million people in our country do not have access to high-speed internet, either because they live in communities where high-speed internet is not easily available, or more often, because they cannot afford the cost of a plan. These folks there are seniors who have to take their telemedicine visits in the local library without the privacy that they want and are due. These are parents who cannot afford to work remotely, and small business owners who cannot sell their products online. These are students like Julissa, who are being held back from achieving their incredible and God-given potential. In the 21st century, access to the internet is essential for success. Every person in our nation, no matter how much they earn, should be able to afford high-speed internet and a high-speed internet plan. So that is why we are all here together today. Last year, knowing this was an issue, our administration invested $65 billion to expand access to affordable high-speed internet through the bipartisan infrastructure law. As part of this investment, we funded the Affordable Connectivity Program, also known here in DC as ACP. Through this program, if a member of your household receives SNAP benefits, Medicaid, free or reduced price school lunch, or a number of other programs, or if your household makes below a certain income, then you are eligible to receive a discount on your monthly internet bill of $30 a month, or $75 a month if you live on tribal lands. Altogether, nearly 40% of American households are eligible for this important program. And so far, we have helped more than 11.5 million households lower their monthly bills and have access to affordable high-speed internet. Households like Hulisa's. In May of 2020, her family signed up for high-speed internet through the ACP, and because of this initiative, Hulisa could attend class and do her homework without worrying about her internet connection. And she told me the ACP single-handedly saved her junior year, and this fall, she will be the first in her family to attend college at her top choice school. Indeed. So the point, of course, is that when we connect people with high-speed internet, we connect them with opportunity. The opportunity to get an education, to train for a new career, to build a business, to keep in touch with loved ones who are far away. In short, the opportunity to live healthier, happier, and more prosperous lives. This is what so much of our work as an administration comes down to, fighting to make sure every person, no matter who they are or where they start, has the opportunity to succeed and thrive. Today, we take another step forward in that fight. Earlier this year, our administration called on internet service providers to take action to help folks get interneted and connected, in part by offering more affordable high-speed internet plans to their customers. As the President will speak in a moment, the providers joining us today have answered that call. And so, before you hear from them, it is my great pleasure to introduce a woman who has felt the impact of this program firsthand, a mother who knows the difference that access to high-speed internet can make for the young people of our nation. Please welcome Alicia Jones.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm grateful for this opportunity today. Over the course of the last 2 years, we have all navigated unfamiliar territories and unsettling times. We face much grief and heartache during this COVID-19 pandemic. We were all affected differently. However, for my family, one thing that remained consistent and reliable was our internet service. Through the emergency broadband benefit and now the Affordable Connectivity Program, the burden of paying for this essential service was lifted. I knew that with all of the other struggles that we faced, providing internet for my family was not one of them. I have 2 children. 2 boys, 18 and 12 years of age. And through our high-speed broadband provider, Comcast, we were able to stay connected with family, receive telehealth care, and go to classes and access other necessary resources. And now that this critical service has been upgraded to even faster speed, with the Internet Essentials Plus program, we all now strive to do our best with our next ventures. This is what we consider our game changer. I am currently enrolled in a medical billing and coding program certification through my community college. And now that I can attend my classes virtually, knowing that my connection is fast enough to keep me present and actively participating. My oldest son will be entering Delaware State University this fall. Through this internet service, he has already achieved his certification as a Christian mental health mentor because he could have access to these classes in the evenings. This is why we are here today, to discuss the continuation and improvement of quality, high-speed internet provided through the Affordable Connectivity Program. I would encourage each of you that hears this message today to sign up for the Affordable Connectivity Program and change the future of your family just like I did for mine. To discuss more about the Affordable Connectivity Program, it is now my great honor to present to you our very own President of the United States of America, President Joe Biden.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the sunny Rose Garden. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But old saying, all this needs to be said has already been said. But I'm going to say it again. Look, Alicia, thank you very much for your story, and I want to thank the Vice President Harris, for leading this effort in this administration on this issue. And I'm proud to announce today that our administration has brought together Democrats, Republicans, the private sector, to lower the high-speed internet cost for tens of millions of Americans. You know, but before we get into the details, I want to talk about why this matters. You already know that, actually, from hearing my two colleagues speak before me. But here in the United States of America, how many times have you seen a mom or a dad drive up to a parking lot outside of McDonald's, and just so they could get connected to the internet so their kid could do their homework during the pandemic, literally? It's just not right. It's not who we are. We saw during the pandemic how essential high-speed internet really is, and allowing seniors to connect with their doctors through telemedicine, as the Vice President referenced, when it wasn't safe to go in person, allowing students to keep learning back when schools were closed, allowing millions of workers to do their job remotely, allowing the small businesses to stay afloat on the strength of their online sales, allowing farmers to use precision agricultural technology to improve their yields, and allowing countless families to stay connected to the people they love even when they weren't able to get together. You know, the need for high-speed internet is a little bit like it used to be, probably what my grandfather talked about, need to have a telephone. It's pretty consequential. And they're only going to keep growing, this need. High-speed internet is not a luxury any longer. It's a necessity. And that's why the bipartisan infrastructure law included $65 billion to make sure we expand access to broadband internet in every region of the country, urban, suburban, and rural. Everywhere, everywhere. So every household in America can get connected. By expanding access, it's only part of the challenge, though, as was referenced by the Vice President. It was about affordability as well. And today, too many families simply can't afford to get connected, even if there's access to get connected. So they go without high-speed internet, or they sacrifice other necessities in order to make it work. That's why in November, when we passed the bipartisan infrastructure bill, we also created something called the Affordable Connectivity Program. I refuse to call it the ACP. I am so tired of acronyms in Washington. I can't stand it. cannot stand it. But I'm going to have to learn, aren't I? Here's how it works. If your household income is twice the federal poverty level or less, that's about $55,000 per year for a family of 4, or $27,000 for an individual. Or a member of your household is on Medicaid or supplemental security income, or a number of other programs. You're eligible for the Affordable Connectivity Program. Nearly 40% of the households in America qualify. And if you qualify, you're going to get a $30 credit per month toward your internet bill, which most folks will mean they get on for nothing. Look, zero. Let me explain. In the past, $30 a month meant you had to settle for a slow internet service unless you wanted to pay a heck of a lot more out of pocket. But over the last few months, my administration has worked closely with internet providers. This is a case where big business stepped up, urging them to cut their prices and raise their speeds. I'm trying to get others to do the same thing with inflation, but these guys are the best. Well, look, we secured commitments from 20 providers, most of whom are in the garden today, going to lower prices for high-speed internet for tens of millions of households. So now families who are eligible can select a plan from a participating provider and receive high-speed internet at no cost in most cases. These include providers like AT&T. Is AT&T here? Thank you, man. AT&T, Comcast, where are you? Stand up, man, let them see you. Frontier, Spectrum, Verizon. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're really changing people's lives. You really are. Along with small providers serving rural areas like Jackson Energy Authority in Tennessee and Idea Tech in Kansas. You guys here? Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All told, providers taking part, everybody, you're going to cover about 80% of the United States population, including about half the rural population. Each of them is committed to offering families who use this program at least one high-speed plan that's fully covered. For example, Verizon lowered the price of its high-speed service from $40 a month to $30 a month. Spectrum doubled the speed of its $30 a month plan for eligible households. And we made sure that there would be no hidden fees, no tricks. This is straight stuff. This means fast internet, good download speeds with no data caps, and no extra fees for millions of American families. And it's going to change people's lives. You know, from rural Appalachia to Brooklyn to the Black Belt, families who have struggled to get internet that they need, even to find if they could connect to it, let alone if they could afford it. For schoolwork, telemedicine, starting a business, and so much more. And we finally get connected reliably and affordably. And I want to thank the companies who are working with us to deliver this for all families. It's a big deal. And this is a great example of what we can achieve as the federal government and the private sector work together to solve serious problems. And this is not only is it this great news for family budgets, it also means more jobs, more new small businesses, more connectivity. So many people in so many communities that have been left behind. Already more than 11.5 million have signed up and are on the program. Thousands more are signing up each day. And you can get started by taking advantage of this in this new phase today. But we urge there's about 30 million additional people who are eligible for this plan that basically get free internet and good internet. We want each of you, each and every one of you, to take advantage of the chance and cut your internet cost. To find out if you're eligible, you can dial 877-384-2575. Now, if you got that, you're way ahead of me. 877-384-2575. And for English or Spanish. Or if you're able to get onto the internet, just visit, just go to getinternet.gov and you'll be able to connect as well. You know, we're also working with local, state, and federal agencies, as well as local and national organizations, to help get more eligible families enrolled so they can get connected. You got to know how to know, as a friend of mine used to say. You know, this program is a big deal. It's the only one piece of work that we're doing to try to bring down the cost of high-speed internet to every single American. We're also promoting the competition. More than 65 million Americans live in a place with only one high-speed internet provider. Research shows that when you live somewhere with limited internet options, you pay 5 times more on average than families that have more choices. That's what the lack of competition does. It raises the prices you pay. So we're working to fix that problem as well. For example, my administration is taking steps to put a stop to the exclusive deals that landlords make with internet companies. Because those sweetheart arrangements, millions of Americans who live in apartment buildings only have one internet option. And they can stop, if they can stop those exclusive deals, then families will have options to choose a provider that they want.
All right, do want to say thank you again to all of our viewers watching here with us. We are listening in President Biden making remarks on expanding internet access. Some viewers going off to a 2-minute break as we continue to listen in the Rose Garden at the White House.
Or where there's no broadband and there's no infrastructure at all. That's especially true in rural communities. And as I said at the start, thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law, we're delivering high-speed internet infrastructure to every part of the country. And I mean that literally, every part of the country. The bottom line is this. My top priority is fighting inflation and lowering prices for families and things they need. Today's announcement is going to give millions of families a little more breathing room to help them pay their bills. You know, we work with Democrats and Republicans and business and nonprofits to make this happen. And we're going to keep working to fight inflation and lower costs to all American families for a lot of other things as well. But again, I want to thank the businesses that are here today. I want to thank the internet companies, the providers. It really matters. You're going to change people's lives. And by the way, you know, one of the things that is, it's a totally different subject. I'm just going to touch it for a second. There's an awful lot of growing data that what's happened because of COVID and other things, the mental health problems are become a serious problem. Feeling left out, feeling you can't participate, not knowing what to do. I know, and Vivek Murthy, the Surgeon General, is going to talk about this in other contexts, but, you know, I really think that just knowing that you belong, knowing and feeling that you can get access to what other people get on a regular basis will make a big difference for people. So God bless you all, and may God protect you and all the members of Congress who made this happy. I was going to name each one of you, and I was told don't because people who aren't here wanted to be here. But I think I should name you anyway, shouldn't I? I mean, no? Well, I don't know, man. Anyway, we're all in the front row here, so, and they're all doing a hell of a job. Started off when I had the list, I said, give me the, and I started off, I said, Sherry Boutros. I said, wait, there's a lot of people aren't here, don't do it. Anyway, but the people who are here are, you know, John Hickenlooper, Sherry Boutros, Dan Kildee, Debbie Dingell, Tom O'Halloran, Alyssa Slotkin, and Representative Sansbury. So, but there's a lot more too, but anyway. Thank you. It's going to make a big difference. Thank you, everybody, and stick around and sunbathe. All right, thank you.
All right, so there we have it. Remarks first by Vice President Kamala Harris and President Biden himself. And you heard the stories, too, when it comes to getting more on your education, whether it's your children or even yourself as an adult. High-speed internet can make a big difference when it comes to the way that you can finish that schooling. So this has been an initiative President Biden's been talking about for some time, and here the Biden administration once again focusing on it here today, lowering those costs and even asking folks who may need help getting a discount on their high-speed internet to continue to look through their websites to help do so. We are going to be keeping an eye out if President Biden does speak to the media. You can see he's now being schmoozed by some of those who were in attendance here today. So he's doing a lot of handshaking here. Sometimes he does step closer to the media, answers a couple of those questions. So we'll be monitoring that here for you on Live Now from Fox. Also keeping a close eye on just some of those shots you saw. We not only have a State Department briefing coming up here, it was set to begin here at the top of the hour, just like our Pentagon press briefing also was scheduled to take place here at the top of the hour. So we are starting a brand new hour right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for being here with us. I'm Christy Larson here with you as we continue to show you all of these different events in full here for you. Let's go ahead, take a quick look at our stocks because we are down in the red yet here again today. You saw last week we ended on that note where we were down more than 1,000 points. We just had one of the biggest drops in our market since 2020 just last week, and we were hoping maybe over the weekend, maybe Mother's Day would put people in good spirits, but you're seeing a lot of red here, down more than 440 points. Also wanted to make note of another live picture we have coming to us here out of D.C. Supreme Court right there. You can see still has that fencing up. This all coming on the heels of that draft leak that, again, was just one version of a draft, but a lot of people upset that it is saying that the Supreme Court could be leaning to reverse Roe v. Wade. So a lot of reactions still coming in here today that did include some of our Democratic senators as well as our New York Attorney General. But we did also have our Georgia had some leaders who were speaking on Roe v. Wade. So we've been playing a lot of that reaction here for you. We'll get to more of it here today, but I do see we do have John Kirby stepping up to that podium at the Pentagon. Let's go ahead. We're going to be listening in live, raw, unfiltered to the latest Department of Defense briefing.
Right to you. So I just wanted to make you aware the Secretary had 2 phone calls with counterparts this morning. First, he spoke with the Greek Minister of National Defense regarding the situation in Ukraine. Of course, he thanked Greece for its security assistance and contributions to Ukraine. They also discussed the importance of continued allied and partner assistance and agreed to continue to closely collaborate on these issues, including finding a time to meet in Washington later this year. They also reviewed the deepening defense partnership between the United States and Greece resulting from the updated U.S.-Greece Mutual Defense Cooperation Agreement. The Secretary also continued his routine conversations with the Ukrainian Minister of Defense, Minister Reznikov. So they had yet another talk this morning. The Secretary highlighted for Minister Reznikov the President's announcement last Friday of an additional $150 million in presidential drawdown authority to continue to provide Ukraine's armed forces with artillery, counter-artillery radars, and electronic jamming equipment. And the minister was grateful for this additional support, also helped share his view of what was going on the battlefield with Secretary Austin. Secretary Austin emphasized our enduring commitment to bolster Ukraine's capacity to counter Russian aggression and updated the minister on our ongoing coordination with allies and partners on security assistance efforts. I think you guys have heard us talk many times that we're continuing to help coordinate the provision of security assistance materials from many other allies and partners. And of course, as always, they pledged to remain in close contact, and they of course will. On the exercise front, between May and September of this year, the U.S. Army Pacific will participate in over 15 major exercises with multiple, This one's a tough one. With multiple multinational and joint partners across the Indo-Pacific. During this period of time, Army Pacific will execute Operation Pathways across the Indo-Pacific and Asia, deploying thousands of troops and equipment sets to execute tactical actions that solve operational and strategic problems. The first of these events is an exercise that's called Aurora. Did I say that right, Mike? Aurora? Which began Saturday in French Polynesia. From now until the 21st, this 13-nation exercise held in the South Pacific, and there it goes, it died on me, right in mid-sentence. Luckily, I've got a backup here. I think we're just going to have to go back to the old notebook. Okay, from now till the 21st, this 13-nation exercise held in the South Pacific environment will improve interoperability, enhance the ability to conduct humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, and share knowledge and expertise. Army Pacific soldiers and Marines, along with the USS Pearl Harbor, approximately 1,000 total, will primarily train with the French military to further strengthen relationships and help increase our presence in the region. So very exciting exercise, lots to get done over the next few months, and we'll keep you guys updated on that. We'll start with questions, and Lita, I think you're up.
Thanks, John. Two things. With the pace of the weapons and other U.S. contributions to Ukraine going fairly quickly, how long before the Pentagon is going to need the additional drawdown authority in order to avoid some delays in sending some material to Ukraine? And then the second question is on training. At this point, as you look at the training that's being given to the Ukrainian troops, can you give us a sense of what the demand is for the training and whether or not the Florida National Guard is enough, or you're going to have to bolster that? Where do you see that going?
So on the second question, we don't right now see a need to boost the number of trainers. We believe that with the assets we already have, and of course the Florida National Guard are participating and helping in that, but they're not the only ones. You saw the Canadians are also providing some howitzer training. We believe right now we're okay, but we obviously want to be flexible, and if we need to change the numbers or add people to do training, we'll certainly be open to looking at that. And I completely blanked on your first question.
The drawdown authority, how long before that starts to run out? You've used all but I think about 100 million.
$100 million left in the current authorities, and we believe that between what the president just announced Friday and the 100 million that we still have left, and we're going to be working that in real time with the Ukrainians, that will get us to about the third week of this month is what we're pretty much anticipating, which is why we continue to urge Congress to pass the president's supplemental request as soon as possible so that we can continue to provide aid to Ukraine uninterrupted. So we think with what we got left, that'll get us through most of this month in terms of future packages and future material, but that's why we're urging Congress to act quickly. Idris.
Over the weekend, some U.S. diplomats went back to the embassy in Kyiv. Are there any Marines yet at the embassy? And if not, have any of them gone to do sort of assessments in the case that there is a need for them there?
There was no Marine security attached to the diplomats. Everything was done through diplomatic security personnel. There was no need to have the Marines there. Remember, the mission of the Marine Security Detachment is to protect what is considered U.S. soil. That's why they're there. And right now, the embassy is not fully occupied, and so it's not considered. It's obviously still our embassy, but there's no need to have a permanent Marine Corps security detachment there. So we're in constant discussions with the State Department here, and we'll certainly follow their lead as they determine what sort of embassy presence they want and on what timeline. But there were no Marines, no U.S. military involved in this visit to Kyiv and to the embassy.
And second question, the reports from Ukraine and the Russians sort of suggest the territorial gains in the east are very limited on both sides. Is it too early to say we're at a stalemate now in the Donbass as far as the ground offensive is concerned?
Yeah, I mean, look, when you say the word stalemate, I mean, too many people look at that and they think, well, that means nobody's moving, right? That everything is kind of stuck. You think of World War I and trench warfare and everybody's kind of, and it's very dynamic, Idris. I would not call it a stalemate. There are literally towns and villages that are changing hands, sometimes in the course of a day or so. And we assess that the Russians continue to make incremental progress, moving down from the north, pushing down into the Donbass area from the north of that area, particularly along a line of access coming out of a town called Izium. But it's incremental. And it's still plodding, as I've said it. It's slow and it's uneven, and they continue to meet very stiff Ukrainian resistance. So no, we would not call it a stalemate in the classic sense that just everything is frozen. It's not frozen. There's a lot of artillery going back and forth. There's a lot of movement back and forth. It's just that when you take two steps back in the aggregate, you don't see the Russians really making a lot of progress over the course of time. We still believe that they are behind their own schedule and that what progress they're making is very limited in terms of just geographic reach. Jen?
John, I'd like to get your reaction to Putin's speech on Red Square today at Victory Day and the fact that they didn't have any flyovers. They usually have flyovers. What did you notice about this, and what's your reaction to the words he chose and what he said?
Look, I can't account for their parade planning and what assets they had or didn't have. I think Ministry of Defense Mr. Putin can speak to their parade. What I would tell you is that we still heard some of the same bluster, some of the same falsehoods, some of the same, quite frankly, just untruths in terms of his rhetoric that we've heard from the beginning. I mean, he talked about this being a justified military operation. It's not. He still had diplomatic options on the table on February 24th and chose to ignore them. Ukraine posed no threat, not only no threat to Russia, but no threat to anybody else. So it wasn't justified. He said it was timely, that it needed to happen now. No, it didn't. Again, he had plenty of options available to him. And he said, and he talked about, you know, ridding the region or of Ukraine of Nazis. You know who's in Ukraine? Ukrainians, not Nazis. I mean, it was just a ridiculous claim. So we heard pretty much the same out of Mr. Putin. What we didn't hear, not that we expected to, but what we should have heard was plans for how he's going to end the war, how he's going to move his forces out of Ukraine, and how he's going to finally respect Ukraine as a sovereign state and nation that borders his, a nation that posed absolutely zero threat. That's what we didn't hear, and I think that's what he should have said.
He said in his speech that Ukraine was on the verge of getting nuclear weapons and that was one of the reasons they went in.
Another falsehood. Just not true.
And the Ukrainian government says that 1.2 million Ukrainians have now been deported to Russia and are in these camps. Do you have evidence of that? Do you see these camps? Are these concentration camps?
I can't assert to the number, but we certainly have seen indications that Ukrainians are being moved from Ukraine into Russia. I can't speak to how many camps or what they look like. I mean, I don't know that we have that level of detail, but we do have indications that Ukrainians are being taken against their will into Russia. Again, unconscionable, not the behavior of responsible power. Certainly another indication that he simply won't accept and respect Ukrainian sovereignty and that they are citizens of another nation.
Isn't that ethnic cleansing, though, if you take 1.2 million people from a country and move them to camps?
I'm going to let, that's not a determination that is best coming from the U.S. Defense Department. We've long talked about the fact that we do believe Russian soldiers continue to conduct war crimes. But beyond that, I think it's better not for the Defense Department to make that kind of determination. There's a process for that, and it doesn't reside here in the Pentagon, and we want to respect that. But look, I mean, again, you don't have to look very far to see evidence of Russian brutality here continued. We're on day 75, which means 75 days of brutalizing the nation of Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. And every time you think they just can't fall to a new low, they prove you wrong. Yeah, Travis.
Thanks, John.
We are listening in to questions and answers with Press Secretary John Kirby, all about the war Russia has unleashed on Ukraine, saying that Putin made no reference during his Victory Day speeches about ending the war in Ukraine, and of course lying about his reasons to starting it as well. So we will continue listening live here at the Pentagon as some of you are going to be seeing a 2-minute break.
The kinds of systems we're giving them is we really are trying to provide them the kinds of things they know how to already use, and that's why we've been working with so many other nations that who have inventories of old Soviet era weapons and systems, because that's what the Ukrainians are comfortable with. It's what they're trained on. It's what they're used to using. Now, we have started to, as the war has gone on, and they have, continue to work themselves through some of those systems, we have been trying to provide them with some additional advanced systems that do come from our inventory. The howitzer is a great example of that. But that required some training. It still is. We've now trained more than 300 Ukrainian artillerymen on the howitzers, and there's another 50 plus that are going through that training right now. We've also just started today a 2-week maintainer course for the howitzer, because it is a system that not only do they not have experience using, but they don't have experience maintaining. And as you use these things, any artilleryman will tell you, they're going to break every now and then. There's going to be required maintenance. And so we've just now started a 2-week course, just actually started today to take some artillerymen and put them through some maintenance training. And I suspect that too will be an ongoing requirement. And if that's needed for some of the other systems, we'll look at that. But I think, some of the other systems like the counter-artillery radar, the mobile air defense radar, right now we're focused on getting them the operational training on that. And if we feel like there's a need to do additional training on maintaining, we'll do that. I just don't have any plans to announce for that. So, but Travis, while we understand the need to do that, as you give them more capable systems, we also want to be mindful that we don't overload their system with too much of that, because they're still very much in an active fight, and manpower matters to them in that fight. So it's a balance. You want to make sure that they can use the material, that they can keep it up and maintain it, but you don't want to put such an onerous requirement on them that it distracts them too much from the fight at hand. So again, this is another reason why, we're staying in touch with Minister Reznikov to have that kind of conversation, to make sure that we're striking the best balance in that regard.
I think that's the concern. There's so much moving in that they might not have the capacity. So is the sense that this new training program that for maintainers that you're putting together will fill that need, or do you anticipate that there's going to be additional need that they're going to have to figure out some way?
I think it's too soon to know. But what I can tell you is that we're going to stay open-minded here, and if there's a need for additional training, if there's a need for other systems that could use some maintenance support, to include the provision of spare parts, because we can't expect that the Ukrainians are going to necessarily have all the spare parts for these things, then we're going to do that. In fact, we have already, the howitzers are a great example. I mean, as part of the shipment of the actual pieces, the artillery tubes, we have already started to flow in spare parts, the kinds of parts that are the ones that that you need the most when you're using them in combat. So we're going to stay open-minded on that. Yeah.
On $100 million left, is it just $100 million left out of the $3.8 billion of drawdown authorities, or can you just clarify what did you mean by $100 million left out
of the authorities that we had been granted by Congress? We have about $100 million left.
And then the rest of it have been used in procurement of arms and ammunition?
Well, we're talking about drawdown authority only, and so that's why the president asked, as part of this $33 billion supplemental that's on the Hill right now, $5 billion of it is just for additional presidential drawdown authority. $6 billion is to be used in the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative. So that's where that $6 billion would be, where we would go out and buy the material specifically with the purpose specifically to send it into Ukraine. The drawdown authority allows us to go get it off our shelves. We already own it. It's already ours, and give it right to Ukraine. So we have about $100 million left in terms of what we haven't announced. We think, and again, this is an estimate, but third week of this month, by the third week of the month, we expect to utilize all of that. Which is why, again, we encourage Congress to act quickly on the supplemental that the president submitted, because that will be able to just keep the flow going uninterrupted. As you have seen, we have continued drawdown packages. It varies in frequency, but pretty frequently, sometimes more than one a week, depending on what we're giving to them. So obviously time is of the essence. We want to be able to, we'd like to be in a situation where there's no interruption to that ability to draw down out of our own stocks.
And also on Donbass, of course, it has been weeks. Russians have been building up their forces in Donbass, and then you have been saying that they are just moving extremely slowly. Can you, to what extent does the building think that Russians are going to fail in Donbass as well? Like if you give a...
We're not going to predict, the outcome here, Kasim. That's that I can't imagine in what world that would be a prudent thing for us to do. All we can do is tell you what we're seeing, and I've done that. And the other thing we can do is to continue to talk to Ukrainians, as we did today, about their needs in the Donbass specifically, and making sure that we're doing our best to meet that. That $150 million package that we announced Friday, that does that. It's very much in line. And the next 100 million, if in fact it's 100 million, I don't know what the amount's going to be for the next package, but let's assume that that's it. We'll do exactly the same, working with the Ukrainians about what they need. So we're I can't predict outcomes on the battlefield. We would never do that. What I can predict for you is that our commitment to helping Ukraine defend itself for the fight they're in, that will absolutely continue. Sylvie.
Yes, thank you. You said that the fighting is very dynamic. Do you see the artillery that U.S. has provided to the Ukrainians making a difference on the ground?
We know, again, our knowledge is limited. Once these things go into Ukraine, they belong to Ukraine, and how and when they use them is up to them. All I can do is tell you that that what we're hearing from the Ukrainians are two things. One, that they are being used. The howitzers specifically are being used in combat. Now, I don't know how many, and I don't know where, but they are being used, and that they are effective, and that there is, as we've long said there would be, there is a heavy reliance in this particular fight in the Donbass region specifically on artillery. Long-range fires is the way we talk about it here, but it's basically artillery fire. And both sides are firing artillery at the other's positions. So we know they're being useful, and we're hearing that directly from the Ukrainians. Oren?
I'm just curious, as you near the third week of this month and near the end of the drawdown authority, does the pace of equipment going into Ukraine continue at its previous pace, or is that slowed as you near the last bit here?
No, we're not slowing it down based on, I mean, we've gotten enough indications out of Congress, and there's bipartisan support for supporting Ukraine. Everything coming out of the Hill tells us that this supplemental will be acted on and approved. That doesn't mean we still don't want it to get acted on very, very quickly so that there is no interruption. But as for the pace, it's going to the same speed as it was before. I mean, there are still, multiple flights a day heading into the region, into transshipment sites outside of Ukraine, not just from the United States, but from other nations as well. And there's still a daily movement on the ground of that material inside Ukraine. Now, that's still happening at pace. Now, again, we're always adjusting. I can't say the same number of shipments get into Ukraine on any given day. You have to adjust it based on the security environment and the threat, and also the absorption rate of the Ukrainians and how much can they, how much they're in a fight. So you don't want to throw the kitchen sink at them every day when they haven't, figured out a place to put everything or where they're gonna move it to. So again, that's a constant balance that we're striking, and that's why we're in touch with the Ukrainians every day. But short answer to your question is, we're not allowing the fact that we're down to 100 million left, and we think that that'll get us through the third week of the month to slow down what we're already providing. And we want to have a little flexibility with what we've got left to make sure that it more discreetly meets their needs. So we know there's not much left in this current set of authorities. So we want to use it smartly, and we want to make sure that as we work that next package, that it's, again, lockstep with what their requirements are. David?
Do you have a plan for what you would do if the legislation isn't enacted by the third week?
Well, we've got, we still have some, as you heard from Mr. LaPlante, we still have some money in terms of USAI, the Security Assistance Initiative, to go purchase things to provide them. But we're working closely with Congress on this. And again, we've seen no indication that this is going to be an issue. I mean, every indication we're hearing, including from Speaker Pelosi just yesterday, is that Congress will act on this.
Does that Lend-Lease legislation make it possible to send stuff without any money from Congress?
I think I'll let the president speak for this, and I think there'll be more. He'll have more to say on this later today. I don't want to get ahead of the president. I would just say that any support that we get from Congress, and Congress has been very supportive, but any additional support we get from Congress in terms of security assistance to Ukraine is welcome, and we'll work inside that. Gordon?
Yeah, I just want to go back to this stalemate, not stalemate, a little bit.
We are listening in live to the Pentagon press briefing. State Department also going on at this time, so we'll be getting into that update here for our viewers in a little bit as well. But let's go ahead, send some viewers off to a 2-minute break as we continue to have our media questions answered by Press Secretary John Kirby.
There does not, despite the incrementalism and the dynamic battlefield, there does not seem to be those kinds of objectives overtaken. Are you guys at all even surprised by the lack of that momentum now? Forgetting like whatever happens on the battlefield, but are you surprised with the lack of momentum that they've achieved thus far? And what do you think that means either way?
The lack of momentum by the Russians.
Correct.
I wouldn't say there's surprise. I mean, we're watching this unfold in real time, same as you, Gordon. In fact, some of what we thought was going to happen has happened. We knew that this would be an artillery fight, and it's turning out to be an artillery fight. We knew that the Russians would meet a stiff Ukrainian resistance because they have been there since before the war began. I mean, there's been fighting in the Donbass region, and that has proven true, that the Ukrainian resistance in the Donbass remains stiff, and that progress in the Donbass, because of the terrain, because of the weather, the mud, and because of the fact that it's flat, it's open, it's not as urban, that it would be that the Russians would have to, in order to achieve their progress, they would have to focus on small towns and villages. Unlike when early, remember we were talking about encircling, right? They were trying to encircle Kyiv, Chernihiv, Kharkiv, Mykolaiv, all these larger towns. And so what we're seeing now is a focus on sort of smaller gains, smaller towns and villages. And again, this is terrain that the Ukrainians know extraordinarily well. So I don't know that there's like a lot of surprise here, but it's certainly clear, at least where we stand on day 75, and nobody knows what day 76 is going to look like, that the Russians have not overcome the challenges that they were trying to overcome in this new part of the conflict. They haven't. They've gotten a little bit better at logistics and sustainment, but not so much that they feel comfortable outrunning or even attempting to outrun their lines of supply. They haven't solved their command and control problems. They have submitted. Now they've put in the fight more than 90 battalion tactical groups, but it's not clear exactly what the operational effectiveness is of all those, because so many of them have been depleted because of the previous fighting. And we don't believe that they have, while they have tried to get better, and you certainly see pockets where they are more integrated, air to ground and maneuver between units. It hasn't gelled yet. So they are certainly trying to get better, but there's not an indication here that they've solved all their problems. And as you might recall, a week or so ago, we were talking about that it remained to be seen whether they were going to be able to fix the kind of problems that they had in the north. And thus far, day 75, it doesn't appear like they have. Rio.
Okay. Thank you. I want to ask you about South Korea. The new administration will come into office tomorrow. They are strongly interested in reinforcing deterrence against North Korea. Is the U.S. willing to discuss bigger military exercises, more U.S. assets on the Korean Peninsula with the new administration?
I won't get ahead of discussions that haven't happened. We look forward to working with the new government in South Korea, as we do with every new administration there. South Korea remains a key ally. We're always going to look for ways to make the alliance better and more capable, and I'll leave it there. We'll see where the discussions go.
A separate question on North Korea. The U.S. publicly said that North Korea could be ready to conduct a nuclear test as early as this month. So generally speaking, you are reluctant to talk about the intelligence matters in public. So what effect do you expect by disclosing the intelligence on nuclear test? Do you expect it works as a deterrence against North Korea?
We're doing that because we are a responsible nation that prioritizes the reduction of strategic risks. And we believe firmly that the international community must speak with a unified voice to oppose further development of such weapons by the North. So we're doing it because it's the responsible thing to do. Mike.
John, speaking of artillery.
Oh, man. Why don't you just come up and give this part of the briefing?
Okay, I will.
Go ahead.
Ukraine has specifically asked for SP howitzers like the 109 because it'll provide them with more mobility on the battlefield and a level of ballistic protection that you won't get on an M777. France is sending over a dozen of their wheeled howitzers, the Caesar. The Netherlands, Belgium, and Italy have all agreed to either send over the M109s themselves or the German PZH 2000 SP howitzer. My question is, the U.S. has more M109s than any country in the world. Why is the administration dragging its feet on sending these weapon systems to Ukraine? And they need them now.
Well,
they want them now.
I would take issue that we're dragging our feet on anything, Mike. I mean, no nation has done more to support Ukraine's security needs in the United States. No nation. I mean, in just the drawdown authorities we've used already, we've provided to Ukraine almost the equivalent of their entire defense budget for 2021. So I take issue with the idea that we're dragging our feet. What we are doing, including today in the call with Minister Reznikov, is talking to the Ukrainians at the senior levels all the way down to the staff level about what they need and what we can provide them. And it's not just the United States, as you well noted. Other nations are providing systems as well. So I'm not going to get inside the conversations we're having with the Ukrainians on privately about their needs, but I think the proof is in what we're announcing every day about how seriously we're taking their requirements. Louis.
There's been talk about how the incremental progress in the East has been due to the stiff Ukrainian resistance. There's also...
And some of the problems they've had with their own logistics and sustainment, command and control, integration. I mean, it's a combination.
It's a combination, right? But there's also a big rush to try to get those howitzers in very, very quickly. And
almost all of them are in.
Yeah. Can you comment on what effect the howitzers have had as part of that combined effort?
Again, all I can do is tell you what we're hearing from the Ukrainians. Again, we don't track each tube and where it's at and how many rounds it's firing on any given day. It belongs to Ukraine when it goes in there, and they use it as they see fit. We know, as my answer to Sylvia, we know that they're getting in and they're actually being used in combat. We know that. You heard the Secretary testify to that last week. And what we're hearing from Ukrainians are they're very useful, and they're grateful for them, and that they are having an impact because they're additive to their own artillery pieces. I mean, all told, the 90 that we're providing us, provides them 5 to 7 battalions worth of howitzers. That's not insignificant. But I don't have, I couldn't give you a GPS coordinate for each one and exactly how many rounds it's firing and what it's hitting. But the indications we're getting from the Ukrainians are they're in combat and they're being effective. And more broadly, Louis, if you just take a step back and, back to Idris's question about stalemate and what's going on. I mean, if you just take a look at what's going on, the fighting over these small towns and villages, some of them trading hands over the course of just a couple of days, you can see, I mean, I've seen some of the overhead imagery. You can see how active an artillery fight this really is. I mean, it is, back to Gordon's question, I mean, it is exactly like we thought it was going to be, like the Ukrainians thought it was going to be, very dependent on long-range fires. And both sides are applying artillery in this fight.
Do you think that this moment that Gordon described, the pivotal 2 weeks and the rush to get him in there in time, that it has borne fruition on
I certainly wouldn't speak for the Ukrainians. I think it's better for them to speak to their assessment of how they're doing and how much, more specifically, how much the Western aid has helped. But again, our indications from talking to them is that it has been incredibly critical to their ability to continue to defend themselves in the Donbass, particularly the howitzers and the rounds that go with them, because it is so reliant on long-range fires. But it's not just that. I mean, the counter-artillery radars that they're going to be able to use will help them defend against Russian artillery. UASs will help give them eyes and longer-range strike capability. I mean, it's not just, we're talking a lot about howitzers today, which I never thought I'd be able to do with any semblance of knowledge. Thank you, Mike. But it's not just that. And again, what the feedback we're getting is that these things, all these things, but particularly the artillery support, is making a difference. Yeah, Christina.
Given the deterioration that sort of, again, in Hong Kong, the democratic systems there that are just kind of slowly being taken away, do you see any sort of, or would you like to address some of the changes that might engender in the security situation in the region?
Well, I missed.
Well, in Hong Kong, we've had a recent change in the way the governorship is going to be handled.
I think that's a better question put to Ned Price over at the State Department. I think I'll refrain from that.
Have you seen any change in the security situation, or do you anticipate that in the region?
I am not aware of any security situation that's different. Joe Gould.
Hey, John, thanks for taking my question. Want to ask you on the Phoenix Ghost, now that this cohort of Ukrainian troops has wrapped up training, can you tell us where that training took place? And now that we know Phoenix Ghost stemmed from an Air Force program, can you tell us if the trainers were with the U.S. Air Force?
Yeah, the trainers were Air Force. I think I talked about that last week. The training, the week-long training for Phoenix Ghost took place at Ramstein, and it wrapped up. It just wrapped up, I think yesterday. Okay, I'm going to have to call it there. Thanks very much. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
All right, once again, listening in with the very latest update with John Kirby. You heard him mention there, too, while there was a lot of these Victory Day speeches done by both sides, President Zelinski, we also had President Putin in Russia. He was also celebrating Victory Day. There was quite a difference between their two speeches. Putin never talking about ending this war in Ukraine. Of course, he has continued to stick to his story that they went in there to try to help the Ukrainians who were being controlled by Nazis, which you just heard from John Kirby. That's not the case. There's been no signs of Nazis in Ukraine, just Ukrainian people. Whereas Zelinski has said from the day one of this invasion, they are going to come out victorious, and even saying that he expects this war to end very soon. That's something he had mentioned over the weekend. Thank you again to all of our viewers who've been watching here with us all morning long. When we come back, yes, we're going to be staying on this topic of the war in Ukraine, but I want to give you a couple of stories that have been circulating, especially when there was one person who did a special pop-up concert in the Kyiv train stations. We'll be giving you more on that, plus going into the State Department briefing when we come back here in 2 minutes. Well, welcome back here. Live now from Fox, giving you a look at this video. Russian ambassador to Poland doused in what appears to be red paint by protesters just today on Monday as he tried to visit a cemetery in Warsaw. Now, Sergei Andreev he was attempting to honor fallen Soviet soldiers on Victory Day, which marks the defeat of Nazi Germany by the Allies, when he was met with hundreds of activists protesting the war in Ukraine. They were chanting fascist and murderer at him. He and other members of his entourage can be seen with red paint splattered on their faces and clothes, even difficult for them to maneuver away from this crowd. Now, there were no other reports of injuries that happened from this encounter, but obviously this is definitely going to be a huge story, just like another story coming to us from Ukraine. There you're seeing him performing in a surprise concert in a subway station in Kyiv. That is Bono, U2's Bono there. And The Edge, they held this surprise performance. It was carried out per the request of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelinski. Now, the superstars performed U2 classics, including With or Without You and Stand By Me, although they changed the lyrics to Stand By Ukraine. And the band tweeted, President Zelinski invited us to perform in Kyiv as a show of solidarity with the Ukrainian people, and so that's what we've come to do. The Edge played acoustic guitar during the makeshift subway concert, and Ukraine's subway stations, as we've been reporting, have been deep underground, and they've become a makeshift bomb shelter for residents to hide from Russian attacks. So a nice surprise for some of those people who are in the area. Do want to go ahead and give you the latest on this war. Yes, we've been listening into the Pentagon press briefing. We're going to be going into the State Department briefing here in just a moment. But of course, we always like to stay up to date on the latest with Trey Yingst. So let's go ahead and hear just the ins and outs as we are now into day 75 of this war.
Russian forces pushing forward in their eastern offensive on day 75 of the war in Ukraine. It's a stark contrast to the mood in Moscow as Russia marks its annual Victory Day holiday, celebrating the World War II victory over Nazi Germany. Vladimir Putin using his speech to justify the invasion, claiming it was a forced response to Western military support for the Ukrainian government, which he again accused without evidence of being neo-Nazis.
An absolutely unacceptable threat was created for us just next to our borders. Everything indicated that a clash with neo-Nazis was inevitable.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelinski pushing back against those claims in his own Victory Day address.
Russia has forgotten everything that was important to the winners of World War II, but Ukraine and the whole free world will remind them.
Putin had been expected to use the occasion to declare victory in Mariupol, but stubborn resistance there and a Ukrainian counteroffensive near the hard-hit city of Kharkiv is making it difficult to claim success in the east. Some observers now suggesting Putin could be concerned about losing support not just from his inner circle, but the Russian population as well.
With Russia's economy cratered and a lot of soldiers not coming home to their parents, Russian citizens have to be thinking that they've been sold something that just doesn't correspond to reality.
Another big announcement tied to Victory Day, the top U.S. diplomat has returned to the embassy here in Kyiv. Trey Yingst, Fox News.
And thank you, Trey, for giving us some more details surrounding this war. Again, this has just been so many days to report, always, as we just heard John Kirby say, sometimes it will be under control of one, then the next. So a lot to always be hearing about. And let's go ahead and hear more about what we do know is happening in Ukraine with the very latest in the State Department briefing with spokesperson Ned Price.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy Monday. One thing at the top, and then I will take your questions. On May 8th and May 9th, 1945, celebrations erupted around the world to mark the end of World War II in Europe after Nazi Germany surrendered its military forces to the Allies. It represented the defeat of the forces of authoritarianism, of oppression, and of aggression. We honor the sacrifice of all those who made that victory in 1945 possible. We also join our friends in the European Union celebrating Europe Day today, working to realize the dream of a Europe whole, free, and at peace, which is more urgent today than in any time in recent memory. Today, President Putin's unprovoked war against Ukraine, its peaceful neighbor, again threatens the stability of Europe, violating the principles that undergird the rules-based international order. His cold-blooded aggression has ended too many lives, forced millions of Ukrainian citizens from their homes, and brought suffering to millions more. Just this past weekend, President Putin's forces executed an airstrike on a school serving as a bomb shelter, and reports indicate that around 60 civilians are under the rubble. On this solemn occasion, we reiterate that the United States stands with Ukraine. We thank our allies, we thank our partners who are providing safe haven to refugees from Ukraine. We applaud the countries that have stood up to the Kremlin's bullying and threats. The United States remembers that victory over tyranny is hard fought and hard won, and we will continue to support Ukraine as it fights for the freedom of its country and its people and the values we together share. Yesterday, the United States took sweeping actions to hold perpetrators and facilitators of human rights abuses accountable, to impose severe costs on the government of the Russian Federation, and to degrade the Kremlin's ability to support President Putin's unprovoked and unjustified war against Ukraine. Specifically, we imposed visa restrictions on over 2,600 Russian and Belarusian military officials who are believed to have been involved in actions that threaten or violate the sovereignty, territorial integrity, or political independence of Ukraine. Including among this group are personnel who reportedly took part in Russian military activities in Bucha, the horrors of which have shocked the world. We designated the executives and board members of 2 of Russia's most important banks, a Russian state-owned bank and 10 of its subsidiaries, and a state-supported weapons manufacturer. Further, we designated the Ministry of Defense's shipping company and 6 other maritime shipping companies that transport weapons and other military equipment for the government of Russia, while identifying 69 of their vessels as blocked property. Additionally, we designated a specialized marine engineering company that produces remotely operated subsea equipment, among other activities. We also designated 3 state-owned and controlled media outlets that are within Russia and have been among the largest recipients of foreign revenue, which feeds back to the Russian state. These television stations are key sources of disinformation used to bolster President Putin's war. Finally, the United States is cutting off Russia's access to certain key services from U.S. companies that the Russian Federation and Russian elites exploit to hide their wealth and evade these very sanctions. We are prohibiting U.S. persons, wherever located, from providing accounting, trust and corporate formation, and management consulting services to any person located in Russia. We are also identifying the accounting, trust and corporate formation services and management consulting sectors of the Russian economy, which will allow the United States to target any person who operates or has operated in these sectors of the Russian economy. Our actions yesterday complement previous steps we have taken with our allies and partners since the beginning of Russia's unconscionable war. The United States will continue to execute new economic measures against Russia as long as the Russian Federation continues its aggression against Ukraine. With that, happy to turn to your questions.
Thanks, Ned. Happy Monday. A couple things on Ukraine, on the sanctions, and then after that, I wanted to ask you just if you have any thoughts about President Putin's Victory Day speech today and what you thought about it. But on the sanctions first, and I suspect that your answers will be brief. One, can you be at all more specific about the visa restrictions, about who these 2,600 people are, how many of them are actually accused of or suspected of or have been identified as being suspects in committing war crimes, and how many others are just what you would say, I suppose, just complicit in the whole operation? And then also on the sanctions, secondly, are you concerned at all that the sanctions that you've imposed on these Russian-owned, state-owned TV stations will open up, in particular, U.S.-funded, more restrictions, more Russian restrictions on U.S.-funded media outlets?
Sure. So on your first question, Matt, as you know, we announced a slew of measures yesterday. The visa restrictions on Belarusian and Russian military officials was one element of that, as you alluded to, and as I alluded to at the top. We imposed sanctions on 3 of the most highly viewed state-controlled TV stations. We put measures in place to prevent U.S. persons from providing key services to individuals in the Russian Federation. We announced additional export controls, new controls to further limit Russia's access to items and revenue that could potentially support its military activity. And we sanctioned a large number of individuals, including the actually more than 2,600 individuals you mentioned. Specifically, we took action to impose visa restrictions on 2,596 Russian nationals who are members of Russia's armed forces and are believed to have been involved in actions that threatened or violated Ukraine's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence. A majority of these nationals were reportedly in Bucha during the atrocities that occurred in March of this year. We further targeted 13 Belarusian military officials believed to have supported or been actively complicit in President Putin's war against Ukraine. When it comes to the sanctioning of these television stations, I think a couple points are in order. First, these are some of the most prolific purveyors of the misinformation and rather the disinformation that President Putin and his government have consistently fed to Russians. These are some of the very outlets that claimed that the atrocities, potential war crimes that we have all seen in Bucha and other places were staged, that they took place after Russian forces left, that they are the work of Ukraine, of the West, There is no doubt that these are key elements in President Putin's efforts to keep his people in the dark and to actually place a veil of disinformation around their heads. Importantly, what we did was deprive the ability of U.S. advertisers, any U.S. advertiser that would see fit to advertise with these stations, to do so. And not only are these key sources of misinformation and disinformation for President Putin and the Kremlin.
Some of you are going to be seeing a 2-minute break as we continue listening in here with spokesperson Ned Price at the State Department briefing.
Especially when you take into account the fact that we have systematically choked off many of the sources of foreign revenue that President Putin and the broader Kremlin have been able to enjoy. So we know the Kremlin often takes part in moral equivalence. I am somewhat certain they might seek to do so here, but there is no equivalence between what these stations do and what U.S.-funded outlets do around the world. And then on your question in terms of President Putin's speech today, look, rather than respond directly to something that is so ahistorical, something that is so divorced from reality, it's an opportunity for us to be clear about the facts and the reality. Contrary to what we heard today in Moscow, Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a brutal war of choice. It was unprovoked, it was unjustified, it was premeditated, and it has brought catastrophic loss of life across Ukraine. Ukrainians, and yes, Russian service members, many of whom were sent to Ukraine without prior knowledge to fight and die for a war that many of them may have wanted no part in. We know that in the conduct of this war, Russia's forces have committed war crimes and carried out atrocities. Just this weekend, we saw a school in eastern Ukraine leveled by a Russian bomb. I mentioned at the top, there are reports that dozens of individuals may still be under the rubble. To call this a defensive action is patently absurd. To call this anything other than a premeditated war of choice against the state of Ukraine, the government of Ukraine, the people of Ukraine, is an affront to the historical record. One other point on this, and many of you are deeply familiar with this because many of you were with us during these efforts, but Secretary Blinken, others in the administration, spared no diplomatic effort to prevent, to forestall this war. These efforts started last year, late last year, when we first went public with our concerns about what was then Russia's military buildup along the borders with Ukraine, inside Belarus. We tried to do so bilaterally, engaging directly with Foreign Minister Lavrov, engaging directly with his deputies in the context of the Strategic Stability Dialogue that Deputy Secretary Sherman led. We tried to do so multilaterally at the NATO-Russia Council, together with our NATO allies. We tried to do so multilaterally through the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, with a broader set of allies and partners. Of course, none of those efforts worked. It was not for lack of trying. It was not for lack of good faith effort. It was because this was a premeditated and wholly unjustified war. There's no other term for it, no other euphemism for it, even if you're not allowed to say it in Russia. That was premeditated and predetermined from the start. So to hear senior Russian officials claim otherwise, again, it is a disservice to history. It is an insult to those who have lost their lives and those who have fallen victim to this senseless aggression.
Okay, so on the visa bans, where do these names come from? And how do you know that the majority of the 2596 Russian troops were reportedly in Bucha? Are these coming from the Ukraine? Are the names coming from the Ukrainians, or do you have your own list of Russian soldiers who've been deployed to Ukraine?
So there's not too much I can say here. What I can say is that we pull from all sources of information that are available to us. In some cases, this will be public information, as you might imagine. In many cases, especially in instances like this information won't be public. It will be from our own sources of information. We do coordinate closely with our Ukrainian partners, but I will tell you that we do an immense amount of vetting on any information we receive to ensure that when we apply a statutory authority against any individual, against any entity or target, that individual entity or target does in fact meet the statutory requirements of the law.
You have no idea if any of these people actually have even Russian passports for which they could get or might be able to get a visa.
Well, there are some 2,500 Russians and 13 Belarusians.
Well, but how many of them actually had visas or even had passports?
You probably won't be surprised to hear me say that visa records are confidential, so I just...
Well, I'm not surprised to hear you say that. Then on the TV thing,
Yes.
were you aware of...
All right, guys, so as we continue listening in here with spokesperson Ned Price, he's obviously answering a lot of media questions at this time during this portion of the briefing, but you can see we are waiting for an update. Wisconsin officials going to be speaking soon after just yesterday a Molotov cocktail was thrown through a window of the Wisconsin Family Action Office. So this again is a anti-abortion group based in Madison, Wisconsin. And so officials are going to be speaking about this investigation after this arson case took place again just yesterday. So we will be going into that in full as soon as that does happen right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Until that time, let's continue listening in as we're getting more updates from the State Department on the most recent developments in the Russia-Ukraine war.
I think it was last week, U.S. Ambassador to OSCE said U.S. was assessing that Russia was planning to annex Donetsk, Luhansk, hold a sham referendum there. There has been a lot of speculation on what Putin may or may not say today. Some of that hasn't materialized. Given that, is the U.S. still worried about this potential annexation? You guys, I think, had uttered the timeline of mid-May. Is that still the anticipation? Is that still the expectation from U.S. that's going to happen around that?
Our concern remains, and our concern is based on a couple different elements. First, it is based on the Russian playbook. It is a Russian playbook that we have seen turn to time and again in Crimea, in eastern Ukraine. This is what Russian authorities and proto-authorities have done in the past. They have sought to annex. They have sought to conduct sham elections to give their occupation this patina of legitimacy. And our concern remains that they will attempt to do so once again in territory in eastern Ukraine. Timeline-wise, nothing has changed. We're continuing to watch very closely. What we wanted to do, and part of the reason why we wanted to have Ambassador Carpenter here last week to speak to all of you, was to put our concerns on the record. And this is similar to what we did across the board starting late last year and well into early this year, to put our concerns on the record so that if, and we think when, we see these sham elections in places like Kherson, that the world is clued in to what is happening, that fewer people are fooled by what Russia and its authorities are attempting to do, and that so we can approach this eyes wide open. Go ahead.
Right. Just on the U.S. diplomats going back to Kyiv. So I mean, this is temporary. Can you sort of say, like, what's the latest U.S. assessment on the security situation there? And based on that, there was a previous projection that, again, like the embassy's operations might be resumed there for good around mid-May, if I'm not mistaken. Is that still the projection based on the security situation?
Well, we haven't ever put a precise time frame on it. What we've said is that we will do it as soon as possible. And when Secretary Blinken was in Kyiv late last month with President Zelinski, he pledged to President Zelinski that our diplomats would be back in Kyiv as soon as possible, that our embassy would reopen as soon as possible. And so, of course, yesterday on Victory in Europe Day, Ambassador Kyiv and a small contingent traveled back into Kyiv. This was something that we had been planning for some time under the direction of Secretary Blinken in close consultation with the White House, with the Department of Defense, and others. You were right that this is a temporary visit. It does not signal the reopening of our embassy at this time, but we have, and what the Secretary told President Zelinski when he saw him in Kyiv, was that we have accelerated planning to reopen our embassy. Of course, a foremost concern for us is the safety and security of our diplomats, of our personnel on the ground. We were confident that the chargé and a small team of hers would be in a position to make the trip yesterday. The chargé is still in Kyiv. She remains there. This visit, yes, was heavy on symbolism, coming on Victory in Europe Day, but it is also heavy on substance. And I say that because the chargé and her team will be able to meet and have been able to meet with Ukrainian counterparts, with members of civil society, with other representatives of the international community, and conduct a whole host of activities that until yesterday they have not been able to conduct in Kyiv since prior to the invasion. So we are still assessing the security situation. As soon as we are confident in our ability to fully resume operations at our embassy, we'll do that.
It's, just for the record, it was actually end of May. I guess you guys are still targeting for that.
We said in weeks' time. We never offered a. Yes, Francesca.
Up on today's speech in Moscow, I heard what you said about the patent absurdity, but what do you make of all the speculations of the fact that he would declare war and mobilize more formally the Russians, and that didn't happen? What's your comment about that?
I can't speculate as to the speculation and why such speculation may or may not have come to fruition. I think what I offered here the other day is that a declaration of war, a mass mobilization, may well have been tantamount to admitting what the world knows, and that is that the Ukrainians have achieved great strides.
All right, guys, going out live to Madison, where there is an arson investigation after a Molotov cocktail was thrown at a pro-life headquarters. Let's go ahead, listen in live here on Live Now from Fox.
All right. Ready? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Chief Sean Barnes, S-H-O-N-B-A-R-N-E-S. I'm the Chief of Police for the Madison Police Department. I'm joined today by Assistant Chief Brian Austin, Madison Fire Assistant Chief Chase Stedman, Special Agent William Fulton from the ATF, Supervisory Resident Agent in Charge Peter Jenkins from the FBI, Robert Payne, Assistant Special Agent in Charge, FBI Milwaukee Division, and Samba Balde, who is our state representative for District 14, where this incident occurred. I want to start off by saying that there is no room for hate or violence in Madison. In fact, there's no room for hate or violence anywhere in our country. Hate or violence do not advance any cause, and unfortunately, we're investigating the fruits of hate and violence in the form of an arson, where a specific nonprofit group was targeted for their beliefs regarding the issue of abortion. We understand that emotions are high on every side of this issue following the recent news involving the United States Supreme Court. Here's what we know thus far. Shortly after 6 a.m. on Sunday, May 8th, a passerby headed to Madison's airport noticed flames coming from the Wisconsin Family Action Office. The area is very close to the Madison Police Department's North District, and our officers arrived to the scene moments before the Madison Fire Department. Our responding officers observed smoke coming from the building and a ground level window which had been breached. Madison Fire Department was able to put out the fire within 5 minutes after their response. Special thanks to our fire department. Fire investigators located an incendiary device, sometimes referred to as a Molotov cocktail, inside the office. We're still working to determine what type of accelerant was used in these devices. We collected multiple pieces of evidence from the scene, and these items were turned over to our federal partners for processing. As much as we wish we could be able to solve this case today, the forensic process must take time, and we must now wait for those results. While we wait, we are combing the area and searching for digital evidence. We're asking people to call us if they have information regarding this incident. No arrests have been made at this time. We're encouraging anyone with additional information to call our Crime Stoppers number. That number is 608-266-6014, 608-266-6014. But most importantly, if you see something, say something. If you can't remember that number, please call 911 if all else fails. Now, we have time for a few questions, but please keep in mind that this is an active investigation, and I will not be disclosing any of our investigative leads. Are there any questions for myself?
Sir, your release here, the written release is that there are several device sets, plural. Preceding graph says one Molotov cocktail. Are there multiple incendiary devices that were unleashed on this building, or is it one?
We found two.
Two Molotov cocktails?
That's correct.
Is it believed that that fire was caused by that second device that was located on the premise?
That's part of our investigative process. We're not exactly sure if that actually caused it, but that will be part of the investigative process.
Chief, do you have any suspect or suspects at this point?
At this time, no arrests have been made, and we do not have any suspects at this time in custody.
Any video evidence, any surveillance video, any clues that have assisted you in the past 24 hours?
Yeah, certainly we're combing the area looking for any video evidence or what we call digital evidence. We ask our community that if you've seen something, please give us a call. If you have a business that may be near this area, please give us a call and let us know so we can come by and maybe take a look and see if we can find some evidence of who may be responsible for this.
For the federal agents, how big of a problem is this at the state level? Have other abortion clinics or pro-life groups been targeted in Wisconsin?
At this time, we have no further leads on any things that have occurred of this nature in the state of Wisconsin. This is our first one that we're responding to with our state and local partners and our federal partners, ATF. And again, I mean, we're looking at this from the lens of this is First Amendment protected right. People have their opinions. And when we violate that and we use a criminal activity or violence in that nature, the FBI and our federal authorities will look at that for all federal statutes in which to investigate.
What federal charges may come up with this?
It's an ongoing investigation, sir. We're in communications currently with the Western District United States Attorney's Office and discussing that as the investigation unfolds.
Is a potential hate crime charge or enhancer being discussed either at the federal or state level at this point?
At this time, sir, no further comment. We would have to take this as the investigation unfolds, and we will use any and all federal statutes available.
Yeah, Chief, I have a question. There's been some skepticism about the nature of crime, and there's been some theories out there on social media that it could have been an inside job. Is there any indication of that whatsoever?
I have no indication that this was an inside job. The person who owns the building wasn't there at the time, and so I don't know. And there's always going to be conspiracy theories around these things, but I can tell you that there's no place in Madison or anywhere else for this, because it could have gone differently, I think, if someone had been there. So no, I have no information that that's true at all.
Chief, any more about heightened security around organizations like such?
Yeah, one of the things that we did immediately following this particular incident was to make our officers aware. We are aware of any organization within our city on either side of this particular issue, and we do what's called keep check buys or surveillance as much as we can for any of these particular areas, because the idea is to prevent the next one if that indeed is the case.
Chief, is this being investigated as a terroristic threat?
It is not.
Chief, can you give us perspective history as far as acts of violence or potential graffiti that have targeted both sides of this debate?
To my knowledge, since I've been here, I've only been here for about a year and a half, this is the first that we've had. I think that the recent news from the Supreme Court has certainly heightened people's awareness of this particular issue, but I do not have any information about that. I can do some research and I'll get back with you on that. But I don't think this is something that we see often a lot here in Madison.
What's your message to Madison
Sure, the message to Madison residents is that there is no place in Madison for any type of hate speech, for any type of violence or any type of property destruction to advance any cause. And if you're thinking about doing something like that, I would recommend that you not. It doesn't look good for your cause. It doesn't look good for our community, and that's not what we expect. One of the things that I really like about Madison is that, we expect to live in a safe community. We don't expect these things to happen in Madison, and I don't think any community